In the beginning, the young Dragon King found himself in a perilous situation, surrounded by enemies. Panic gripped Long Chen until he awakened the Sacred Dragon Empire system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the Ancestral Dragon Nest, which is currently nurturing the first dragon egg. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Dragon Transformation Pool. A mere minute of soaking will elevate you to the Supreme Sacred Dragon. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received the Fortune Seed. You are the Dragon of Fortune, blessed with immense luck. Ding! Congratulations on commanding all races the host ascends. As long as he possessed sufficient fortune points, Long Chen could summon an endless army. Humans? Giants? Ancient beasts? Other races? Apologies, but the ancient world is my domain. This is a tale of a Dragon King with extraordinary powers leading his entire clan to greatness. Chapter 1. The Dragon King. In the Divine Wilderness Continent, in the Eastern Dragon Abyss, within the grand and majestic Dragon King Palace, two esteemed elders of the Dragon Clan and two valiant dragon warriors stood in the center. Lord Dragon King, time is of the essence. The Beastmen army is at our gates, and we lack the strength to repel their assault. Lord Dragon King, we must evacuate immediately. We understand your deep affection for Dragon Abyss, but the situation has turned dire. Our Dragon Clan is in decline. Preserving our kin is paramount. We must reluctantly abandon our ancestral land. If we can survive this calamity and recuperate, our Dragon Clan can rise again. Lord Dragon King, please make a decision. Seated upon the Dragon King's throne, Long Chen gazed at the elders and warriors below him, his heart pounding as he observed the golden dragon-patterned robe adorning his form. He was utterly astonished. He recalled staying up late reading a novel, only to doze off. Then, he vaguely heard voices and opened his eyes to find himself in this place. The Dragon Clan? The Lord Dragon King? Countless memories, foreign yet familiar, surged into his mind. Merging rapidly, he soon realized that he had traversed into another realm. This was a fantastical world, and he now occupied the role of the Dragon King in the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, Dragon Abyss. The two elders before him were Long Hong and Long Xinga, while the two dragon warriors were Long Lai and Long Ao. Lord Dragon King, are you all right? Long Hong asked, noticing the peculiar expression on Long Chen's face, his brows furrowed with concern. Long Chen waved his hand. Allow me a moment of silence. Now that he had crossed over and become a young Dragon King, the Beastmen army threatened the ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, putting it in grave danger. A single misstep could lead to the extermination of the Dragon Clan, and he might meet a similar fate. This beginning is far from smooth. Long Hong, what is the current state of the battle? Despite the turmoil within, Long Chen knew he must maintain his composure. The annihilation of the Dragon Clan would spell his doom as well. He did not wish to perish so soon after his arrival or become a captive of the Beastmen. Long Hong spoke gravely. The war with the Orc tribe has persisted for a century. Throughout this time, the human, demon, and various other races have eyed us covetously, seizing every opportunity to launch attacks against our kin. Our Dragon Clan has procreated over an extensive period, resulting in a notably small population base. Coupled with the protracted warfare, we have suffered tremendous casualties. Now, the Orc tribe is launching their final assault, and with our current strength, we are utterly incapable of withstanding it. Aside from retreat, we have no other choice. Ding! The Holy Dragon System is activated. Mission issued. Protect the ancestral ground of the Dragon Clan, Long Yuan. Vanquish the ferocious Orc army and uphold the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Mission rewards. Ancestral Dragon Nest. Transformation Pool. Fortuity Seed. Long Chen felt a surge of joy within. Indeed, the system was an essential accompaniment for a transmigrator. Having gradually acclimatized to his new identity as the Dragon Lord, Long Chen understood the mission issued by the system and declared, "We cannot retreat. We must fight. The Dragon Clan knows not submission, only annihilation." The Dragon Clan was born in the primordial era, standing shoulder to shoulder with the celestial gods. The noblest and proudest blood flows through our veins. How can we be defeated by the inferior bloodlines of the half-breed Orc tribe? We must fight for the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Defeat the Orc tribe. Long Chen's words were imbued with a commanding fervor, igniting the passions of the two elders and the Dragon Blood warriors. Previously, they had contemplated retreat, but now the indomitable spirit rooted deep within the soul of the Dragon Clan seemed to awaken anew, igniting their battle fervor. Fight for the dignity of the Dragon Clan. There is no submission, only annihilation. Dragon Lord, we are willing to spill our dragon blood upon the battlefield, to crush the Orcs beneath our might. To the death. We shall not relent. Let's give the orcs a severe lesson. The two Dragon Blood warriors were immensely excited. Long Hong and Long Xinghe were moved to tears. They reminisced about the glory days when the Dragon Clan flourished, with myriad races paying homage, even the celestial gods held in trepidation. Now, they were being forced by the orcs to abandon their ancestral ground of Long Yuan. It was truly humiliating. Yet, despite his youth, the Dragon Lord possessed remarkable courage. This resemblance to their ancestral dragon god was heartening. Since the Dragon Lord has made his decision, Xinghe shall follow to the death. We will fight for the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Long Xing's eyes sparkled with determination, tinged with a tragic grandeur. Long Chen was taken aback that mere words could ignite such fervor in the elders and warriors. However, he was not a reckless individual. He found himself in a dire predicament and needed to break the deadlock. Thus, he must know both himself and the enemy. He inquired, "What is our remaining combat strength?" Long Hong stepped forward, stating, "Excluding the injured kin and the non-combatant young dragons, we have 121 Dragon Blood warriors and 34 spirit dragon mages. I asked that all?" Long Chen took a deep breath. Although he had anticipated the Dragon Clan's situation was bleak, he had not expected it to be this dire. "This is the last of our strength, and many are still wounded," Long Hong replied gravely. Long Chen furrowed his brow even tighter. "How many troops does the orc army possess?" "Over 10,000. Long Chen's lips twitched. 10,000. How could they possibly fight this battle? The disparity in strength is exceedingly vast. Though the Dragon Clan is renowned for its ferocity and martial prowess, the orcs possess the intelligence of humanity and the formidable physique of beasts, making them no easy adversary. Otherwise, the orcs would not have engaged in a century-long conflict with the Dragon Clan, pushing them to the brink of annihilation. Your Majesty, the Dragon King, it would be wise for you to retreat. We shall steadfastly defend the ancestral land of Long Yuan. Your noble form must not encounter any peril," Long Xinghe implored. Given such a disparity in combat strength, the prospects for the Dragon Clan appear grim. Yet, Long Chen remained unresponsive, his expression devoid of trepidation, instead revealing a glimmer of delight. Ding! Crisis detected within the Dragon Clan. A starter gift pack has been awarded. Ding! The starter gift pack has been successfully credited. Shall it be activated? Activate! Long Chen exclaimed with enthusiasm. The arrival of this starter gift pack is indeed timely. Initiating the starter gift pack. Congratulations, host! You have acquired 1,000 golden core, level 9 Dragon Blood warriors, 400 Yuan Ing Realm Spirit Dragon mages, and 1 random summoning card. Long Chen's gaze ultimately settled on the random summoning card. For one well-versed in novels, the shock of receiving golden core Dragon Blood warriors and Yuan Ing Spirit Dragon mages was somewhat muted. After all, he was unaware of the precise caliber of the orc army, leaving him without a point of reference. However, following the usual conventions, random summoning cards typically conjure formidable entities. Use the random summoning card. Long Chen commanded in a low voice. Ding. Random summoning card successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have summoned 10 wild demonic apes at the 9th level of the Refinement Void Realm. The wild demonic apes will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. 9th level of the Refinement Void Realm? And 10 of them? Long Chen was nearly propelled into the air with excitement. In his memory, the martial hierarchy of the Divine Wasteland continent is categorized as follows: Qi Refinement, Foundation Establishment, Core Formation, Golden Core, Yuan Ing, Divine Transformation, Refinement Void, Harmonization, Tribulation Crossing, and Ascendance. In the lower realm, where spiritual energy is scarce, harmonization has become a bottleneck for the majority of cultivators. Within the Orc clan, only the Orc King and Elder-level figures have ascended to the Harmonization Realm. 10 9th level Refinement Void. Wild demonic apes could effortlessly sweep away an army of 10,000 orcs. Dispatch the order. I, Long Chen, shall join the Dragon Clan warriors on the battlefield to annihilate the enemy forces. Radiance flickered in Long Chen's eyes. The wild demonic apes provided him with ample confidence. Chapter 2. Fighting for the dignity of the Dragon Clan. Your Majesty, the Dragon King, you are the sovereign of the Dragon Clan. You must not recklessly step onto the battlefield. Long Hong and the others were etched with concern. The tide of battle was unfavorable, and should Long Chen appear on the battlefield, it could spell dire consequences. The Dragon King represents the last bastion of hope for the Dragon Clan. Long Chen's death will be a devastating blow, leading to the inevitable demise of the entire clan. Yet, Long Chen brimmed with confidence that he could not fathom a scenario where 1,000 Golden Core Dragon Blood warriors, For 100 yuan-ing spirit dragon mages and 10 wild demonic apes could not overturn the orc army. Thus it is. Decided. Long Chen rose, an overwhelming dragon might radiating from him. Just now, I received a divine decree from the dragon ancestor. He has dispatched a contingent of formidable dragon warriors to assist us in the lower realms. It is time for our dragon clan to mount a desperate counterattack. The two elders and the dragon blood warriors present were utterly astonished. Legend has it that the divine wasteland is but a small corner of the lower realms, beyond which lies an infinite expanse of parallel territories collectively referred to as the lower realms. Above these lower realms exists the mysterious upper realm. The ancestors of the dragon clan and the great sages have long ascended to the upper realm. The divine decree is a grace and assistance from the powerful of the upper realm to those in the lower realms. Your Majesty the Dragon King, did you truly receive the divine decree from the dragon ancestor? Could it be false? Long Chen replied, reinforcements will arrive shortly. Wonderful. Thankfully, we have the protection of the dragon ancestor. From the day you ascended to the throne, I knew you were the dragon of destiny, favored by the heavens. Now that the dragon ancestor has issued a divine decree, I believe that under your leadership, our dragon clan shall once again stride towards unparalleled glory. Long live the Dragon King. Long live for countless ages. Tears welled in the eyes of Long Hong and the others. Ever since the Dragon Clan was stripped of its fortunes by the Celestial God Clan 50,000 years ago, it has been on a downward trajectory, its dragon patterns diminishing, until they vanished entirely. For 50 millennia, the clans strong have perished in battle, and coupled with their lengthy reproduction cycle, the dragon population has plummeted from over 100 million to fewer than 300. Despair and humiliation. Now, with the dragon ancestors' divine decree, they glimpsed a flicker of hope for their clan. The heavens do not forsake my dragon clan. The aged Long Xinghe trembled as he knelt towards the east, giving thanks for the protection of the dragon clan. Long Chen. Countless ages. Indeed, the dragon clan enjoys an extensive lifespan. A millennium is merely considered a juvenile dragon, with longevity beginning at 10,000 years. As the Dragon King, being blessed with countless ages is but natural. After all, even the human emperors are wished longevity for myriad ages. Just as Long Xing's words fell, the sky suddenly blazed with resplendent golden light. In the wide plaza outside the Dragon King's palace, 1,000 dragon blood warriors and 400 spirit dragon mages descended in a flurry. Boom, boom, boom. With the tremors of the earth, 10 towering savage magic apes, each standing 10 meters tall, emerged in the plaza, their roars echoing thunderously. Each heavy step they took sent tremors throughout the entire plaza. Long Hong and the others rushed out of the hall, staring in astonishment at the scene before them, their voices trembling as they asked, Your Majesty, the Dragon King, is this truly the reinforcements sent by the dragon ancestor? Indeed, Long Chen replied, his expression equally remarkable. That one of the 10 extraordinary beasts tamed by the dragon ancestor, the savage magic ape? Its aura is at the 9th level of the void refinement realm. Long Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. The dragon clan stood on the brink of extinction, facing annihilation. Yet now, with the powerful savage magic apes joining their ranks, the crisis facing the dragon clan was poised to be resolved. Long Chen, however, was somewhat bewildered. The dragon ancestor had tamed savage magic apes? What a coincidence! Even a casual fabrication could be rationalized that it is indeed the barbaric orc horde, Long Chen affirmed. The orc tribe has invaded our ancestral land of Long Yuan. Seeking to annihilate our dragon lineage, their crimes must be punished. A century of warfare has reduced our dragon kin from over 10,000 to fewer than 200. How devastating! We must avenge our fallen brethren. This time, we must teach the orcs a severe lesson, making them understand that the noble dragon race is not to be trifled with. Let them know that we dragons once stood shoulder to shoulder with deities, that we were the sovereigns among all races, an unparalleled existence. Let them feel the wrath of the dragons. Long Chen's voice echoed throughout Long Yuan. In an instant, all dragon blood warriors and spirit dragon mages surged with fervor. The atmosphere ignited with fervent passion. All dragons cheered, their roars reverberating through the skies, chanting the eternal glory of their Dragon King. At that moment, a blood-soaked dragon blood warrior rushed in to report, Dragon King, the gates of Long Yuan have been breached. The orcs have invaded. The ground of the Dragon King's hall trembled violently. Long Chen sensed the orc army charging in with alarming speed. His expression turned grave as he commanded, Long Lai, Long Ao, heed my orders. At your command. Both Long Lai and Long Ao replied in unison, their voices resounding with strength. You two shall lead the barbaric orc horde and 1,000 dragonblood warriors to crush the orcs into mere pulp. Any intruder into Long Yuan shall face our wrath. We shall obey. With that, Long Lai and Long Ao's dragonblood surged, their scales shimmering in an instant, as their dragon spears and swords glinted forth. They proclaimed, all troops to battle. Charge! Kill! In an instant, the barbaric orc horde surged forward, shaking the earth beneath them, as the dragonblood warriors followed suit, charging into the fray. The spirit dragon mages provided support and engaged in large-scale offensive magic from the rear. The dragon race is a vast and diverse lineage, with numerous bloodlines such as the Flood Dragon, Fish Dragon, Azure Dragon, Crimson Dragon, and Black Dragon, among which the most esteemed is the Golden Dragon bloodline. The Golden Dragon, also known as the Holy Dragon, represents the royal lineage among dragons. Long Chen is of the esteemed Golden Dragon bloodline. Despite the multitude of branches, the dragon race's cultivation system is broadly categorized into two main types. One focuses on physical prowess and strength, the Dragonblood warriors. The other, relatively weaker in physique, comprises the spirit dragon mages, who wield abilities such as blessings, healing, and large-scale area attacks. Within the dragon race, approximately 70% are Dragonblood warriors, while 30% are spirit dragon mages. To become a spirit dragon mage, one must possess keen sensitivity to spiritual energy, with higher requirements for innate talent and comprehension. Most importantly, the survival capacity of spirit dragon mages is relatively weak in the early stages, leading to their scarcity. The orc horde, numbering in the tens of thousands, surged like a tide into the gates of Long Yuan. The gates of Long Yuan serve as the final bastion of the dragon's ancestral land, fortified with dragon runes, rendering them exceptionally sturdy. The orc tribe had been held at bay outside the gates for 30 years. The dragons have steadfastly defended this position. Had it not been for the gates of Long Yuan as a barrier, the dragon race would likely have faced annihilation 30 years ago. The dragon tribe is the most ancient lineage on the divine wilderness continent, and even given a millennium, they struggle to reproduce significantly. Thus, throughout the century-long war, the orcs have predominantly adopted a strategy of attrition, gradually decimating the dragon tribe. With each dragon slain, their numbers dwindle, rendering them incapable of replenishment in the short term. This is why, within a mere 100 years, the population of the dragon tribe has plummeted from 10,000 to fewer than 200. New births cannot keep pace with the death toll. This represents a fatal vulnerability for the dragon tribe. Self-proclaimed noble dragons, why do you not summon your Dragon King to surrender swiftly? The Dragon Abyss Gate has been breached. Today, if you wish to become my orc mounts and servants, you may be spared. Those who resist shall be exterminated. The orc general, Black Flood, surged into the sky, surrounded by a tempest of dark energy. His powerful voice reverberated across the skies of the Dragon Abyss, accompanied by triumphant laughter as an overwhelming pressure enveloped the scene. Upon hearing this, Long Chen smirked coldly, his ancient dragon-patterned robe shimmering with golden light, while mysterious dragon runes danced around him. A colossal, resplendent golden dragon figure coalesced before him, and Long Chen ascended, standing upon the dragon's head, his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed down imperiously, confronting Black Flood from a distance. "Oh, you think a hybrid orc is worthy of my dragon tribe surrender?" Long Chen's energy locked on a Black Flood, his regal and domineering presence unmistakable, noble and inviolable. In that moment, all things seemed to tremble. Chapter 3. You must address me as grandfather. Are you the Dragon King? Black Flood's disdainful gaze swept over Long Chen. You truly are rather immature. Elders Long Hong and Long Xinghe stood protectively behind Long Chen, silently shielding him. Long Chen scrutinized Black Flood. The creature was cloaked in ebony scales, wielding a serpent spear, his emerald eyes exuding an eerie charm. He was a hybrid of a dragon and a human 800 years old. Long Chen was akin to a 15-year-old in human terms, still not having reached maturity. Compared to fully grown dragons, he had many powers yet to awaken. However, his 8 centuries of life experience far surpassed that of any youthful human. His resolve was unwavering. Thanks to his astonishing talent, he had already attained the divine transformation realm at 800 unseen a million genius among dragons over the span of 1,000,000 years. Immature, you say? Long Chen teased, eyeing Black Flood by age. You ought to call me grandfather. Grandson, just say it to make grandfather happy. Upon hearing this, Black Flood's expression darkened instantly. Although the lifespan of orcs exceeded that of humans, it only extended to about 200 years. Even upon reaching the Tribulation Crossing realm, their lifespan would only last a few thousand years. But 250 years old, Black Flood, by the measure of age, could indeed be considered Long Chen's grandson. Enraged by such insult and contempt, fury surged within Black Flood. You're just a young brat, sharp-tongued. What, being 800 years old? You're still but a young dragon. The fortunes of the dragon tribe have run dry. Boy, submit obediently, and you might yet become the little princess dragon pet. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite, dragon pet. Long Chen scoffed. Forgive my candor, but the princess of the beastmen is not worthy even to serve me foot water. Arrogant, the Black Flood dragon retorted furiously. The dragon clan has already fallen. Boy, open your eyes to reality. As soon as the words left his mouth, dark energy surged around the Black Flood dragon, and a serpent spear lunged towards Long Chen. However, before it could reach him, a thunderous roar erupted. Roar! Then, a colossal hand of a demonic ape descended from the heavens. Boom! With a resounding crash, the Black Flood dragon was instantaneously slammed to the ground by the mighty hand of the demonic ape. Dust billowed, and a terrifying handprint with a 5-meter diameter appeared on the ground, with the Black Flood dragon deeply embedded within it. Coughing and covered in dirt, the Black Flood dragon rose from the handprint, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The Black Flood dragon possessed the formidable scales of a flood dragon as armor, granting him incredible defense. Otherwise, had he been struck by the savage demonic ape, he would have surely met his demise. Boom, boom, boom. The earth trembled violently as the Black Flood dragon beheld 10 savage demonic apes, each towering 10 meters, charging into the fray. Their massive forms trampled the Beastmen army, and their terrifying fists sent hundreds of Beastmen flying with a single blow. Powerful, terrifying, and unstoppable. The Dragonblood warriors were ablaze with fervor, their scales glinting with a noble radiance under the sun. Like wild beasts, they mercilessly ravaged the Beastmen horde. In the rear, the spirit dragon mages chanted their dragon incantations, unleashing a torrential rain of fireballs and ice blades from the skies. The battlefield was drenched in blood. The Black Flood dragon's expression shifted dramatically, filled with utter disbelief. A demonic ape at the 9th level of the void refinement, a half-step into the harmonious path. As the commander of the assault on Long Yuan, the Black Flood dragon himself barely reached the 9th level of void refinement, the only one of his rank in the army. Yet now, 10 9th level void refinement demonic apes had emerged within the dragon clan. How could this be possible? Just as victory seemed within reach, the appearance of these 10 demonic apes doused him in cold water, sending chills down his spine. The savage demonic apes were purebred, belonging to the most primal of beast races. In terms of power, speed, and defense, they far surpassed the beastmen of the same realm. After all, the beastmen were hybrids of beast and human bloodlines, their lineage impure. This battle was unwinnable. Though the beastmen had an army of 10,000, 70% were below the Golden Core stage. In truth, there were only a little over 2,000 Golden Core and Nascent Soul warriors. Meanwhile, the Dragon Clan boasted over 1,000 Golden Core Dragonblood warriors and more than 400 Nascent Soul Spirit Dragon mages, along with the 10 demonic apes. The army of 10,000 beastmen was like ripe chives ready for harvest. The beastmen fell in droves, either crushed into pulp by the savage demonic apes, cleaved in two by the Dragonblood warriors, or pierced by the spells of the Spirit Dragon mages. The carnage reached unimaginable extremes that, in a panic, the Black Flood dragon shouted orders. Retreat. Full speed retreat. The beastmen were utterly terrified by the onslaught of the savage demonic apes. Witnessing their comrades fall like chives being harvested, they had long lost their will to fight, and morale shattered. The Black Flood dragon shouted at the top of his lungs. All the orc legions bore a palpable sense of burden as they retreated, discarding their armor and weapons in disarray. Is the Dragon Abyss a place you can enter and exit at will? Long Chen exclaimed, witnessing the favorable turn of battle, his kin's spirits soaring, his heart brimming with exhilaration. The Dragon Clan had endured oppression for far too long. A victory was urgently needed to bolster morale, chase them, annihilate the orc legions, leave no one behind. Long Chen's commanding voice resonated across the skies of the Dragon Abyss, prompting the Dragon Clan to pursue relentlessly. Within just an hour, the vast orc army was utterly vanquished. The grounds of a dragon abyss were strewn with bodies in this defensive battle. The dragon clan achieved an unprecedented victory. The orcs have been defeated. We are victorious. Long live the Dragon King for eternity. Gratitude to the dragon ancestor for the divine decree. The entire dragon clan erupted in fervor, tears of joy glistening in their eyes. For a century, the dragon clan had endured in humiliation. Suffering countless defeats today, they finally released a long-suppressed grievance. What a thrilling triumph. Long Lai tossed the failed escapee, the black serpent, beside Long Chen with a thud. My lord Dragon King, this fellow attempted to flee, and I brought him back. How shall we deal with him? The black serpent trembled violently. Though he was a general of the Orc Legion, he was exceedingly cowardly. His rise to command was solely due to his habitual lurking at the rear, seizing opportunities when his comrades weakened the enemy leaders, darting forth at the last moment to claim glory. What a shameless individual, fearful of death and greedy for merit. Today, having breached the gates of the Dragon Abyss, he understood that the Dragon Clan's strength had nearly been exhausted, prompting him to directly challenge Long Chen. Capturing Long Chen would grant him monumental acclaim. Perhaps he would never need to fight again in his lifetime, but he chose to take a perilous gamble, yet he never anticipated such a result. Regret consumed him. Kneeling before Long Chen, the black serpent quivered. Lord Dragon King, spare my life. I am well versed in the affairs of the Orc clan. If you do not slay me, I shall divulge everything you wish to know. I, the black serpent, am willing to serve as your devoted servant, tirelessly devoted to your service. Long Chen cast a disdainful glance at the black serpent. This creature possessed a strong will to survive. Before he could utter a word, the black serpent began to pledge his loyalty and offer intelligence about the Orc clan. How could such a person still be permitted to lead troops within the Orc clan? Ah, intriguing indeed. However, since the black serpent had broached the subject, Long Chen deemed it necessary to inquire about the Orc clan's circumstances. The Dragon clan had been confined within the Dragon Abyss for 30 years. Information from the outside world had become scarce, leaving them in a state of ignorance regarding the Orc clan's development. How much territory has the Orc clan occupied, and what are their population and military strength? Long Chen inquired. Upon hearing Long Chen's question, the black serpent's heart leapt with joy. Long Chen's willingness to engage him in conversation indicated that he still held some value. As long as he was deemed useful, he would not meet his demise so swiftly. The black serpent ingratiatingly remarked, "Esteemed Dragon King, the Orcish race has, over a century, expanded its territories and flourished. We now command 12 grand cities, with nearly 500,000 of our kin and a formidable army of 200,000 orc warriors." Chapter 4. The Ancestral Dragon's Nest and the Transformation Pool. Long Chen inhaled sharply, his mind racing back 30 years to a time when the orc race boasted merely 200,000 souls, a mere 50,000 soldiers occupying 4 grand cities. Has it truly developed into such a formidable force in merely 3 decades? The thought was terrifying. Meanwhile, the dragon race has regressed to the brink of extinction. How many formidable warriors does the orc race possess? Long Chen inquired gravely, fully aware that the defeat of the invading 10,000-strong army was merely the beginning of a tumultuous storm yet to come. The dragon race would face even graver trials ahead. The mightiest among the orcs was the Orc King, who had ascended to the 5th realm of the harmonization stage. Following him were 4 elders at the initial stage of harmonization, and beneath them were 8 leaders, akin to myself, each at the 9th level of the void refinement stage, commanding their elite orc legions. As he listened, Long Chen's astonishment grew. The orc race was vast in number and fortified by 5 harmonization stage warriors, while the strongest among the dragons was merely the 9th level of the void refinement, a mere savage magical ape. 1 harmonization stage warrior could easily vanquish 10 at the 9th level of void refinement. Are you speaking the truth? Long Chen gazed down at the kneeling Jiao Long. Great Dragon King, how could I dare to deceive you? Every word is true. Jiao Long replied cautiously. I have laid bare all before you. Does that qualify me to be your servant? Have I promised you such a thing? Long Chen replied with a smile that was not quite a smile, observing Jiao Long's evident discomfort. Indeed, Long Chen had made no commitments. It was Jiao Long who, in a desperate bid for mercy, had divulged everything. His complexion darkened significantly. Suddenly, Long Chen's voice rang out. Drag him down and execute him. Such cowardly wretches had no place by his side. Jiao Long's heart raced. Great Dragon King, spare me. Spare me, he pleaded, prostrating himself repeatedly. Yet, Long Chen did not cast another glance at him. Long Lai dragged him away, and a scream echoed as Jiao Long met a gruesome fate. Ding! The task of safeguarding the Dragon Abyss ancestral land has been completed. Congratulations to the host for receiving the task reward: Ancestral Dragon's Nest, Transformation Pool, and Fortune Seed. Fortune value, 100. Instantly, 3 items appeared in the repository. Long Chen examined their attributes one by one. The Ancestral Dragon's Nest could nurture young dragons. With sufficient fortune value, it could rapidly increase the dragon race's population. The Transformation Pool could gather the essence of heaven and earth, accelerating the growth of dragons and shortening their maturation to adulthood, akin to humans, in just 18 years, without affecting their long lifespan. The Fortune Seed could consolidate the fortune of the dragon race, growing through reproduction and victorious wars, eventually sprouting into a fortune tree, eternally safeguarding the dragon race's longevity. These are indeed splendid treasures. Long Chen rejoiced. The reproductive rate of the dragon race was far too slow. It took a millennium to nurture a single adult dragon, while humans, beasts, or even celestial beings required merely a year or 2 of gestation, maturing in roughly 20 years. A millennium is ample time for propagation to reach billions. The dragon race bears no comparison to this. With the emergence of the ancestral dragon nest and the transformation pool, the issue of dragon proliferation has been resolved. This marks the foundation of the dragon race's resurgence. The fortune of the dragon race was stripped away by the celestial deities, leading to the flourishing of humanity and the decline of the dragons. Bereft of fortune's protection, the dragons not only face the covetous gazes of other races, but more critically, due to their prolonged lifespans, every millennium brings forth the calamity of lifespan tribulation. The existence of this tribulation has led to the demise of many dragon strongmen over the span of 50,000 years. Otherwise, the dragon race would not have fallen to such depths. With the Seed of Fortune, the terrifying lifespan tribulation might be evaded, provided that the seed absorbs sufficient fortune. Thus, the value of fortune is fundamental to the development of the dragon race. By cultivating their kin through fortune, enhancing their military strength, and subsequently waging wars to accumulate more fortune, they can continuously cultivate their kin and bolster their forces in an unending cycle. This is the rhythm of the dragon race's dominion over the continent. Indeed, it resembles the struggle for supremacy among emperors. However, as the Dragon King, it is not only about conquest. I must also elevate my own cultivation, correct? System, what kind of upgrade system have you arranged for me? Although, as a youthful Dragon King, he has already entered the divine transformation realm as the king of a race. One must possess the power to suppress an era with a mere wave of the hand. Were it not for his father's demise a century ago, he would not have been qualified to ascend to the throne of the Dragon King with his current cultivation. The host need not cultivate independently. As the Dragon King who governs the dragon race, the cultivation of his kin will enhance his own prowess. The more kin he has, the faster his cultivation will grow. The system responded, and excitement surged through Long Chen. Is this not the legendary method of lazy cultivation? With billions of kin at his disposal, he could lie back and attain divinity, suppressing an entire era. The dragon race must rise. Long Chen clenched his fists, brimming with confidence and anticipation for the future. He commanded Long Lai and Long Ao to oversee the reconstruction of the Dragon Abyss Gate and strengthen its defenses. Subsequently, Long Chen ordered Long Hong and Long Xinghe to accompany him to the depths of the Dragon Abyss, to the Hidden Dragon Gorge. Beneath the Hidden Dragon Gorge lies the Dragon Spring. The ancestors of the dragon race relied on the Dragon Spring for their growth and expansion, but regrettably, it is now depleted, rendering the Hidden Dragon Gorge a desolate wasteland. Dragon King, what brings you to the Hidden Dragon Gorge? Long Hong inquired, puzzled. Long Chen pondered briefly, then declared, the dragon ancestor has issued a divine decree, not only aiding us in overcoming this crisis, but also bestowing upon us the ancestral dragon nest, the transformation pool, and the Seed of Fortune. Soon, the Hidden Dragon Gorge will once again bear the future of the dragon race. His words resonated with the unique nobility and confidence inherent to the dragon race. Hearing this, Long Hong and Long Xinghe trembled slightly. Dragon King, is this truly the case? Long Chen did not respond, but directly clicked to construct the ancestral dragon nest and the transformation pool from the system's repository. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of light illuminated the entire Hidden Dragon Gorge. The barren valley of the Dragon Spring began to bubble with the rich essence of heaven and earth, visibly filling the Dragon Spring at a rapid pace. An ancient stele descended from the heavens, the words transformation pool inscribed upon it, exuding a majestic aura. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Transformation Pool expanded to a diameter of 1 kilometer, resembling a vast and expansive lake. The waters of the pool were viscous, flowing with an endless stream of spiritual essence, infused with a formidable aura of life. Within it, the elemental forces of the 5 phases coursed through, occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning, akin to a boundless ocean. At the heart of the Dragon Transformation Pool, A colossal tree with a diameter of 100 meters broke through the water's surface, its branches sprawling in all directions, casting a magnificent shade. Lush and verdant, the thick branches bore numerous nests resembling bird-s abodes, leaving one in awe. Long Chen was profoundly struck by the scene before him. He had initially envisioned the dragon transformation pool as merely a swimming pool-sized basin, but to his astonishment, it was a lake. The ancestral dragon nest resembled the celestial tree, nourished by the spiritual energy gathered from the dragon transformation pool. Good heavens, this was even more expansive than the dragon spring of old. The ancestral dragon nest. So it was indeed the legendary celestial tree. Upon its branches resided myriad races, yet now it served as the nurturing spirit of my dragon kin. Long live the Dragon King, for eternity. Chapter 5. The creation of warriors Long Hong and Long Xinghe knelt in reverence, tears streaming down their faces. As the last remnants of the dragon lineage, they had witnessed the rise and fall of their kind. And now they were destined to witness the resurgence of the dragons once more. Is this truly the celestial tree? Long Chen gazed upon the ancestral dragon nest. Despite its flourishing appearance, he sensed a lack of vitality and vigor. System, how does the ancestral dragon nest nurture new life? Long Chen inquired. The host need only allocate fortune value to the ancestral dragon nest, and it will automatically nurture life, the system responded. How much fortune value do I possess? As soon as he uttered the question, the system displayed Long Chen's data panel. Host, Long Chen identity, Dragon King realm, first heaven of divine transformation equipment, eternal dragon pattern rope structures, ancestral dragon nest. Dragon transformation pool legion, 1121 dragon blood warriors, 432 spirit dragon mages spirit stones, 8,000 fortune, 1699 Long Chen reviewed the details of his fortune value. Summoning dragon blood warriors and spirit dragon mages had collectively increased his fortune by 1,400 points, with a task completion reward of 100 points. Plus the original 199 points he already possessed, totaling exactly 1,699 points. How much fortune value is needed to nurture a young dragon? Long Chen asked. The system soon presented a detailed page. Dragon blood warriors, primary combat unit, possessing robust physiques and immense strength, serving as the backbone of the military. Consumption, 100 points. Earth element spirit dragon mages, support unit, adept builders within the dragon race, skilled in constructing palaces and military fortifications. Consumption, 500 points. Wood element spirit dragon mages, support unit. Revered as the earth dragon, proficient in cultivation, continuously providing essential sustenance for frontline troops. Consumption, 1,000 points. Fire element mages, area attack unit. Physically frail, yet wielding powerful fire-based abilities, excelling in long-range, large-scale fire assaults, with formidable lethality. Consumption, 2,000 points. Ice element spirit dragon mages, crowd control unit, physically frail, mastering potent ice-based powers, skilled in remote troop control and adept at orchestrating the rhythm of warfare. A formidable legion of 4,000 awaits. A lengthy roster of units lies ahead. With only 699 points of fortune, one can merely nurture the fundamental dragon blood warriors and logistic troops, sighed Long Chen. It was evident to him that the spirit dragon mage served as the heart of the dragon clan. Yet the most pressing scarcity within the clan was precisely the spirit dragon mage. The dragon blood warriors, akin to infantry, could engage in frontline combat while also serving as laborers and transporters for logistical needs. Despite possessing considerable solo combat capabilities, they faltered in the chaos of large-scale warfare, suffering the greatest casualties among the ranks. Let us first nurture a wood element spirit dragon mage and an earth element spirit dragon mage, Long Chen decided, selecting the respective icons for both. Ding. Nurturing a wood element spirit dragon mage consumes 1,000 points of fortune. Ding. Nurturing a earth element spirit dragon mage, it consumes 500 points of fortune. The dragon eggs have been dispatched to the ancestor dragon nest. Long Chen gazed upward, where two large dragon eggs, each approximately 1 meter in diameter and radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, resided within the lower chambers of the ancestor dragon nest. Long Hong and Long Xinghe were utterly astonished. A 7-colored dragon egg. Is it possible that it harbors the spirit dragon mage? Long Xinghe quivered, exclaiming, Great Lord of Dragons, may you live for eons. Our dragon clan has birthed new life at last. Suddenly, with a crack, the dragon egg shattered, and with 2 tender dragon roars, 2 1-meter-long hatchlings emerged. The young dragons joyfully spiraled around the ancestor dragon nest before diving into the dragon transformation pool, eagerly drinking the essence of heaven and earth contained within. Their diminutive bodies quickly swelled into round spheres of adorability. Meanwhile, Long Chen's fortune points plummeted sharply. dropping from 199 to 0 in the blink of an eye. A twitch at the corner of his mouth revealed the harsh truth. Consuming the liquid from the dragon transformation pool also required fortune points. Indeed, this was not a game for the impoverished. He must strive to accumulate fortune points. Once satiated, the two hatchlings returned to their nest. Curling up and falling into a deep slumber, they required time to absorb the essence they had consumed. Ding! It has been detected that the host's fortune points have diminished to 0. With such low fortune, even drinking water could prove fatal. It is advised that the host exchange spirit stones for fortune points. The system chimed. Spirit stones can be exchanged for fortune points? Indeed. Spirit stones can be exchanged at a ratio of 10 to 1. Let us exchange them all, Long Chen declared without hesitation. Entails? Individuals with insufficient fortune often met dire fates, struck by lightning, suffering fatal falls, or choking on chicken bones. He certainly did not wish to share their misfortune. Ding. Consuming 8,000 spirit stones, 800 fortune points have been exchanged. What a relief. Long Chen was elated beyond measure. It turned out that besides nurturing clan members and achieving victory in warfare, fortune points could also be acquired through exchanges. Henceforth, when waging war, a policy of complete plunder must be implemented. As the dragon clan continues to grow, the demand for fortune value will only increase. With the avenue of exchanging spirit stones, Long Chen no longer needs to worry about insufficient fortune value. Moreover, there are fortune seeds. Long Chen clicked to use the fortune seed, which swiftly flew into his dantian. Hovering above it, the fortune seed is actually planted within me? This means I alone bear the fortune of the dragon clan. Long Chen suddenly felt an immense pressure. However, with the fortune seed, he is the child of fortune, one whom even the heavenly path cannot vanquish. Setting a modest goal, he aims to conquer the stars and the seas. A brilliant golden light sparkled in Long Chen's dragon eyes. With a mere thought, he transformed into a colossal golden five-clawed dragon, plunging into the dragon transformation pool. Greedily devouring the essence of heaven and earth, the essence nourished his dragon form, with golden lightning crackling and intertwining around him, producing a sizzling sound. Boom, boom, boom. After a series of explosive sounds, Long Chen's cultivation broke through. Second level of transformation. In an instant, he advanced a realm, albeit at the cost of 600 fortune value. Reluctant to cease, he transformed back into human form and landed before Long Hong and Long Xinghe. The two elders joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations, Lord Dragon King, on your elevated cultivation." Long Chen pondered briefly. Has the battlefield been cleared? It has been cleaned up, Long Hong replied respectfully. How many spirit stones were seized from the orc encampment? A total of 108,000. Move them all to my quarters. Furthermore, relay the order, from today onward. All dragon blood warriors and spirit dragon mages may enter the dragon transformation pool for cultivation. However, they must not consume the essence of heaven and earth without permission. Only with my blessing may they partake. Upon entering the dragon transformation pool, he discovered that as long as he refrained from drinking the essence, he would not expend fortune value. Merely soaking, while only 1% as effective as drinking, proved to be enduring. Its efficacy exceeded that of solitary cultivation by more than tenfold. Thank you for your grace, Lord Dragon King, Long Hong bowed. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. This time, the orc army was completely annihilated, and the orc race would not let this go easily. Dispatch several stealthy shadow-type spirit dragon mages to monitor the movements of the orc clan at all times. Report immediately at the first sign of trouble. All legions must remain vigilant and not slack off. Rest assured, Lord Dragon King, we will make the necessary arrangements. Chapter 6. The first shot fired the 108,000 spirit stones were swiftly delivered to Long Chen's quarters. He exchanged them for 10,800 fortune value. 1,000 fortune value was absorbed by the fortune seed, while the remaining 9,000 was awarded to the diligent spirit dragon mages and dragon blood warriors for consuming the essence in the dragon transformation pool. In just 1 hour, over 100 dragon blood warriors broke through their cultivation. Dragon blood warrior breakthrough. Experience value 1,000 dragon blood warrior breakthrough. Experience value 1,000 dragon spirit mage breakthrough. Experience value 2,000 dragon spirit mage breakthrough. Experience value 3,000 ding. Congratulations to the host on their ascension to the third tier of the divine transformation realm. Dragon Chen, relishing in the ease of his breakthrough, finds this to be a kind of indulgence, though, indeed, it is a collective effort of his entire lineage. As night deepens, the surroundings of Dragon Abyss are stealthily observed by the Mosquito Clan, Imp People, Spider Tribe, and other alien races, all intrigued by the Dragon Clan. How could the Dragon Clan have vanquished the Beastmen army? It seems implausible. Surely, there must be some formidable restrictions within Dragon Abyss. However, With the destruction of the Dragon Abyss Gate, the moment for our ambush has arrived. Although the glory of the Dragon Clan is waned, their scales, flesh, and bones are treasures in themselves. We must hasten back to report to the clan leader and take advantage of this opportunity to strike the dragons while they are down and reap our rewards. The various clans, filled with glee, quietly retreat. On the following day, as the morning sun rises, 2 Earth Elemental Dragon Mages have restored the war-ravaged Dragon Abyss Gate and Palace, erecting towering fortifications. The entire Dragon Abyss is rejuvenated. After a series of relentless battles, the Dragon Clan finally finds a moment to breathe. In the Dragon King's Hall, Dragon Emo, the Earth Elemental Dragon Mage, reports, "My Lord Dragon King, the damaged Dragon Abyss Gate and Palace have been fully restored. However, the protective formations are shattered, and the Clan's Dragon Pattern Formation Masters have nearly all perished, rendering the arrays irreparable. Without the support of formations, the earthen structures are ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of the Beastmen." Long Chen furrows his brow slightly. The dragon patterns represent the pinnacle of the Dragon Clan's formations and were their strongest asset. During the Divine Demonic War, the Dragon Pattern Masters were the first to face the wrath of the Celestials and the demonic race, leading to their near annihilation. Most critically, the texts on dragon patterns have been incinerated, severing the transmission of their legacy. The protective grand formation of Dragon Abyss was established by their ancestors, and the current Dragon Clan is utterly incapable of deploying the dragon pattern formations. Can the ancestor dragon nest nurture dragon pattern masters? Long Chen immediately examines the roster of troops. Indeed, there are dragon pattern masters available, albeit requiring 5,000 luck points. Quite costly. I shall devise a way to procure the dragon pattern masters, Long Chen assures himself. As long as I can acquire spirit stones, this will be manageable. The most direct method to obtain spirit stones and luck is to initiate a war. Ding. A war mission is released. The Dragon Clan faces imminent peril from the Beastmen Legion, with several alien strongholds encircling a 5,000-meter radius around Dragon Abyss, all eyeing the dragons hungrily. For the safety of the Dragon Clan, the host is urged to take the initiative and dispatch the Dragon Army to eradicate the alien strongholds within this radius, thereby firing the first shot in the resurgence of the Dragon Clan. Mission completion reward, Dragon Pattern Guardian Array. Just as the thought of waging war crosses my mind, the system issues a mission. The system truly understands me. Yet, the phrase fire the first shot sounds rather peculiar. Dragon Lie, Dragon AO? Long Chen's voice resonates with authority. The 2 Dragon Blood warriors immediately step forward, at your command. The shattered defensive array of our clan poses a significant threat from the alien races within a 5,000-meter radius. You 2 shall lead 500 Dragon Blood warriors, 10 Elemental Dragon Mages, and 4 Savage Demonic Apes, and drive out and eliminate all regardless of race. From this day forth, we of the Dragon Clan shall reclaim our rightful territory. Dragon Lie complies. Dragon AO complies. The reconnaissance hawks, tamed by the Dragon Clan, circled high above the ground, surveying the expanse of 5,000 meters. Long AO and Long Lie divided their forces to eliminate the foreign tribes. The Ant-Man clan was amassing troops, poised for a surprise attack on the Dragon Clan. However, before they could launch their assault, the Dragon Army preemptively struck. It was the savage demon apes. When did the Dragon Clan ever possess such beasts? Chaos erupted among the Ant-Man ranks. Although the Dragon Clan had fallen from grace, they still towered over the feeble foreign tribes, akin to a withered camel being larger than a horse. The Ant-Men lingered around the Dragon Clan, occasionally scavenging for opportunities to strike at isolated dragon warriors. Their plan for a lightning-fast raid aimed to eliminate a few dragons before retreating. Yet, they did not anticipate the Dragon Clan's proactive offensive. Long AO, this is the territory of our Ant-Man clan. You have crossed the boundary. The Ant Emperor bellowed coldly. Long AO scoffed. The territory of the Ant-Men? Once, the Dragon Abyss spanned billions of miles, a domain of dragons, ants, beastmen, and even the arrogant humans have all been under the protection of the Dragon Clan. Ant Emperor, take your kin and vacate the dragon territory at once. Those who refuse shall face merciless execution. Long AO's voice resonated powerfully. Billions of miles of Dragonland. What a jest. The current Dragon Clan has been beaten into hiding within the Dragon Abyss. They are no longer the dragons of old. If I refuse to retreat, what will you do? The Ant-Men pledge loyalty to the Beastmen. If you dare to harm my Ant-Man clan, the Beastmen will obliterate the Dragon Abyss. Long AO's expression turned grave as he retorted. You have been given an opportunity, yet you squander it. Attack. Annihilate the Ant-Men without a single survivor. I wish to see how the Beastmen will flatten my Dragon Abyss. With Long AO's command, the savage demon apes surged forward, trampling everything in their path with their mighty forms. The Dragon Blood warriors followed closely, their blood surging with fervor. Fire elemental spirit dragon mages unleashed torrents of fire, ruthlessly assaulting the Ant-Man. Long Ao transformed into a divine dragon, his colossal claws descending to crush the Ant Emperor into a mere pulp. Nothing but a trifling matter. Long Ao, now in human form, relished the moment. In mere minutes, the 1,000-strong Ant-Man tribe was decimated. Subsequently, Long Ao led his forces towards the next Ant-Man stronghold. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Clan for exterminating the Ant-Man. Fortune value 100. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Clan for annihilating the Silk Cave. Fortune value 100. Ding! Congratulations to the Dragon Clan for vanquishing the blood-sucking mosquitoes. Fortune value 200. The surrounding foreign tribes were swiftly eradicated. Long Chen stood atop the Dragon Abyss Gate, surveying the series of small-scale conflicts. At that moment, a wind elemental spirit dragon mage appeared behind Long Chen. Your Majesty, we have detected a retreating force of 800 beastmen 5 miles to the west. A retreating force? Long Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, the beastmen have been aggressively expanding their territory and are currently engaged in battles with 4 tribes. This retreating force belongs to the Wolfman commander, Lone Wolf's Wolf Legion, which has been defeated by the Sandman. The wind elemental spirit dragon mage, Long Chen Gu, explained. Long Chen grinned. This opportunity for fortune value is not to be missed. Long Hong, assemble 100 dragon blood warriors, 5 spirit dragon mages, and 1 savage demon ape. I am determined to personally eradicate this defeated horde of 800 orcs. Indeed, soon, the squad was fully assembled. Long Chen led the 100-man team westward. Chapter 7. The Wolf Legion. The Orc Legion, known as the Wolf Legion, was drenched in blood, their condition utterly disheveled. The Lone Wolf commander remarked, in merely 2 miles, we shall unite with the Dragon Commander. At last, we have evaded the pursuit of the Sand People, a truly deranged bunch. One werewolf added. The Lone Wolf seethed with anger. How infuriating. I, the Lone Wolf, have fought for a decade without tasting defeat, yet I am driven into retreat by the Sand People. Accelerate our pace. We must swiftly join forces with the Dragon Commander. Lord Snake Emperor has commanded him to lead 5,000 troops to conquer the Dragon Clan. And it should be nearly time. The Lone Wolf eagerly anticipated witnessing the Sand People begging for mercy, while the Lone Wolf envisioned a promising future, brimming with confidence. A Dragon Clan team suddenly appeared on the horizon. Commander, that is a Dragon Clan, exclaimed a nearby werewolf soldier. Instantly, the entire army went on high alert, preparing for battle. The Lone Wolf's expression darkened momentarily but soon relaxed, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is no need for alarm. Why? Given our current condition, a werewolf began, but the Lone Wolf interjected. The Dragon Abyss is the last bastion of the Dragon Clan. They are holed up within it. Their departure from the Abyss indicates one thing. They have been routed by the Dragon Commander. They are but remnants of a defeated army. They could not have imagined encountering us here. If we ambush them, it would be a great achievement. The Snake Emperor will not blame us for our defeat at the hands of the Sand People. Rather, it will serve to atone for our failures. This is a tremendous opportunity bestowed upon us by fate. Upon hearing this, the werewolves erupted in joy, their spirits soaring. Commander is right. Let us conquer the Dragon Clan. It seems there are even a few female dragons among them. We have yet to savor the taste of dragon flesh. The Lone Wolf licked his lips, exclaiming, damn it. I have yet to indulge. Then let us charge forth. With renewed fervor, the werewolves hastened their advance toward the Dragon Clan team. You remnants of the Dragon Clan, you shall not escape. The Lone Wolf declared confidently at the forefront of the 800 Lone Wolf Legion. Drop your weapons and surrender willingly. Long Chen raised his hand, signaling for a halt. Instantly, the Dragon Clan team ceased their advance. Long Chen assessed the approaching Lone Wolf group, the overwhelming stench of blood assaulting his senses. Furrowing his brow, he found himself bewildered. Why should we flee? Has this Lone Wolf commander lost his wits? This narrative does not align. Remnants of a defeated army? My dear fellow, you are the true remnants. Humph. Why should we flee? The Dragon Clan has reached a dead end, with obstacles ahead and pursuers behind. We shall soon be caught in a pincer movement. The Lone Wolf patiently explained to Long Chen. The Dragon Commander's pursuers will arrive shortly. You must be the young Dragon King. If you wish to avoid the annihilation of your entire clan, now is the time to surrender. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. Should you yield, I shall spare your lives. As he spoke, his gaze wandered over several enchanting spirit dragon sorceresses, drooling with desire. The allure of the dragon maidens is indeed unparalleled. Their skin, taut and radiant, their long legs straight and sculpted, devoid of any excess flesh. That waist, that bosom. That face, exquisite. The Lone Wolf's expression gradually turned lecherous. The Serpent Dragon Legion? Dragon Chen suddenly understood. This fellow considered himself a cowardly deserter. How intriguing. Dragon Chen chuckled and remarked, "It seems Chief Lone Wolf is not very well informed." "What do you mean?" The Lone Wolf retorted sharply. "Yesterday, I inadvertently annihilated the Serpent Dragon Legion," Dragon Chen stated nonchalantly. The Lone Wolf's body trembled in disbelief. After a moment, he exclaimed, "You must be joking. You think you could defeat the Serpent Dragon Legion? Stop pretending. You won't be able to maintain this charade in front of me. I speak nothing but the truth." Dragon Chen replied with a hint of exasperation. It's disheartening when honesty is met with skepticism. The Lone Wolf remained skeptical, scrutinizing Dragon Chen and his companions closely. They bore no signs of bloodshed, nor did they carry any treasures or belongings. They certainly did not appear to be fleeing. Could it be? A sense of foreboding gripped him. How had he overlooked these discrepancies earlier? Damn it. He had let his excitement cloud his judgment. Nevertheless, years of warfare experience kept him composed as he declared, "Even if you defeated the Serpent Dragon Legion, what does it matter? Today, you face me, the Lone Wolf. This is your doom. All troops, heed my command. Attack." The Lone Wolf, recognizing the precariousness of his situation, unhesitatingly charged into battle. Securing the initiative in combat is already half the victory. The 800 war wolves surged forward in an instant. The members of the Warwolf Legion, renowned for their speed, ferocity, and flawless teamwork, descended like lightning, dividing into 3 waves. The first wave consisted of the strongest wolf warriors. The second wave comprised the swiftest hunters, and the third wave included wolf mages. The wolf warriors tore through the enemy's defenses, the hunters swiftly reaped lives, and the wolf mages provided support from behind. Their coordination was impeccable, though merely remnants of a defeated army. The combat prowess displayed by the Warwolf Legion far surpassed that of the Serpent Dragon Legion. Primordial Savage Apes. Charge. Dragon Chen commanded swiftly. Boom. The primordial savage apes stepped forward instantly, their fists crashing down from above, sending the first wave of wolf warriors flying. The power of the primordial savage apes, at the 9th tier of the Void Refinement realm, was beyond what any ordinary wolf could withstand. With a single punch, they shattered the wolf's classic formation. The Lone Wolf's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the primordial savage apes. He had previously noticed their presence but had dismissed them, considering them mere beasts of the Dragon Clan. His full attention had been focused on Long Hong, who stood beside Dragon Chen. He firmly believed that Long Hong was the strongest among the group. If he could eliminate Long Hong, Long Chen and the others would surely be defeated. Just as he prepared to launch an attack on Long Hong, he was taken aback by the sheer terror of the savage demon ape's power. Among the 800 warriors of the Wolf Legion, only the Lone Wolf had reached the 9th level of the Void Refinement stage. Originally, he had 4 capable subordinates at the same level, but they had perished in battle against the Sand People while safeguarding his retreat. The Dragon Clan boasted 2 formidable Void Refinement experts, yet the Wolf Legion had him alone. Considering the Dragon Clan's robust physique and natural combat prowess, the Lone Wolf assessed the odds of victory to be nearly non-existent and made a swift decision to retreat. The Wolf Legion obeyed the command and withdrew in an instant, demonstrating a remarkable skill honed through countless battles. As they retreated, their formation swiftly shifted. The Wolf Mage, originally in the 3rd tier, advanced to the front to cast a barrier, isolating the Dragon Clan from the Wolf Legion. The Wind Mage of the Wolf Clan bestowed a blessing of speed upon the entire army, while the Ice Mage unleashed frost to hinder the Dragon Clan's movement. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf Legion had retreated to a distance of 100 meters, their speed astonishing. The Lone Wolf's voice echoed with resentment. "Dragon Clan, I shall repay this grievance 100-fold in the future." Observing the Wolf Legion's seamless coordination, Long Chen felt a surge of admiration. If the Dragon Clan could exhibit such unity, they would be invincible against the Wolf Legion. Yet admiration aside, he could not allow the Lone Wolf and his comrades to escape unscathed. "You have no future," he commanded. "Pursue." At Long Chen's order, the Dragon Blood Warriors transformed into dragons, soaring into the air in pursuit. The Earth Spirit Dragon Mage manipulated rocks to erect towering barriers within a radius of 1,000 meters. The Wood Spirit Dragon Mage summoned terrifying ancient vines that erupted from the ground like serpents, wildly ensnaring the fleeing Wolf Legion. The Savage Demon Ape leaped with tremendous force, its 10-meter-tall form soaring to an astonishing height of 100 meters, landing directly in front of the Wolf Legion and blocking their path. The Orc Clan had hunted the Dragon Clan for a century. It was time to collect some interest. "Kill. Leave not a single one alive." Long Chen's voice rang out, cold and resolute. Chapter 8. The first encounter with the Beastmaster. The Wolf Legion found themselves caught in a pincer attack between the Savage Demon Ape and the Dragon Blood Warriors. The Savage Demon Ape trampled ruthlessly, crushing several wolf warriors with each step. The Dragon Blood Warriors, fueled by dragon fire, wielded their dragon spears for lethal strikes, while the Spirit Dragon Mages directed fireballs that plummeted and exploded, harvesting the Wolf Legion's ranks. Yet even in such dire circumstances, the Wolf Legion maintained their composure. The hunters advanced to the frontier, escorting the wolf mages to safety, while the wolf warriors formed a human wall in the final third tier to cover their retreat. Though this was merely a skirmish, it was extraordinarily brutal. The Wolf Legion displayed remarkable resilience, fighting fiercely for their survival. However, beneath the relentless trampling of the savage demon apes, no matter how harmoniously the Wolf Legion coordinated their efforts, they were inevitably doomed to annihilation. The once formidable cohort of 800 warriors rapidly dwindled to a mere 30, encircling the lone wolf for protection. Enraged to the core, the lone wolf could scarcely believe that after narrowly escaping the pursuit of the Sand People, he would ultimately fall prey to the Dragon Clan. You think you can kill me? I, the lone wolf, have braved countless battles. If I must perish today, I shall ensure you suffer dearly. With a visage contorted into a fierce grimace, he unsheathed his wolf blade. In an instant, his form expanded to 3 meters, a grotesque fusion of man and wolf. Old Nine, it appears we may not survive this time. Reveal your forbidden magic. Let the storm rage with unparalleled ferocity. The wolf mage known as Old Nine also transformed, his body swelling dramatically. Then let us engage in one final battle. Commander, Old Nine will give his all to protect you. You must flee. We shall hold them back. With fervor, Old Nine chanted an incantation, his life force igniting in a fervent blaze, his aura soaring to new heights. Cascades of blessing light descended, enveloping the remnants of the Wolf Legion. In that fleeting moment, their morale surged. Farewell, Commander. Old Nine raised his hand, casting a radiant sphere that shielded the lone wolf and propelled him to safety behind the battleground. The remaining 30 were resolved to launch a final, desperate assault against Long Chen and his allies. The clash between the two armies was fierce. Long Hong, who had remained by Long Chen's side, finally took action. As a golden elemental dragon mage, Long Hong raised his left arm, a shimmering radiance materializing into a golden dragon bow. Draw he aimed at Old Nine. A golden arrow coalesced atop the bow, and with a swift release, it shot forth like a comet, caught off guard by the suddenness of the attack. Old Nine had no time to react before his head was pierced, resulting in instant death. Old Nine, the lone wolf howled in despair. In that moment, Long Hong drew his bow once more, this time targeting the lone wolf. Gritting his teeth, the lone wolf recognized that Old Nine had sacrificed himself to afford him a chance at survival. He could not betray that goodwill. He would seek revenge, but not now. Dragons. One day, the Orc clan will trample the Dragon Abyss. Await your reckoning. With a fierce declaration, the lone wolf unleashed his speed to the utmost. Fleeing into the distance, Long Hong loosed another arrow, yet the lone wolf adeptly evaded the fatal strike, sustaining only a wound to his left shoulder before vanishing into the nearby thicket. Long Chen, with a swift motion, pursued him, with Long Hong guarding his flanks. The lone wolf dashed through the forest, but the agonizing pain in his shoulder hindered his speed significantly. Sensing Long Chen drawing closer, he gritted his teeth and spun around, slashing toward Long Chen. Wolf Moon Slash. The razor-sharp blade surged toward its target, but Long Chen merely flicked his finger. A terrifying force of the Dragon King materialized, shattering the blade's trajectory in an instant. Long Hong was about to take action when Long Chen interjected, "Allow me." Having traversed to this realm, he had yet to fully savor the magnitude of his own power. Let this lone wolf be the herald of his prowess. A mysterious smile graced Long Chen's lips as he stepped forward, instantly appearing beside the lone wolf. As the Dragon King, Long Chen bore the most noble bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The Golden Dragons were the rarest among their kin, possessing not only formidable physical strength but also mastery over elemental powers. It could be said that Long Chen epitomized the fusion of a ferocious dragon blood warrior and an elemental dragon mage, being a master of all elements. What he had just executed was a spatial spell, allowing him to close the distance in an instant. It was exhilarating. "You have no escape," Long Chen declared. The lone wolf's expression darkened, and he retorted coldly, "A mere trifling at the third tier of the transformation realm dares to act presumptuously before me. You seek death." As a commander, he possessed the cultivation of the 9th tier of the void refinement realm, far surpassing Long Chen by several levels. Suffering through his pain, the lone wolf unleashed razor-sharp claws aimed at Long Chen's heart. Yet, Long Chen did not flinch, allowing the claws to pierce his flesh. However, as the claws made contact, a tremendous force erupted from the ancient dragon pattern robe, shattering the lone wolf's attack instantly. The lone wolf was taken aback. Long Chen remarked, "The ancient dragon pattern robe truly lives up to its reputation as a divine artifact. Even a cultivator at the 9th tier of the void refinement realm cannot harm me." The system could not discern the attributes of the robe, leaving Long Chen to explore its capabilities on his own. To his astonishment, its effects exceeded his expectations. With the ancient dragon pattern robe adorning him, battling beyond his level was no longer a mere fantasy. Your value has been entirely expended, he proclaimed, lightly tapping the lone wolf's forehead. The power of time enveloped the lone wolf, and within mere breaths, his skin became wrinkled and withered, his fur turning white. Before he collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Impressive. Long Chen marveled at the sheer might he possessed. Invincible. The Dragon King was indeed formidable, even without the system. His existence was remarkable. Though still youthful, his bloodline was potent. This experience of crossing realms was exhilarating. Such is the fleeting nature of youth, after all. However, beauty fades quickly. Soon, a sharp pain surged through Long Chen's chest, and he felt his vitality waning rapidly. What was happening? A wave of terror washed over him. Sensing the dire situation, Long Hong swiftly infused a surge of dragon essence into Long Chen's body. My lord, is the curse's power manifesting again? You ought to refrain from intervening. Leave such matters to an old man like me. With the infusion of dragon essence, Long Chen felt considerably better and took a moment to regain his composure. A curse? Long Chen scoured his memories, finding no mention of such in the original owner's recollections. Long Hong then explained, after the Dragon Clan's fortune was stripped by the celestial deities, the direct lineage of the Dragon King, the Golden Holy Dragons, were all afflicted by a curse. Their lifespans are rapidly diminishing. Although you, my lord, are merely 800 years old. Your physical form is akin to that of an ancient dragon of 8,000 years. It is best that you refrain from utilizing dragon essence. The utilization of the dragon essence will only hasten the consumption of life. Blast it. Long Chen cursed inwardly. He had previously pondered why the original host had perished, only to discover that it was due to the deterioration of the body. Invincible strength, yet a frail physique. How can the curse be lifted? Long Chen inquired. Long Hong shook his head, taking a deep breath, stating that there was no solution in the lower realm, unless one ascended to the upper realm. However, there is no need for the Dragon King to worry. We are already in search of the ancestral dragon bone. The ancestral dragon bone harbors the essence of the ancestral dragon, which may assist the Dragon King in alleviating the decline of life. Accelerate the search, Long Chen commanded. Damn it, I thought my transmigration had liberated me from the template of a useless being, allowing me to act freely. But now I am informed that I am cursed. What a trap. Just as he was speaking, a snow-white nine-tailed fox suddenly darted out of the forest with a whoosh. The nine-tailed fox was covered in blood. It frantically fled, yet seemed to have reached its limit, crashing to the ground before Long Chen. Long Hong spoke gravely. It is the little princess of the nine-tailed fox clan, Bai Ning. Although the creature was in fox form, Long Chen recognized her at once. The nine-tailed fox clan had some connection with the dragon clan. Bai Ning had once resided in the dragon abyss for a time. She was a cheerful young girl. Long Chen crouched down to check her breath. She was still alive. How did she end up here? Long Chen pondered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, several figures emerged from the jungle, all young people accompanied by various beasts. Beast tamers. The leading young man rubbed his nose, finally catching up. Excuse me. This nine-tailed fox is our captured beast. Please step aside. Long Chen's gaze instantly turned icy. So that is how Bai Ning was injured. These despicable beast tamers. With me here, you shall not take her away. A murderous intent flickered in Long Chen's eyes as he cast a cold glance over the group of beast tamers. Chapter 9. The Nine-Tailed Demon Fox by Ning. Under the chilling gaze of Long Chen, the group of beast tamers felt as though they had entered an ice cellar. It was too cold. The murderous intent was so sharp. Beast tamers emerged as a profession among humanity following the War of Gods and Demons, and has developed into one of the 8 major professions on the Divine Desolation continent, boasting a vast community of practitioners. Beast tamers enhance their combat power through contracts with powerful beasts. Various forests and wildernesses have thus become their hunting grounds for capturing beasts. Numerous races, including the Dragon Clan, have fallen victim to the malicious hands of beast tamers, forcibly bound into servitude, losing their free will. It is precisely because of the existence of beast tamers that various races have grown increasingly wary and resentful of humanity. What? Do you wish to seize this nine-tailed demon fox? The leading male disciple, Imo Ching Feng, mockingly regarded Long Chen, asking if he too was a beast tamer. To be frank, I am Imo Ching Feng, a core disciple of the beast tamer sect. This nine-tailed demon fox is a gift for my senior sister, the saintess, for her coming of age. Could you show some courtesy? Among peers, it is unwise to jeopardize harmony. Imo Chi Feng, however, maintains a courteous demeanor. Were Long Chen a member of the human race, he would certainly not oppose him. Alas, he stands as the Dragon King of his kind. The present Bai Ning remains a childhood friend, rendering the situation rather precarious. Do you fail to comprehend my intent? Long Chen glared coldly at Imo Chi Feng, granting you 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Long Chen restrained his murderous intent. Despite the profound animosity between humans and dragons, he harbored no desire to indiscriminately take a life. Life demands reverence, just as he would not wish for the lives of his kin to be so frivolously extinguished. That is the limit. Vanish from your sight? A disciple beside Imo Qifeng interjected. Do you presume to be someone of significance? We are disciples of the Beast Master Sect. Do you understand? They appeared to take pride in their affiliation with the sect. Is a disciple of the Beast Master Sect truly remarkable? Long Chen remained unmoved. I am the Dragon King. Do I appear boastful? Frog at the bottom of a well. The Beast Master Sect is a first-rate institution. It has the potential to be nominated as a sacred land. Young man, you cannot afford to provoke us. The disciple puffed up with self-importance. Leave this instant, or else Brother Qifeng will become enraged. And you shall find it impossible to depart. You think you can restrain me? Long Chen chuckled, dismissing them as worthless. What did you say? The disciple seethed. Did you not hear? Worthless. Long Chen was on the verge of losing his patience. The disciple, incensed, declared, You seek death. He commanded his pet beast, a blue flame tiger, to attack. The tiger unleashed a terrifying roar and lunged at Long Chen. Long Chen merely hummed in acknowledgement, casting a fleeting glance at the blue flame tiger. In the next moment, the beast trembled and cowered in fear before him. Simultaneously, Long Chen's finger flicked, causing the air temperature to plummet. The disciple's blood crystallized instantly, and countless icy spikes erupted from within him. He collapsed to his knees, uttering a singular word before entirely losing his vital essence. Witnessing this bizarre scene, the disciples of the Beast Master Sect were filled with dread. You dare to kill a member of the Beast Master Sect. Though anger surged within them, none dared to recklessly confront Long Chen. The silent and effortless elimination of one among them spoke volumes of his formidable prowess. Even more perplexing was the sight of the blue flame tiger, which had submitted before him, seemingly stricken with terror. What is happening? The disciples exchanged apprehensive glances. Imo Qifeng forced himself to regain composure, realizing they had encountered a formidable foe. Are you a brother from a sacred land? Such skill can only be exhibited by a prodigy of that caliber. Imo Qifeng speculated that Long Chen was a young powerhouse from a sacred land. With Long Hong by his side as protection, his suspicion was further solidified. Generally, prodigies from sacred lands are accompanied by elders for their safeguarding against unforeseen misfortunes. Brother? Long Chen's voice turned colder. To be labeled as your so-called brother is quite degrading. I granted you a chance for survival, yet you failed to seize it. Having spoken, Long Chen raised his right hand, and the nine-tailed fox on the ground was drawn upward by an unseen force, allowing him to embrace it. Long Hong, Long Chen called out. Kill. His voice was laced with a chilling calmness as he uttered those two words, before he departed with Bai Ning. Upon hearing Long Chen's icy command, Imo Qifeng and his companions were left in stunned silence. What manner of being was this? His lack of compassion was astounding. Observing Long Hong, it was evident that he was a formidable elder by Long Chen's side that could hardly hope to survive should he choose to act. Senior brother, we did not mean to offend. We no longer desire the nine-tailed fox. We beseech you, spare us. Imo Qifeng and his companions trembled violently, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Long Hong. Yet, Long Chen offered no response, continuing to stride forward with resolve. It is over, greedy humans, Long Hong murmured, turning away. In that very instant, all disciples of the Beast Master Sect perished, their cries silenced before they could escape their lips. Long Chen returned to Long Yuan with his Dragon Clan companions, as the system continually relayed notifications of exterminated enemy strongholds. Ding. Congratulations, host, for exterminating the pig demon. Luck value, 100. Ding. Congratulations, host, for eliminating all foreign entities within a 5,000-meter radius, obtaining the Dragon Pattern Guardian Array. Without immediately counting the rewards and spoils of war, Long Chen summoned a water element spirit dragon mage to heal the nine-tailed fox, Bai Ning. Miss Bai Ning, your injuries are grave, the water element spirit dragon mage. Long Yu declared, conjuring a healing light that enveloped Bai Ning. Within the ethereal glow of the healing orb, her grievous wounds began to mend rapidly. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Ning gradually regained consciousness. You're awake, Long Chen said with concern. Bai Ning blinked her long lashes a few times, her vision slowly focusing until she recognized Long Chen's visage. Long Chen, where are we? A sudden blankness clouded her mind upon seeing him. There was joy, yet far more confusion. This is Long Yuan, Long Chen replied. You were pursued by human beast masters, and by fortunate chance, I encountered you. Had I not, the consequences would have been dire. Bai Ning recalled the events preceding her fainting spell. She had been at her most vulnerable, faintly remembering collapsing before a silhouette, which turned out to be Long Chen. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Had she not met Long Chen? She would have awakened as a pet devoid of free will. Thank goodness it was you. Bai Ning expressed her profound gratitude. Thank you for saving my life once more. Long Chen affectionately patted her head and said, silly girl, must you thank me when it comes to us? Bai Ning, a member of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, was but 100 years old, insignificant compared to the long lifespan of the Dragon clan. Yet, in human terms, she was merely 15, prompting Long Chen to always regard her as a younger sister. By the way, weren't you supposed to be at Qingxiu Mountain? How did you end up near Long Yuan? Long Chen inquired with curiosity. Qingxiu Mountain was situated far from the South Wilderness, tens of thousands of miles away from Long Yuan. The solitary appearance of Bai Ning in this place is indeed perplexing. At Qingxiu Mountain, Bai Ning's expression suddenly darkened. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan had vanished. Her body trembled violently, and her delicate hands clutched the bedding tightly, tears cascading down her cheeks. Upon hearing this, Long Chen's dragon form also quivered with intensity. Vanished? Long Chen's voice trembled with disbelief. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan is one of the 4 great clans of the demon race, and even now, it remains remarkably prosperous. Just 6 months prior, the clan had strong warriors stationed at Long Yuan, aiding the Dragon clan in fending off foreign threats. However, it was later rumored that an internal upheaval had occurred within the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, prompting its warriors to return swiftly. During this time, the Dragon clan was preoccupied with resisting the Beast Men, thus losing all contact with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. To his astonishment, when Long Chen encountered Bai Ning again, the clan had been eradicated. Is this related to the upheaval 6 months ago? Long Chen inquired cautiously. Bai Ning fell into silence, and after a long pause, she nodded. The fox ancestor had unexpectedly passed away half a year ago, leading to a fierce power struggle within the clan. The news of the fox ancestor's demise was initially kept under wraps, yet somehow it reached the ears of other clans. The divine monkey son Qitian, the Crow Emperor, and the Black Tiger Emperor simultaneously launched an assault on Qingxiu Mountain. Without the deterrent presence of the fox ancestor, Qingxiu Mountain fell within 2 months. I escaped with my brother, Bai Ning recounted, her chest heaving with sorrow. Observing her pain, Long Chen felt an involuntary pang of compassion. What about your brother? He asked. Bai Ning shook her head. He was killed by the Black Tiger Emperor's men while trying to save me. The atmosphere suddenly became unbearably tense. Without needing to ask, Long Chen could surmise that Bai Ning was likely one of the last surviving members of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and her family from now on. Long Yuan will be your home. Long Chen, lacking in the art of consolation, gently drew Bai Ning into his embrace. Her cheek rested against his sturdy chest, providing her with a profound sense of security. She merely murmured in response and closed her eyes, drifting into slumber in his arms. Long Chen laid her down gently, tucked her in, and arranged for someone to attend to her before leaving with a heavy heart. Upon returning to his quarters, Long Chen checked the system. His fortune value had reached 3,200. A total of 200,000 spirit stones had been confiscated from the foreign stronghold. He directly exchanged the 200,000 spirit stones for 20,000 fortune values, locking the previous 3,200 fortune values to supply the fortune seed. After absorption, the seed finally sprouted short roots and began to germinate. With sufficient fortune value, the fortune seed will soon grow into a tree of fortune, Long Chen mused, subsequently allocating half of the 20,000 fortune values for nurturing his kin and the other half for enhancing their physiques and cultivation levels. The nurturing of the Dragon Pattern Array Master consumed 5,000. With the remaining 5,000, Long Chen birthed 20 Dragon Blood Warriors, 1 Wood Elemental Dragon Mage, and 1 Fire Elemental Dragon Mage. The Elemental Dragon Mages are indeed exceedingly costly. One by one, dragon eggs cracked open within the ancestral dragon nest. However, this time they refrained from plunging headlong into the dragon transformation pool, for otherwise, Long Chen's fortune would likely plummet into the negatives. After joyfully nurturing the Dragon Star River, he burst in with exuberance. Dragon King. The ancestral dragon nest has birthed 23 dragon eggs, among which is a Dragon Pattern Array Master. He danced with joy. Like a child. Understood, Long Chen replied with calm composure. I am grateful for the ancestral dragon's blessings. Before Long Xinghe could speak, 2 adorable toddlers, a boy and a girl, rushed in. Daddy, Daddy, they called in sweet, tender voices, clamoring to leap into Long Chen's embrace, their bright, watery eyes gazing up at him with overwhelming cuteness. Long Chen was momentarily taken aback. Xinghe, whose children are these? The sudden notion of unexpectedly becoming a father left him bewildered. Could it be that the previous owner of this body had been involved in some affair? Well, as a Dragon King, it would only be natural to have several wives, but where are they? His memories revealed nothing. These 2 little dragons transformed into human forms after drinking the essence of the dragon transformation pool, Birthed by the ancestral dragon nest just yesterday, Long Chen explained. By the heavens. Long Chen's head spun. What if the offspring birthed by the ancestral dragon nest began to call him daddy? Those two little ones. I have yet to take a wife. Just call me Dragon King from now on. Long Chen attempted to communicate with the two toddlers. All right, daddy. They chimed in unison. Call me Dragon King, Long Chen insisted. We will be good, daddy, they replied, leaving Long Chen utterly flustered. Realizing he could not alter the perception of these two young dragons, he resigned himself to the situation. Let me give you names, he said thoughtfully. Recognizing the misfortune of these two little ones lacking parents, having been created by the ancestral dragon nest. No. The two protested in unison, we already have names. Names? Who gave you names? Long Chen inquired, puzzled. We don't know. My name is Long Do Do, the little boy proudly declared, placing his hands on his hips, and then pointed to the little girl. She is Long Guogua. Daddy, please take care of us from now on. Long Chen, are these truly children who just hatched from eggs? They are remarkably spirited. After finally managing to send the two toddlers away, Long Chen breathed a sigh of relief, hoping that the next hatchlings wouldn't address him as daddy. The thought of having countless sons but no wife felt rather disheartening. As if a green aura hovered above him. I've been systemically deceived. Long Chen's consciousness sank back into the system, activating the dragon pattern guardian array. In an instant, a mysterious formation descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire dragon lineage in a protective embrace. The dragon pattern guardian array could withstand the assaults of formidable foes. The dragon clan was temporarily secure. Even if the beastmen were to attack again, they would find it impossible to breach the dragon pattern guardian array. Nevertheless, it could only be said that the dragon lineage had managed to establish a foothold for the time being. Long Chen murmured to himself, acknowledging the vast disparity in strength that lay between reclaiming territory from the orc tribe. Moreover, he was acutely aware of the formidable races that surrounded them. Caution was imperative. He retrieved a map of the divine wilderness, pinpointing the location of Long Luan, situated at the confluence of the eastern and southern wilds within a grand canyon. To the east of Long Luan lay the territories of the human race, replete with sects and noble families, while to the west resided the strongholds of the demon race, alien tribes, and orcs. Regardless of the direction the dragon race chose to pursue, the path was fraught with difficulty. The human race thrived excessively, making advancement into the southern wilds the most prudent course of action. To make headway southward, the orc tribe must first be vanquished. Long Chen's gaze sharpened with determination. The next step was the annihilation of the orc tribe. However, before proceeding, he required extensive preparations. After a moment of contemplation, a plan began to form in Long Chen's mind. As night deepened, in the forest 5 miles west of the dragon race, 3 figures descended among the trees. They gazed at the blood-soaked ground, their expressions dark with despair. These were the remains of his fellow disciples, Mo Qing Feng and the others. A young man's voice trembled as he spoke. How could this happen? Among the trio? A gaunt elder clad in green robes dipped his hand into the bloodied earth and inhaled deeply, recognizing the sin of the dragon race. Dare to slay my disciple. Qin Shou. Dragon race. This is not over. Chapter 11. Assault on the orc tribe. The orc tribe's half-human, half-serpent emperor was seething with rage. A pack of worthless fools. A terrifying aura descended upon them, causing the 2 orcs below to tremble uncontrollably. The emperor had just learned that the Jialong Legion had been defeated by the dragon race, and the Wolf Legion sent to assault the Sand People had also been completely annihilated. The loss of 2 commanders was unprecedented, especially the Lone Wolf. She had always placed her utmost trust in the Wolf Legion, given their seamless coordination and exquisite tactics. Yet this time, the Lone Wolf had not returned alive. Immediately mobilized 20,000 troops. First, we shall flatten Long Yuan, then advance against the Sand People. This emperor shall personally lead the charge, avenging our fallen commanders. The emperor could not tolerate the failure of 2 of the most promising campaigns. However, the 2 orcs below found themselves in a predicament, trembling as they spoke. Your Majesty. Is this truly wise? What is unwise about it? The emperor retorted coldly. If a mere dragon race, barely clinging to life, cannot be subdued, I would not have to take the field myself. Your servant means to say, one orc hesitated, that the skeleton race has reinforced the Western Front with 30,000 troops. The pressure on the Western Front has increased significantly, necessitating reinforcements. Currently, we can only spare 40,000 troops, and should your Majesty withdraw, the Western Front may. The orc's voice trailed off abruptly. Upon hearing this, the emperor's expression darkened further, and before he could respond, the orc continued, moreover, we have just received urgent news that the Sand People are advancing towards our tribe in large numbers, and they do not come with good intentions. What? The emperor's countenance shifted dramatically. How many troops do the Sand People possess? 10,000. Curse them. The emperor bellowed, shattering the tea table beside him into splinters. The Serpent Empress originally intended to methodically expand her territory westward, thus amassing an army of nearly 110,000 orcs to confront the skeletal tribe. 5,000 troops were stationed at the border, with an additional 40,000 on standby, ready to conquer smaller factions such as the Dragon Clan. However, as the situation on the Western Front grew increasingly dire, she found herself compelled to dispatch reinforcements. The counterattack from the Sand People could not be underestimated, and her initial plans were thoroughly disrupted. She commanded 2 legions to support the West, gathering a formidable force of 100,000 serpent warriors to engage the Sand People. As for the remnants of the Dragon Clan, they would be dealt with later, once the Sand People had been repelled. In this critical moment, the Serpent Empress was faced with difficult choices. Long Chen had spent an entire night in the Dragon Transformation Pool, where the immense vitality within rejuvenated his weary spirit. Yet, the replenishment of life force was insufficient to keep pace with the rapid depletion, leading him to ponder that, at this rate, he would meet his end within half a year. Since the emergence of the curse's power, he had been acutely aware of his condition, which was far from optimistic. The decline of the Dragon Clan was severe. Their once proud holy dragon bloodline had been utterly severed by this curse. With life in this foreign realm just beginning, Long Chen was determined not to perish so soon. He needed to locate the ancestral dragon bone without delay. Soaring from the Dragon Transformation Pool, enveloped in a radiant golden glow, Long Chen felt an unparalleled sense of comfort. He glanced at the dragon eggs in the ancestral dragon nest, many of which had already begun to crack. Roars echoed through the hidden dragon gorge, as occasionally a great dragon would burst forth from the ancestral nest. Spiraling around the colossal trees, he witnessed with his own eyes the transformation of the dragon's form, as the dragon pattern master grew from 1 meter to over 30 meters in just one night. As their bodies expanded, their cultivation levels also surged. At this rate, within 3 to 4 days, these dragons would reach adulthood. Would their cultivation match their newfound forms? Long Chen carefully sensed the cultivation levels of the dragons. Many dragon blood warriors had already attained the golden core realm, with some even reaching the nascent soul realm as spirit dragon mages. Intriguingly, Long Chen smiled with satisfaction. He had initially believed that the dragon eggs hatched by the ancestral dragons would require gradual nurturing, only to discover they possessed an automatic acceleration feature. This meant that the time from hatching to achieving combat readiness was merely 4 to 5 days. Remarkable. The more he contemplated, the more astonished he became. Naturally, the Dragon Clan would require 500 to 600 years to develop combat capabilities, yet now, it could be accomplished in mere days. Just as Long Chen was preparing to depart the ancestral dragon nest, Long Hong hurriedly arrived, his expression grave. What has transpired? Long Chen's intuition warned him that something significant had occurred. Long Hong replied, since last night, a large number of beast tamers have entered the Grand Canyon, with preliminary estimates exceeding 2,000. Beast tamers? Long Chen furrowed his brow, recalling the beast tamers from the previous day who had captured Bai Ning. Was it the annual Eastern Wilderness Hunt? The Eastern Wilderness Hunt occurred in autumn, and now it was early summer. These beast tamers should not be appearing here at this time. Long Hong stated solemnly. Indeed. Long Chen remained silent for a moment, pondering whether they were aware of their intentions. For now, it remains uncertain. I have dispatched the Inchi Spirit Dragon Mage to investigate, and we should receive results shortly. Long Hong hesitated slightly before continuing. I fear they may be targeting us. As every year, our kin are hunted by them to serve as dragon pets. Long Chen considered this possibility and commanded, relay the order, prepare the entire clan for defense. Should the human race dare to hunt our kind, they shall be met with merciless retribution. Understood, Long Hong replied, but there is another matter. Speak. Last night, an army of 20,000 from the Sandman tribe launched an assault on the Blackstone city of the Orc tribe, with the Serpent Emperor personally leading the charge, resulting in fierce clashes. Long Hong reported. What is the state of the battle? Long Chen inquired with interest. The forces are evenly matched, Long Hong replied. According to reliable intelligence, the Orc tribe is facing difficulties in the Western Front and has diverted 20,000 troops for support. Now, with the Sandman tribe holding them in check, the Orcs currently lack the resources to attend to our clan, presenting us with a rare opportunity to thrive. Long Chen's smile grew increasingly enigmatic. In his view, this was precisely the opportune moment to strike against the Orc tribe. Ding. Mission issued. The Orc tribe is under duress, with defenses weakened in the east. The host is to lead the troops to assault the Orc tribe and seize the Dragon Ridge mountain mines. Mission reward, Sacred Tablet. Long Chen was taken aback. Just as the thought of attacking the Orc tribe flickered in his mind, a mission was announced. How considerate. Relay the order. Assemble 1,000 Dragonblood warriors, 400 spirit dragon mages, and 8 savage demon apes to attack the Orc tribe. Seize the small eastern mines. Long Chen commanded with authority. The territory currently occupied by the Orc tribe was once the domain of the Dragon clan. Rather than merely seizing the mines, it was more about reclaiming what rightfully belonged to the Dragon clan. Long Hong was astonished by Long Chen's sudden military command. My lord, is it not too hasty to attack the Orc tribe at this moment? What if? Long Hong expressed his concerns. After all, the disparity between the Dragon clan and the Orc tribe is still considerable. Long Chen was well aware of his apprehensions and replied, opportunities must not be missed. The Orc tribe is currently overwhelmed. It is the perfect moment to strike. Even if we cannot capture it, we can still retreat unscathed. Long Chen was not reckless. He would not engage in ventures without any assurance. I shall make arrangements immediately. Long Hong retreated swiftly. Soon, the Dragon clan's forces were fully assembled. As night fell, Long Chen personally led the troops towards the eastern mines of the Orc tribe. Chapter 12. Sacred Tablet. The Dragon clan's army advanced majestically towards the Orc tribe. 8 10-meter-tall savage demon apes were particularly eye-catching. Beast tamers passing through the Dragon clan's territory gazed greedily at the mobilizing dragons. Is the Dragon clan preparing for war? The savage demon ape, ranked 10th on the beast list, if only it could be tamed as a pet, it would dominate the area. Why not speak of taming dragons instead? Do not harbor such thoughts. Our mission this time does not involve the Dragon clan. However, when we hunt in the eastern wilderness, perhaps we might capture a dragon for amusement. What a pity. A group of beast tamers watched with longing before continuing their journey southward. Approximately an hour later, the dragonkin arrived at the easternmost small mine of the Orc clan, known as Dragonspine Mountain. The peaks of the mountain rose like the spine of a dragon. Hence the name. A formidable garrison of 4,000 Orc warriors was stationed there, with strict defenses in place. The mine was surrounded by towering fortifications, resembling a crouching tiger in the night. Orcs patrolled the area continuously, making it impossible for even a fly to infiltrate. As the dragonkin advanced, the sentinels spotted an enormous black silhouette swiftly approaching the mine. What is that? An orc exclaimed, pointing into the distance. The squad leader scanned the horizon and was the first to see 8 massive shadows, followed by a dense throng of the dragon army. Enemies are approaching. It appears to be the dragonkin. Quick, report to General Thunder Tiger. All troops to battle stations. Instantly, the orcs sprang into action, the elite Orc legion rapidly assembling, while archers and crossbowmen took their positions within the fortifications, swiftly entering a state of readiness. Thousands of arrows rained down like a torrential storm. The battle ignited in an instant. Standing atop the shoulder of a savage magic ape, Long Chen gazed towards the mine at Dragonspine Mountain, reacting with remarkable swiftness. A sinister smile curled at the corners of his mouth, but it was too late. Fire mages of the flame element, prepare. Fire assault. At that moment, 6 fire element mages soared into the air, transforming into colossal dragons, their bodies engulfed in searing flames, illuminating the night sky. Fireball. The flame mages opened their massive jaws, gathering a fireball with a 5-meter diameter within. In an instant, the sky was ablaze, and the arrows that had rained down were turned to ashes, unable to harm the dragon forces. Boom, boom, boom. The fireballs hurtled towards Dragonspine Mountain like cannonballs, erupting in violent explosions, igniting the mountain in a fierce blaze. Savage magic apes, charge. Kill. Long Chen commanded once more. The savage magic apes surged forward, their heavy footsteps shaking the earth as though an earthquake had struck. The dragon blood warriors followed closely behind. The orcs were caught completely off guard. Within mere seconds, the defensive bunkers before the fortress were trampled by the savage magic apes. Chaos ensued. Spirit artillerymen, prepare. Fire. The orcs on the walls retaliated fiercely, quickly loading spirit stones into their artillery, unleashing a barrage of fire. The earth element mages of the dragonkin swiftly erected earthen walls to shield against the onslaught. The dragon army advanced, and the orcs found it increasingly difficult to resist. Meanwhile, within the camp, Thunder Tiger, who had been reveling with his wives, was startled by the explosions, causing him to tremble and promptly surrender. Upon hearing the battle report, he cursed, "Damn the dragonkin, interrupting my pleasures. Ladies, wait until I slay a couple of dragons to feast on their flesh." Thunder Tiger, leading his 3,000 Tiger Roar Legion, rushed to join the fray. The audacity of the dragonkin to launch a surprise attack on an orc fortress was unparalleled. Half man, half tiger, Thunder Tiger wielded a colossal hammer, his voice booming like thunder. With his vast combat experience, he quickly locked onto Long Chen amid the chaos, charging directly towards him with his elite warriors. In the theater of war, gaining control over or eliminating the enemy's pivotal figure signifies a victory halfway achieved. Lei Hu sought a swift resolution, thus directing his spear towards Long Chen. Long Chen stood upon the shoulders of a savage demonic ape, and as Lei Hu charged forth, The creature lifted its foot, trampling down and sending Lei Hu flying. An ambush? We engage in a straightforward assault. Long Chen proclaimed boldly. You shall pay dearly for this. Lei Hu retorted angrily. The Long Spine Mountain boasts 4,000 elite Tiger Roar troops and 150 spiritual cannons. Our defenses are as unyielding as iron. Do you truly believe you can conquer us? Lord Snake Emperor fears that you might seize this opportunity to launch a surprise attack on our orc tribe, and has dispatched an elder of the Harmonious Path, who is surely nearing arrival. Our orc tribe has shown mercy by not attacking the dragon clan. You, a mere whelp of a dragon king yet to grow your fur. Submit now and become my steed, and I shall spare your life. Otherwise, tonight, my 4,000 elites will drink the blood of the dragon king and feast upon his flesh. Lei Hu's voice boomed like thunder. Do you think my 8 savage demonic apes are mere decorations? Long Chen remained unfazed. Is that elder of the Harmonious Path not yet present? With such an elder in attendance, Long Chen would exercise caution, but at this moment, there was no need to regard Lei Hu with any respect. You cannot escape the consequences of your actions. With a fierce tiger's roar, Lei Hu's physique rapidly expanded, muscles bulging until he transformed into a 5-meter-tall beast man. Surrounded by crackling lightning, he swung a colossal hammer into the sky and then brought it crashing down towards Long Chen. Thunderclap hammer. The air reverberated in response to the hammer's passage, showcasing the sheer potency of its force. Boom. Dark clouds gathered in the heavens, and as the hammer descended, a lightning column, as thick as a barrel, exploded towards Long Chen. Long Chen did not evade. He allowed the lightning to strike him directly. In an instant, he was enveloped in crackling electric light. The artifact-level Eternal Dragon Pattern robe manifested with bizarre and sacred dragon patterns, instantly absorbing the lightning. Remarkably, Lei Hu's full-force strike inflicted no harm upon Long Chen. Too weak, Long Chen remarked nonchalantly. The Eternal Dragon Pattern robe could withstand the full force of a peak 9th-tier tribulation strike, far beyond what Lei Hu could hope to shake. Though Long Chen's cultivation was inferior to Lei Hu's, his invincible defense, courtesy of the robe, rendered him impervious to damage, capable of withstanding assaults that would plunge an enemy into despair. This was the very essence of the robe's legacy, ensuring that each Dragon King would not meet an untimely demise. Long Chen had not anticipated that his transmigration would be so fortuitous. With a powerful identity, a protective artifact, and the backing of a system, it was difficult not to defy the heavens. Have you not eaten? Put in more effort. Long Chen remained leisurely and composed. Lei Hu's lips twitched in madness. How could he withstand his prized technique, the thunderclap hammer? In that moment, Lei Hu felt that Long Chen's actions were a blatant mockery and insult. His competitive spirit ignited. You dare to withstand another blow from me? Lei Hu bellowed to the heavens. Roar. With a furious roar, half man, half beast, Lei Hu fully transformed into a magnificent golden tiger, measuring 8 meters in length. Crackling with intertwining lightning, he drew back his legs, gathering strength, and then lunged at Long Chen like a predator pouncing on its prey. The Tiger of Thunder surged forth with overwhelming ferocity, an oppressive force descending upon him. Yet, Long Chen stood his ground, refusing to retreat. As the Tiger of Thunder lunged closer, Long Chen's ancient dragon-patterned robe billowed in the wind. In an instant, he revealed his true form, transforming into a majestic golden dragon stretching 1,000 meters in length. The might of the dragon was awe-inspiring. At that moment, all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius were intimidated by the terrifying majesty of this sacred dragon. How dare a mere tiger display its might in the presence of this dragon king? With a swift motion, Long Chen unleashed the sacred dragon's claw. The massive head of the dragon gazed down, and its fearsome claws descended upon the Tiger of Thunder with lethal intent. The 8-meter-long tiger was dwarfed by a single claw of Long Chen. A thunderous crash echoed, shaking the earth. The Tiger of Thunder was slammed to the ground, creating a colossal pit 50 meters in diameter, with cracks radiating around it. The immense power contained within that sacred dragon's claw was unfathomable. The Tiger of Thunder, embedded within the rocky layers, stared in disbelief at Long Chen, muttering, "You are merely at the transformation realm. How could you possibly contend with me?" Discontent brewed within him. Feeling utterly humiliated, a dignified cultivator of the Void Refinement realm had been thoroughly dominated by Long Chen of the Transformation realm, a staggering leap across a major realm. Long Chen, now in human form, descended before the half-human, half-beast Tiger of Thunder, stating coolly, "It seems you know nothing about the Dragon King." With a flick of his finger, countless stone spikes erupted from the rocky layers. Blood erupted in a flurry as the spikes pierced through the Tiger of Thunder, sending it soaring into the air, lifeless. To command all elemental attributes is truly exhilarating. With every gesture, the elemental forces of the world bend to my will, Long Chen mused internally. Alas, each exertion consumes my life force. He sensed his vital energy dwindling, but this particular exertion drained little. It appeared that the consumption of life force was proportional to the dragon energy he summoned. If he could resolve battles without invoking dragon energy, he could spare his life essence. With the ancient dragon-patterned robe to absorb blows, and the inherently formidable physique of the golden dragon, he could rely on sheer brute strength, so long as he did not encounter an excessively powerful opponent. Indeed, his previous strike against the Tiger of Thunder had been a demonstration of pure physical dominance. As the Tiger of Thunder fell to Long Chen, the beastmen were thrown into chaos. Some rushed forward, eager to avenge their fallen leader, while others fled in panic. Without the leadership of the Tiger of Thunder, the 4,000-strong Beastman Legion was rendered ineffective. Advance! Secure the mine! Long Chen commanded. And the savage demon apes charged into Dragon Ridge Mountain like tanks, trampling everything in their path, their fists suppressing any resistance. The once solid defenses crumbled into ruins. And the fleeing beastmen were swiftly overwhelmed by the Dragon Blood Warriors. In less than half an hour, the Dragon Clan had seized control of Dragon Ridge Mountain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for conquering Dragon Ridge Mountain and securing the mine. The task is complete. Congratulations, host, on receiving the sacred monument. Inscribed upon this monument are the names of all the deceased deities, demons, immortals, and saints from ancient times to the present, encapsulating the legacies of these formidable beings. The Light of Inheritance will open once a month. At the moment the inheritance mark is activated, the host can expend 1,000,000 fortune points to allow a clan member to receive a random inheritance. Note, as this is the host's first acquisition of the sacred monument, and given their current impoverished state, the system graciously offers a complimentary opportunity for inheritance, allowing the host to experience the might of the monument. Chapter 13, The Dragon Emperor's Inheritance, The Arrival of the Taoist Master. A complimentary experience opportunity? That is quite delightful. Long Chen was overjoyed. The system is exceedingly considerate. I shall partake in this experience. As Long Chen's consciousness sank into the system, he beheld an ancient and rustic sacred monument in the warehouse, pulsating with ancient and mysterious power. He hoped to receive a powerful inheritance, eagerly anticipating. Long Chen's enthusiasm was quickly dampened by the system's revelation. As the esteemed Golden Saint Dragon, he inherently possessed formidable bloodline strength. With the system's assistance, the host was destined to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tao. The sacred monument is a tool to cultivate core clan members, and the host cannot derive a saintly inheritance from it. Therefore, the host is requested to select a clan member for the complimentary experience. Is that so? Long Chen felt a slight disappointment. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that the sacred monument indeed held little significance for him given his system. Moreover, as his clan members grew stronger, so too would he. This realization brought him a sense of balance. He swiftly settled on Long Hong as his choice. Since the sacred monument is intended for nurturing core clan members, it was only fitting to select a talented and well-cultivated member of the clan. Long Hong and Long Xinghe. The two elders were prime candidates. This month, Long Hong would receive the inheritance, and next month, with sufficient fortune, Long Xinghe would follow. At that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving 5,000 fortune points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on capturing the mine. The Dragon Ridge Mountain is estimated to contain 500,000 spirit stones. This is merely a small victory. The system hopes the host will continue to strive for further conquests. 500,000 stones, how remarkable. Converted, that equates to 50,000 fortune points, which can accomplish much. Following the conclusion of this minor skirmish, Long Chen instructed Long Xinghe to lead the cleanup of the battlefield, while the Earth-type Dragon Rune mages swiftly reconstructed the defensive fortifications. This was the first mine captured, and Long Chen knew he must safeguard it diligently. Long Hong, come with me. Long Chen strode directly into the depths of Dragon Ridge Mountain's palace. One must admit, the Thunder Tiger had a knack for luxury. The palace was constructed with grandeur, its dome adorned with luminous spirit stones. At night, it radiated a myriad of colors, resembling a starry sky. Quite romantic indeed. Of course, the Thunder Tiger had over 30 women, including several human women. As they entered the tidied hall, Long Hong respectfully said, "Your Majesty, it would be prudent for you to return to Dragon Abyss. The Thunder Tiger mentioned that a Taoist master is en route. This place is not safe. Leave this to me and Xinghe. We shall ensure everything remains secure." Long Chen nodded, understanding Long Hong's concerns. Yet, adorned in his ancient dragon-patterned robe, he remained unperturbed by the so-called powerhouses of the harmonious realm, thinking to himself that they could not harm him. However, Long Hong still harbored concerns. Only two golden sacred dragons remained in the clan. One was Long Chen, the first heir to the Dragon King's throne, and the other was his sister, Long Linger. Though the Dragon Clan had waned, a small faction of believers, who had once received the Dragon Clan's grace, still secretly followed them among the human race. To prevent the sacred dragon bloodline from becoming extinct, the clan had chosen to nurture these two golden dragons in separate locations. A decade ago, Long Lingo had been sent out from Long Yuan to be fostered within a human family. Long Hong wished for no misfortune to befall Long Chen. Do not worry. Long Chen reassured Long Hong with a confident glance. The dragon ancestor had just issued a divine decree, bestowing upon our clan a sacred monument that contained countless legacies from formidable beings, though each use required the expenditure of millions of spirit stones, equivalent to 100,000 fortunes. Fortunately, there existed a sacred command that allowed the first use to be free for the clan members. Elder Long Hong, held in high esteem within the clan, would receive this opportunity. To legitimize the sacred monument, Long Chen had to invoke the dragon ancestor's divine decree once more. As he spoke, Long Chen retrieved the sacred monument from the system. With a flash of light and a resounding boom, an ancient, golden stone tablet, standing 5 meters tall, 2 meters wide, and half a meter thick, materialized in the center of the palace. Its archaic and weighty presence radiated golden holy light, inscribed with the names of numerous powerful beings. Names such as the Heartless Emperor, the Ancient Divine Emperor, the Time-Space Ancient Emperor, the Emperor of Creation, the Eternal Demon Lord, the Celestial Fox, the Indestructible Dragon Emperor, and the Enlightened Sage, among others, shimmered and transformed in a mesmerizing display throughout the river of time. The names of past emperors and sages echoed upon the monument. As these illustrious names continued to flash, ethereal shadows of these great beings swirled around the monument, each emanating an overwhelming authority capable of overshadowing the ages. Both Long Chen and Long Hong were utterly astounded. The names inscribed here resonated like thunder. Each one represented a being capable of suppressing an entire era. Was it truly possible that the legacy of such monumental figures resided within this sacred tablet? Long Hong gasped in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. The mere inheritance from any of these individuals could transform a cultivator's destiny entirely. Moreover, he had even glimpsed the second Dragon King, the indestructible Dragon Emperor, who was only surpassed by the Dragon Ancestor, having led the Dragon Clan to its zenith. Could the sacred decree be false? Long Hong, please commence at once, urged Long Chen. Although Elder Long Hong craved the legacies of the emperors and sages to the utmost, he was not a man of greed. His singular aspiration throughout his life was to safeguard Long Chen's safety and witness the Dragon Clan return to its former glory. Your Majesty, Dragon King, you are the ruler of the Dragon Clan. Such a rare inheritance should belong to you, Long Hong declared. Your strength ensures the future of our clan. Long Chen couldn't help but regard Long Hong with newfound admiration. In the face of such immense temptation, Long Hong's steadfastness was indeed remarkable. Long Chen chuckled softly. This was a privilege bestowed upon the members of the Dragon Clan. As for my ancestor, he has other arrangements in place. My opportunities will undoubtedly surpass yours. Long Chen could only explain it this way. You should hasten to accept the inheritance, he urged. He too was eager to discover the transformations that would occur within Long Hong upon receiving the sacred monument's legacy. Upon hearing this, Long Hong hesitated momentarily. Yet he chose to place his trust in Long Chen. Since the ancestor had alternative plans, Long Hong deemed it wise to comply. Thank you, Lord Dragon King, for your grace. Thank you for the divine decree from our ancestor. With that, a glimmer of golden light flickered in the depths of Long Hong's eyes as he placed his palm upon the sacred monument. Instantly, the monument erupted with golden radiance, and a beam of light shot skyward. Within this luminous column, silhouettes of powerful beings flashed by like images in a slideshow, evoking the sensation of drawing characters in a game. Golden dragon blood seeped from Long Hong's palm, merging seamlessly into the sacred monument. After approximately 30 seconds, the figures within the beam came to a halt. For brilliant golden characters appeared upon the monument. Indestructible Dragon Emperor. Both Long Chen and Long Hong exclaimed in astonishment. The Indestructible Dragon Emperor was a revered ancestor of the Dragon Clan, second only to the clan itself. The rise of the Dragon Clan was imminent. As the ethereal figure of the Indestructible Dragon Emperor solidified, a divine light descended upon Long Hong, enveloping him entirely. In an instant, he found himself upon an ancient, vast continent where towering mountains loomed. The majestic figure of the Indestructible Dragon Emperor stood atop the highest peak, surveying the land below. I am the Indestructible Dragon Emperor. He turned and pointed a finger at Long Hong's brow. In a sudden transformation, Long Hong became a dragon. His old, pale blue scales shed instantaneously, giving way to a metamorphosis. The once-aged scales completely fell away, replaced by vibrant, deep blue scales that shimmered delicately with golden light, renewed and revitalized. He expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Lord Dragon Emperor, for granting me the sacred dragon blood." Long Hong bowed low before the indestructible Dragon Emperor. Though it was merely a drop of sacred dragon blood, it had completely transformed and evolved his physical bloodline. While not on par with the pure golden sacred dragon, he had transcended the ordinary dragons, now possessing the essence of a sacred dragon. Boom! A series of explosive sounds resonated as Long Hong's aura surged tremendously, propelling him directly from the 9th layer of the transformation realm to the 3rd layer of the harmonization realm, a leap of 4 minor realms and 1 major realm. Moreover, this was achieved with only a fraction, 1,000th, of the sacred dragon blood. With this drop, Long Hong's future cultivation would progress remarkably smoothly, fully refining and absorbing the sacred dragon blood to break through to the 9th layer of the Great Ascension realm would no longer be a dream. Time passed, and eventually, the golden light of the sacred monument faded. Long Hong slowly opened his eyes, a formidable dragon might radiating from him, enveloping the entire Dragonspine mountain mine. At that moment, an aura of the harmonization realm approached swiftly. Such arrogance from the dragon clan, daring to seize the mind of the beastmen. "Do you not hasten to submit?" A voice filled with profound energy thundered above Dragonspine mountain as a cloaked elder descended, exerting overwhelming pressure upon all present from the dragon clan. "The Taoist powerhouse sent by the orc tribe has arrived." A strange smile crept onto Long Chen's lips. "Long Hong, go meet him." The two exchanged glances, and in an instant, they appeared high in the sky, confronting the orc's Taoist master. Chapter 14. Bloodthirsty demon bat. Above the Dragon Ridge Mountain, the orc's Taoist master emanated a thick, oppressive aura of darkness. His hunched figure, cloaked in black robes, appeared diminutive. He possessed bat-like wings affixed to his arms and a sharp rodent-like head, with small blood-red eyes that exuded a fierce menace. He was none other than a Batman, known as the Bloodthirsty Demon Bat. "Long Hong, it has been a long time." The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat's crimson eyes greedily fixed upon Long Hong, the former defeated foe. "Do you still dare to stand against me? Ah, recalling the dragon blood that courses through your veins, it is truly sweet and delectable." The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat extended his scarlet tongue to lick the corner of his mouth. Having recently ascended to the rank of Taoist master, the Bloodthirsty Demon Bat had once joined forces with several orcs to besiege Long Hong years ago. Outnumbered, Long Hong ultimately suffered defeat and fled. The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat took pride in having consumed Long Hong's blood, and thus, upon encountering him once more, he felt not only hunger for dragon blood but also a sense of disdain. "If you had faced me alone back then, I could have dispatched you with a mere flick of my tail." Long Hong retorted, "What is there to boast about? This is the territory of the Dragon Clan. You have overstepped your bounds." "Territory of the Dragon Clan? If any of your kind were capable, you would not have been reduced to hiding within the Dragon Abyss all these years." The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat mocked. "The golden sacred dragon has been cursed, its lifespan hastening toward its end, and you ordinary dragons have also been affected. Once you reach the Taoist realm, you will confront terrifying tribulations, and all the elder dragons above that realm have perished. Only you pitiful remnants remain. I may not be able to breach the Dragon Abyss, but now that you are on Dragon Ridge Mountain, I need but a single strike to annihilate you," the Bloodthirsty Demon Bat declared confidently, his gaze lingering with interest on Long Chen. "You must be the youthful Dragon King. What a pity that you shall meet an early demise. To taste the blood of the Dragon King in this lifetime would be worth it." His eyes gleamed with greed, contemplating the exquisite taste of golden sacred dragon blood. At that moment, 1,000 dragon blood warriors, 400 spirit dragon mages, and 8 savage magic apes had all taken their positions, surrounding the Bloodthirsty Demon Bat from all directions. Yet, the Bloodthirsty Demon Bat appeared utterly unconcerned, dismissing them with ease. Long Hong, Long Xingha, and the leader of the dragon blood warriors, Long Lai, along with Long Ao, clustered protectively around Long Chen. Hearing this, Long Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. "Indeed, I am the youthful Dragon King. You wish to taste my blood? I shall oblige." The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat licked his tongue in anticipation. "If you willingly offer it, I may spare your kin today. Otherwise," he did not finish his sentence but instead unleashed a terrifying aura of the 2nd layer of the Taoist realm. Suddenly, a mountainous pressure enveloped Dragon Ridge Mountain, and the atmosphere turned tense and oppressive, as though a storm were imminent. "To be candid, I prefer the passive approach." Long Chen wore a cunning smile. "The blood of the Dragon King. I dare say you shall never savor it in this lifetime. I wish to taste it. Can you escape?" The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat ceased its words, unfurling its colossal wings, each spanning 5 meters, propelling itself towards Long Chen with unparalleled speed. Its claws lunged directly at him. Presumptuous. Long Hong instantly positioned himself before Long Chen. "Begone. You are but a defeated foe." The Bloodthirsty Demon Bat traced a perfect arc in the air, its wings flapping fiercely towards Long Hong in an attempt to send him sprawling. With a cold snort, Long Hong met the attack with a strike of his palm. Dragon essence coalesced into a massive claw, deep azure intermingled with gold, crashing into the bat's wing. Boom. The two forces collided instantaneously. A tremendous surge of power forcing the bloodthirsty demon bat to recoil, while Long Hong remained steadfast, unyielding in place. The bloodthirsty demon bat stared at Long Hong, visibly taken aback. Have you broken into the harmonization realm? Impossible. There have been no recent signs of heavenly tribulations descending upon the Dragon Clan. Reluctant to accept this truth, the bat pondered. The Dragon Clan, with its formidable bloodline and terrifying physique, excelled in cross-boundary combat. If Long Hong were merely at the void refining realm, the bat would have had absolute confidence in defeating him. Yet if Long Hong had indeed ascended to the harmonization realm, the situation grew precarious. A dragon of the first harmonization realm could easily hold its ground against a beast of the second harmonization realm, and to complicate matters, the bat found itself deep within Dragon Ridge Mountain, surrounded by numerous void-refining ninth-stage savage demonic apes, a most unfavorable predicament. Only just broken through. And the heavenly tribulation has yet to manifest, Long Hong remarked. Upon entering the harmonization realm, dragons must begin to endure the baptism of heavenly tribulation, whereas other races only face their thunder tribulations upon reaching the tribulation crossing realm. Heavenly tribulation and thunder tribulation are entirely distinct concepts. The latter descends from the higher realms, while the former emanates from the heavenly Tao, its intensity exceeding that of thunder tribulation by 100-fold. Since the Golden Saint Dragon was cursed, the fortunes of the Dragon Clan have been stripped away, leaving them plagued by heavenly tribulations. The higher the realm of the dragon, the more formidable the tribulation encountered. Over the years, many powerful dragons have perished in these tribulations, leading to the rapid decline of their kind. Long Hong felt elated at his breakthrough. Yet anxiety loomed over the impending heavenly tribulation. Such tribulations arrive without regularity, often occurring within 7 days post-breakthrough. Thus, these 7 days would see Long Hong treading with trepidation and caution. Upon hearing this, the bloodthirsty demon bat rejoiced. I knew the heavenly tribulation did not smite you. Haha, Long Hong, how long can you remain arrogant? Since the tribulation has not yet arrived, I shall act in its stead. The Dragon Clan, cursed by the celestial beings, ought not to exist in this world. Die. The bloodthirsty demon bat suddenly launched its assault, a surge of sanguine energy erupting from its form. Sharpened fangs protruded from its beak, and beneath its wings, countless blood bats screeched as they emerged, coalescing into a massive cloud of blood bats. A red mass stretching 100 meters in diameter, hurtling towards Long Hong with exaggerated ferocity. Today, I shall drain you all. The delectable dragon blood will surely enhance my power. The mere thought of the sanguine aroma sent the bloodthirsty demon bat into a frenzy, intensifying its onslaught. Long Hong did not shy away. With a thunderous roar, the dragon essence within him erupted, enveloping the entire Dragon Spine mountain range with the terrifying pressure of the 3rd level of harmony. You are still insufficient at the 2nd level of harmony. With a flick of his hand, the golden elements in the air were instantly summoned. These golden elements swiftly converged, forming countless golden swords in the sky. As he pressed down with his hand, the multitude of swords rained down like a torrential storm. The sound of piercing echoed as the rain of swords traversed through the bloodbat clouds, mercilessly slaying the small bats, which turned into bursts of blood mist that filled the air. Sensing Long Hong's bloodthirsty aura, the bloodbat's expression changed dramatically. The 3rd level of harmony. How could you possibly be at the 3rd level? In disbelief, it pondered how Long Hong had broken through to the 3rd level of harmony without the beastmen detecting any signs of heavenly tribulation. It was simply unscientific. Before it could think further, Long Hong transformed into a colossal dragon and, with absolute dominance, swept his tail across, creating a thunderous crash as the bloodbat was sent flying. The dragon's tail descended like a massive pillar, crashing down with a resounding boom. The earth trembled violently. The bloodbat was firmly crushed beneath Long Hong's body, deeply embedded in the rock layers. Long Hong reverted to his human form. The bloodbat struggled to rise, surveying its surroundings. It realized that today, it had met its match. It could not possibly defeat Long Hong. Its first thought was to flee. Long Hong, I shall repay this grudge in the future. With that, the bloodbat spread its enormous wings and soared into the sky, fleeing at high speed. Long Hong summoned a golden dragon bow in his left hand. Drawing the string as 3 resplendent golden dragon essence arrows coalesced. With a swift release, the arrows transformed into streaks of light, rapidly pursuing the bloodbat. 3 crisp sounds rang out as the arrows simultaneously pierced the bloodbat. Blood splattered forth. 3 gaping wounds appeared in the bloodbat's head, heart, and abdomen, blood gushing forth. It widened its eyes in disbelief at the wounds on its body, filled with rage and unwillingness. Yet, Its life essence ebbed away rapidly, consciousness dissipating. Moments later, it was engulfed by boundless darkness, its massive bat form plummeting to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Chapter 15. The change at Phoenix Mountain. The bloodbat was effortlessly dispatched. All members of the dragon clan stared in astonishment at Long Hong. Long Xinghe excitedly asked, "Old Hong, when did you ascend to the 3rd level of harmony?" Having spent every day with Long Hong, he could not possibly be unaware of his breakthrough. Moreover, entering the harmony realm inevitably required enduring heavenly tribulation. Yet Long Hong had silently surpassed several levels without a word. It was utterly illogical. Long Hong replied, "It is all thanks to the benevolence of Lord Dragon King, who bestowed upon me the legacy of the Dragon Clan's divine edict. You may find it hard to believe, but just a quarter of an hour ago, I broke through 4 levels. For Long Xinghe, he had little to conceal. 4 levels in one go. Long Xinghe was both astonished and envious, albeit devoid of any jealousy. Long Hong's breakthrough was indeed a fortunate event for the Dragon Clan. Long Chen observed the changes in Long Xinghe's expression and remarked, "The Dragon Clan's divine oracle is bestowed once each month. You shall receive the inheritance next month." "Thank you, Lord Long Wan," Long Xinghe exclaimed with heightened excitement. However, he quickly composed himself, a hint of concern on his brow. It is indeed a joyous occasion for Old Hong to step into the realm of harmony. Yet the heavenly tribulation could descend at any moment within the next 7 days. I fear Old Hong may not withstand it. This was also a source of anxiety for Long Chen. The Dragon Clan remained shrouded in the shadow of a curse. And now that they had finally gained a harmonious being, it would be a tragedy if he were to fall to the heavenly tribulation. Preservation was imperative. Yet, at present, the seed of fortune was insufficient to shelter the entire Dragon Clan. Long Chen pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Is there a solution?" In the hinterlands of South Divine Phoenix Mountain lies the Thunder Marsh, home to the Kuei-Nyo, who possesses the Thunder God Pearl. This pearl can absorb lightning tribulations. If we could procure the Thunder God Pearl, we might navigate this calamity, Long Xinghe stated, pausing before continuing. However, the Thunder Marsh is the territory of the Divine Phoenix clan, and the Dragon Clan has a long history of enmity with them. If we were to trespass recklessly, it would likely be perceived as an invasion. Another conflict between the Dragon Clan and the Divine Phoenix clan would lead only to mutual destruction, Long Chen responded, his eyes brightening. The rivalry between our clans has persisted for millennia. In light of the current ascendance of humanity and the decline of both the Dragon and Divine Phoenix clans, it is time to lay down our grievances. Since we cannot rashly enter the territory of the Divine Phoenix clan, we shall extend a courtesy beforehand. I will draft a letter to the Divine Phoenix clan. We will seek an audience with them, and if we can gain their support, it would be most fortuitous. If not, we shall have no choice but to force our way through. With a surge of formidable sanctified dragon authority, he declared, the Dragon Clan must rise. No one shall impede us. We shall ensure that Long Hong survives this heavenly tribulation. As for future strategies to resist the tribulation, I shall devise a plan. I have faith that, with the system in place, everything will ultimately resolve favorably. Yet, the Dragon Clan and the Divine Phoenix clan have not interacted for millennia. Can this truly succeed? Long Xinghe questioned. It must succeed, Long Chen asserted resolutely. The Dragon Clan is not one to retreat in the face of adversity. Where there are no conditions, we shall create them, and we shall press on. Is there a retreat for the Dragon Clan? None. Long Chen understood that if he did not strive to elevate the Dragon Clan, his fate as their king would be dire. All clans were watching the Dragon Clan, poised to take action. Should the Dragon Clan show any signs of weakness, they would be met with a tempest of hostility. Indeed, Long Xinghe acquiesced. Subsequently, Long Chen organized the fortification of the Long Spine mountain mines, ensuring they could withstand a counterattack from the Orc clan. The hard-won mines must be safeguarded. Once all arrangements were in place, Long Chen personally penned a letter, expressing sincere hope that the Divine Phoenix clan would permit their entrance to avoid unnecessary conflict. He then dispatched a wind elemental dragon mage to deliver the message. In the Orc clan's Blackstone City, the Sand People relentlessly attacked, with the Sand Emperor personally leading his forces against the Serpent Emperor. The Orc clan, constrained by the Skeleton clan to the west, had found themselves in a position of passive defense against the Sand People. Most crucially, at this moment, the Serpent King received the grim news that the Dragon Clan had seized the Dragon Ridge mountain mine. What? The Serpent King's face turned a sickly green, his ample form trembling with rage. Even the bloodthirsty demon bats have been slain? Dragon Clan, once I deal with the Sand People and quell the turmoil in the west, I shall ensure your annihilation. The tide of battle had repeatedly surpassed expectations, and the once confident Serpent King found himself in disarray. To prevent further encroachment by the Dragon Clan, he reinforced the eastern front, lest unforeseen complications arise. A headache. Meanwhile, on the Dragon Clan side, Long Chen did not advance the front lines any further. Firstly, the immediate priority was to assist Long Hong in overcoming the heavenly tribulation. Secondly, the Dragon Clan's path to resurgence had only just begun. After conquering territory, it was imperative to station forces to guard it. This would disperse the Dragon Clan's strength, which would be detrimental. Until the Dragon Clan reached a certain scale, it was unwise to provoke war. Soon, 3 days had passed. Long Chen's handwritten letter had been delivered to the Divine Phoenix Clan, yet there was still no response. No longer could they afford to wait. Long Chen declared, "We must head to Thunder Marsh immediately. Xinghe, during my absence, you shall manage the affairs of Long Yuan entirely." "As you command," replied Long Xinghe. Subsequently, Long Chen and Long Xinghe, accompanied by 2 formidable savage magic apes, Long Lai and Long Ao for protection, along with the water elemental mage Long Yu, embarked on their journey towards Thunder Marsh at dawn. Due to the conspicuous size of the savage magic apes, Long Hong stored them in the beast storage bag. Thus, on the surface, the 5 appeared as mere human cultivators. According to reliable intelligence, the beast tamers who had previously traveled south were now advancing towards Divine Phoenix Mountain. Along the way, Long Lai remarked, "Have we yet to ascertain their purpose?" Long Chen furrowed his brow. Long Lai shook his head. "No. These beast tamers exhibit peculiar movements. Currently, there are no signs of hunting. But rather they seem to be drawn here for some specific reason. Is a secret realm opening?" Long Chen speculated. There have been no unusual phenomena near Divine Phoenix Mountain, which did not suggest the emergence of a secret realm. If a secret realm were indeed to manifest, it would not be just the beast tamers arriving. Clans and sects from the human race would likely come in droves. That is indeed curious. Intuition told Long Chen that the purpose of the beast tamers was far from simple. For now, they would set aside thoughts of them. Securing the Thunder God Pearl from Kuei Nyo was of utmost importance. They aimed to avoid encounters with the beast tamers to circumvent unnecessary trouble. Long Chen was not afraid of the beast tamers. Rather, time was of the essence. Long Chen's party hastened their journey, and within half a day's time, they had entered the territory of Divine Phoenix Mountain. Abundant in spiritual energy, Divine Phoenix Mountain was akin to a celestial paradise compared to the Dragon Clan's Long Yuan. However, as soon as they set foot on Divine Phoenix Mountain, Long Chen sensed something amiss. There were no Divine Phoenix Clan guards at the borders. Where had the members of the Divine Phoenix Clan gone? Long Lai unleashed his soul power to probe the surroundings, ultimately gazing towards the towering peak of Divine Phoenix Mountain, which loomed eerily silent. Had something gone awry? A foreboding feeling gripped Long Chen. As they were speculating, a sudden and violent explosion erupted from behind the Phoenix Mountain, illuminating the sky with flames. Numerous members of the Phoenix Clan, engulfed in golden flames, soared into the heavens, their murderous intent palpable. Opposing them were formidable beast tamers, arrayed for battle, clashing fiercely with the Phoenix Clan members. This was in the direction of the Thunder Lake. The Phoenix Clan was engaged in combat with the beast tamers. Could it be that these beast tamers are also after the Kuei Nyo? Long Hong exclaimed. A jolt of apprehension coursed through Long Chen's heart. If those beast tamers were indeed hunting the Kuei Nyo, their quest for the Thunder God Pearl would likely not proceed as smoothly as anticipated. "Let's go take a look," Long Chen declared, soaring into the sky, swiftly arriving at the rear of the Phoenix Mountain. Chapter 16, Subjugation or Conquest. Behind the Phoenix Mountain lay the boundless expanse of the Thunder Lake, crackling with thunderous energy. Long Chen and the others stood atop the great peak, gazing out. Above the vast Thunder Lake, a majestic phoenix was being consumed by searing crimson flames. The phoenix appeared to endure excruciating torment, emitting sorrowful cries. Before the burning phoenix, the Kuei Nyo had erected a formidable defensive barrier of lightning, shielding the phoenix. Surrounding this barrier, thousands of Phoenix Clan members stood vigilant. Opposite them were over 2,000 human beast tamers, their pets poised at their sides, ready for battle. The earlier explosion had resulted from a conflict between 3 elders of the Phoenix Clan and 3 aged beast tamers. Now, as the flames dissipated, both sides stood 100 meters apart, locked in a tense standoff. "This is the Phoenix's rebirth," Long Hong exclaimed in astonishment. The Phoenix's rebirth? Long Chen's interest was piqued. He recalled fragments of information regarding the Phoenix Clan from the original owner's memories. The Phoenix was hailed as the King of Birds, once a peer to the Dragon Clan. The titles of the Phoenix Emperor and the Undying Dragon Emperor were well known. It was rumored that the two shared a significant bond. In the past, the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan had enjoyed a close relationship, even hinting at an alliance. Unfortunately, for reasons unknown, their relationship soured, leading to a rapid cooling of ties and eventually a complete rift over territorial disputes. The Phoenix Clan was also known for their long lifespans, even being referred to as the Immortal Bird. Every 500 years, the Phoenix Clan underwent a fiery rebirth, emerging renewed and endowed with a purer, more powerful lineage. However, This rebirth also rendered the phoenix most vulnerable. Throughout history, countless powerful phoenixes had fallen victim to ambushes during their rebirth. The timing of the beast tamer's assault indicated they had come prepared. Long Chen surmised, "It seems they are not after the Kuei Nyo, but rather this reborn phoenix." Long Hong gazed intently at the reborn phoenix, realizing that the entire clan's strength was being devoted to its protection. This reborn phoenix must indeed be the new generation of the Phoenix Saintess, said to possess talent comparable to that of the Phoenix Emperor. Long Chen agreed with Long Hong's conjecture, but furrowed his brow, pondering, however. Wouldn't it be safer for the Phoenix Saintess to complete her rebirth within the confines of Phoenix Mountain? Why would she choose to come to the Thunder Lake? Upon hearing Long Chen's words, the members of the Dragon Clan exchanged glances, as this seemed highly illogical. "Let us observe further," they concluded. Long Hong expressed his confusion, pondering that the nirvana of the Sacred Phoenix Maiden was a significant matter for her clan, undoubtedly conducted in secrecy by the Sacred Phoenix tribe. Even our Dragon Clan remained unaware, yet these beast tamers somehow obtained the information. Quite remarkable. 3 days prior, the Sacred Phoenix clan received a personal letter from the Dragon King. Yet they chose not to respond, likely to prevent our Dragon Clan from approaching Sacred Phoenix Mountain at this crucial juncture. It must be so, Long Chen mused slightly. He gazed at the Sacred Phoenix Maiden, undergoing her fiery rebirth, sensing that something was amiss. Before he could contemplate further, an elder of the Sacred Phoenix clan coldly interjected. "It is you beast tamers again. You have repeatedly provoked the Sacred Phoenix clan. Do you truly think us easy to bully?" Flames blazed fiercely around the members of the Sacred Phoenix clan, their fighting spirit reaching a boiling point. The elder leading the beast tamers, Su Chen, replied with a sinister smile, "Bullying is perhaps too harsh a term. 3 months ago, we expressed our willingness to cooperate with the Sacred Phoenix clan, only to be met with your ruthless rejection. Cooperate? Your so-called cooperation involves making the Sacred Phoenix Maiden a contract beast?" Elder Jiufeng retorted coldly. The Sacred Phoenix clan would rather face annihilation than submit to humanity. In this era of human flourishing, the Sacred Phoenix clan need only sacrifice the Sacred Phoenix Maiden to secure the protection of the beast tamers. Is that not a fair exchange? Su Chen countered. Times have changed. Today's Sacred Phoenix is not what it once was. Submitting to humanity is preferable to extinction, is it not? Nonsense. Elder Jiufeng seethed with rage. Disregarding the elder's fury, Su Chen continued, "In a month, we will celebrate the coming-of-age ceremony for our maiden. She desires a sacred phoenix as her gift. If the Sacred Phoenix clan refuses to cooperate, what can we do?" Su Chen shrugged, feigning helplessness. Jiufeng fixed Su Chen with a glare that could kill, wishing for the power to strike him down 100 times. The Sacred Phoenix clan had prepared for the Sacred Phoenix Maiden's nirvana for over half a month, never disclosing it to outsiders. Yet, the beast tamers arrived at this moment and appeared at Thundermarsh. This was too suspicious. Logically, the beast tamers should not have found this place, and it was evident they were targeting the Sacred Phoenix Maiden. "You shall not succeed," Jiufeng declared, conjuring a pair of fiery phoenix wings from behind, and with a graceful motion, grasped a blazing longsword. Raising the sword, its tip pointed directly at Su Chen. The Sacred Phoenix Maiden is imperative for the beast tamers. Without waiting for Su Chen's reaction, a small black serpent slithered from his sleeve, flicking its tongue. With a resounding roar, the small black serpent transformed into a massive python over 100 meters long, its body coiling like a mountain. The serpent's head dove down, its terrifying eyes, as large as lanterns, gazing menacingly at Jiufeng and the others. "The Blackwater Xian Snake," Jiufeng gasped. The Blackwater Xian Snake was a fearsome creature of the marshes, ranked 9th on the list of ferocious beasts. It was the natural enemy of the phoenix. Even during the height of the Sacred Phoenix clan's power, they regarded the Blackwater Xian Snake with trepidation, as it feasted upon phoenix eggs and possessed terrifying combat prowess. "Are you afraid?" Su Chen remarked with a sinister grin. "It is still not too late to surrender the Sacred Phoenix Maiden." "Never," Jiufeng retorted fiercely, leaping forth with her sword to strike at the beast tamers. However, at the very moment Jiufeng made her move, a longsword abruptly pierced through her back, blood cascading down the blade. Jiufeng froze instantly, and after a moment, she slowly turned her head to confront her assailant, Qin Xian. "Why did you ambush me?" Jiufeng inquired. Qin Xian, one of the elders of the Divine Phoenix clan, taunted. "Why? The Divine Phoenix clan is not what it once was. For the sake of our kin, is it not permissible to bow temporarily? Yet you remain mired in the past. Thus, you divulged the news of the Saintess's nirvana to the Beastmaster sect?" In that moment of betrayal, Jiufeng comprehended the gravity of the situation. She had never imagined that she would be wounded by one of her own. "Those who recognize the times are the truly wise," Qin Xian declared. "I have endured this humiliating existence for far too long. The Divine Phoenix clan could have thrived alongside humanity. Yet your stagnation has led us to this dismal state. You lack the ability to lead our clan to glory. Allow me to take the reins from here. Farewell." With that, Qin Xian withdrew the long sword and, in an instant, severed Zhou Feng's head. "Qin Xian, have you lost your mind?" Another elder shouted, his eyes bloodshot with rage. The members of the Divine Phoenix clan surged forward, surrounding Qin Xian. Unfazed, Qin Xian calmly produced a token from her bosom. "The ancient token of the Divine Phoenix is here. Who dares to act against me? From this day forth, the Divine Phoenix clan will heed my command." Upon seeing the ancient token, the clan members hesitated, refraining from advancing even an inch. Elder Musun glared at Qin Xian. "Despicable! How dare you steal the ancient token?" "Steal?" Qin Xian chuckled. "The ancient token was entrusted to me personally before the Saintess's Nirvana ceremony. How could it be considered theft? Will you not retreat?" Qin Xian commanded sternly. The clan members stepped back. The ancient token symbolized the supreme authority of the Divine Phoenix clan, and none dared to defy it. "I have forged an alliance with the Beastmaster Sect. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have decided to send the Saintess to the Beastmaster Sect to assist her training. In return, the Beastmaster Sect shall protect our Divine Phoenix clan and share in the flourishing era." Qin Xian proclaimed proudly before her kin. Ku Xuan and the others from the Beastmaster Sect applauded in approval. "Congratulations, Qin Xian, for leading our kin." Ku Xuan commended, confident that this alliance would lead them to greatness together. "Thank you, and I shall rely on Elder Ku Xuan's guidance moving forward," Qin Xian replied with a smile. The second grand gift from Qin Xian to the Beastmaster Sect had arrived. As she spoke, Qin Xian glanced towards Long Chen and his companions on the distant mountain, confirming her suspicions. Despite her silence, the Dragon Clan would still come. The Saintess of the Beastmaster Sect, with the Divine Phoenix Saintess at her side, necessitated the presence of a Dragon King as well. A harmonious union of dragon and phoenix. How delightful! Ku Xuan beamed with joy. "The generous offerings from the Divine Phoenix clan resonate with my heart. The Beastmaster Sect shall surely reciprocate. I shall graciously accept this splendid gift." With those words, Ku Xuan gestured, and the disciples of the Beastmaster Sect, hidden in ambush, swiftly encircled Long Chen and his companions. Ku Xuan also hurried to join them, and in an instant, the five of them found themselves surrounded by over 3,000 Beastmasters. Ku Xuan's gaze swept over the five individuals before finally settling on Long Chen. Truly, he is the Dragon King, possessing a pure golden dragon bloodline that only a being of his caliber deserves. "Little Dragon King, will you submit willingly, or do you wish to be conquered?" Ku Xuan's eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for Long Chen. Chapter 17. Encirclement. The Phoenix Array. The expressions of Long Chen and his companions instantly became grave. Surrounded by 3,000 beast tamers, Long Hong, Long Lai, and the others drew their swords, positioning themselves protectively around Long Chen, ever ready to engage in battle. Long Chen cast a glance at Qin Xian, realizing that he had been ensnared by her machinations. She had deliberately refrained from responding to his correspondence, confident that he would come to the Sacred Phoenix Mountain, subsequently leaking the information to the beast-taming sect. The ambushing beast-tamers served as undeniable proof of her treachery. This woman not only betrayed the Dragon Clan, but also her own kin. How insidiously malicious. "Submit? Conquer? I find both options unacceptable," Long Chen replied with a faint smile. "Oh, it seems you believe you possess a third option," Ku Xuan observed intently. "I do," Long Chen stated calmly, "and that is to eliminate all of you." Ku Xuan erupted into laughter. "Eliminate us? Little Dragon King, you have yet to grasp the reality of your situation. With 3,000 beast tamers at my command, what can you and your 4 companions possibly achieve?" The beast tamers regarded Long Chen and his companions with scornful disdain, their eyes glinting with frenzied greed. Another elder of the beast-taming sect, Qin Shou, coldly interjected, "Just days ago, Qi Feng was slain by the Dragon Clan. We cannot allow these 5 to escape. The little Dragon King shall be a pet for the Holy Sun, and we shall divide the remaining 4 dragons among ourselves." Qin Shou was already scheming how to divide the spoils, as if Long Chen and his companions were already theirs for the taking. Owning a dragon as a pet was the ultimate aspiration for every beast tamer, and thus, even though Qin Shou and his associates possessed formidable beasts, they could not resist the allure of a dragon's companionship. "Precisely my thoughts," Ku Xuan grinned greedily. The beast-taming sect, as a prestigious organization, ranked its elders in tiers: outer elders, inner elders, core elders, and holy masters. Ku Xuan and Qin Shou had worked tirelessly to ascend to the status of inner elders, but their access to power and resources was severely limited. Tasks such as this, fraught with danger, fell to them. In contrast, core elders enjoyed greater resources and, crucially, the luxury of cultivating in the sect's sanctum, advancing their powers at a much quicker pace. Holy masters, revered and admired, guided the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden. Ku Xuan and his peers aspired to rise further. By delivering the Dragon King to the Holy Sun, they could curry favor, and with a dragon pet of their own, their positions among the core elders would be secure. Long Chen absorbed their words, retorting scornfully, "Have you not envisioned the consequences? The Dragon Clan does not submit. We only bring destruction. Even in death, you shall never tame us as dragon pets." His voice resonated with strength, yet internally, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. 5 against 3,000. It was an impossible battle. The 3 elders of the opposing faction possessed cultivation levels around the harmonization realm, with only Long Hong capable of contending against them. Although Long Lai and Long Ao are commanders among the Dragon Blood Warriors, their cultivation is merely at the 6th level of the Void refinement, placing them far beneath the harmonization realm. With 2 savage demon apes accompanying them, they can barely manage a fight. However, if the savage demon apes were to restrain Long Hong, he would be in peril. Long Chen did not come to the Divine Phoenix Mountain intending to engage in battle, which is why he brought so few followers. Who could have anticipated such a dramatic power struggle at Divine Phoenix Mountain? Not necessarily, Su Chen remarked with a hint of mockery. Those once proud dragons, before being tamed, were also insufferably arrogant, yet in the end, they dutifully submitted. If you wish to experience the methods of a beast master, I shan't refuse. As he spoke, a golden rope appeared in Su Chen's hand, known as the beast taming rope. Once ensnared, the more one struggles, the tighter it becomes. Etched with fire inscriptions, it would heat upon contact with skin. Even the scales of dragons cannot withstand such searing. Interested in a little binding? Su Chen asked with evident intrigue. Bind your mother. Long Chen retorted vehemently. I'm not that depraved. Upon hearing Long Chen's outburst, Su Chen's disciple, Xiaoyan, stepped forward. How dare you insult my master? Unconvinced? Long Chen shot a provocative glance at Xiaoyan. Unconvinced. Xiaoyan snapped, brandishing a long whip. You dare to be insolent with just a young dragon? You must not have experienced the sting of a beast-taming whip. I'll make you regret it. With a crack, Xiaoyan swung the whip towards Long Chen, the air crackling in its wake. Long Hong attempted to intervene, but Long Chen stated, "This minor character is something I shall deal with personally." He did not evade, allowing the whip to strike him. However, at the moment the whip connected, the ancient dragon-patterned robe shimmered with mysterious designs. Though the whip struck Long Chen, it caused him no harm whatsoever. A slight smile graced Long Chen's lips as he deftly grasped the beast-taming whip. Xiaoyan tugged desperately, trying to reclaim the whip, but Long Chen held on firmly, rendering him incapable of pulling it away. Is this all you are capable of? Long Chen lost interest in the skirmish. With a forceful yank, he drew Xiaoyan towards him. As Xiaoyan flew into his vicinity, Long Chen delivered a resounding slap, sending him crashing to the ground. Bang! Xiaoyan fell heavily, spitting blood mixed with scattered teeth. Attempting to rise, he soon realized his neck had been broken by that single blow. How powerful! Xiaoyan glared at Long Chen, perplexed as to how he had sensed no fluctuation of true energy. What he did not realize was that Long Chen had purely relied on brute strength. Utilizing dragon essence would have cost him longevity, and such a minor foe was hardly worth the sacrifice. Observing Long Chen's display of strength, Qing Xian felt a mixture of surprise and admiration. Pondering, to avoid expending dragon essence and accelerating his life's decline, he resorts to pure strength? The Dragon Clan is merely surviving by the skin of its teeth. She increasingly recognized the wisdom of aligning herself with the Beastmaster sect. The expression on Su Xian's face darkened instantly. You dare to harm my disciple. You overestimate your abilities. The beast-binding rope in Su Xian's hand shot forth like a spirit serpent, coiling towards Long Chen with astonishing speed. Be careful. Long Hong stepped forward, erecting a barrier to shield Long Chen. Having previously faced the hunting tactics of beast tamers, Long Hong understood their methods all too well. If you did not create a barrier to block the beast-binding rope and the beast capture net, the consequences would be dire. Long Lai, Long Ao. Ensure the safety of Lord Dragon King. Long Hong's expression was grave. Do not struggle. Today, you shall not escape our grasp. Su Chen laughed sinisterly. Capturing the Dragon King would be a remarkable achievement. What are you waiting for? Cast the net. With this command, the other 2 elders of the Beast Tamer sect produced their beast-binding ropes, while over 3,000 disciples unfurled the prepared beast capture nets, descending from above to envelop Long Chen and his companions. Fight your way through. Long Hong bellowed, accompanied by a resonant dragon's roar. Long Hong transformed into a colossal azure dragon, sweeping across the battlefield. 3,000 mere mortals think they can block my path. Long Hong charged forward, his massive claws descending from the sky, crushing hundreds into mere pulp in an instant. Unstoppable. The spirit dragon mage, Shueyu, conjured a water prison, restraining hundreds of beast tamers. Long Lai and Long Ao protected Long Chen as they quickly tore open a gap, breaking free from the encirclement. Go. Long Chen commanded. The 5 of them soared into the sky, fleeing towards the outskirts of Shunhuang Mountain. However, at that moment, Qing Xian of the Shunhuang clan suddenly blocked their path. You wish to leave? Since you dared to intrude upon Shunhuang Mountain, the Shunhuang clan must show you the proper hospitality. Celestial Phoenix Formation. Qing Xian bit her finger, drawing a semicircle in the air with phoenix blood, then formed a strange seal with her hands. Instantly, the space trembled. Boom. 100-meter-tall phoenixes materialized at 10 different positions within the confines of Shunhuang Mountain, forming a deadly array that ensnared Long Chen and his group. Qing Xian, are you truly willing to oppose the Dragon Clan? Long Hong's voice boomed. Qing Xian chuckled. Oppose? Haha. Long Hong, have you forgotten? The Dragon Clan and the Shunhuang Clan have always been enemies. Leave no one behind. Chapter 18. I truly did not intend to max out my defenses. The Celestial Phoenix Formation sealed off the entire Thunder Swamp region. Each Celestial Phoenix was a manifestation of Phoenix blood, possessing combat prowess equal to that of Qing Xian. The most critical aspect was that they had no physical form, making them indestructible. Unless Qing Xian dismantled the formation or fell in battle, the Celestial Phoenix Formation was insurmountable. If memory serves, the Celestial Phoenix Formation is one of the 4 extraordinary formations of the Shunhuang clan. Setting up the Celestial Phoenix Formation was exceptionally complex. Not something that could be done hastily. This woman had planned deeply for such a scenario. Long Chen gazed at Qing Xian. You are truly foolish. Do you believe that by betraying your kin to assist the Beast Tamer sect in capturing us, the Shunhuang clan will genuinely share in the spoils with them? Wake up, you Na'vi woman. You are merely a tool for others. Soon, you will find yourself bound by a contract, reduced to a mere pet, lamenting your plight. Long Chen perceived that this woman was not entirely sane. What do you understand? Qing Xian retorted. If one cannot alter the overarching circumstances, then adaptation is the wisest course of action. You are still young. Allow me to advise you to abandon your resistance. I must respectfully disagree. While it is true that only the fittest survive, how can you ascertain your own suitability without putting up a struggle? Furthermore, I have my own system to attend to. As for you, grandmother, perhaps it is best that you adapt at your own pace. If you do not step aside, I, Long Chen, shall ensure your dismemberment in due time. Upon hearing this, veins throbbed on Qing Xian's forehead. Grandmother? This scoundrel dares to call me that. Nevertheless, she was indeed several millennia old. Step aside. How rude of you. Unfortunately, you will find that there is no future for you. At that moment, flames erupted around Qing Xian, and her enormous phoenix wings unfurled, resembling a majestic bird diving towards Long Chen. Long Hong drew his bow, releasing a flurry of golden arrows that soared towards Qing Xian. She deftly flapped her wings, evading them with agility as she closed in. Meanwhile, the beast tamer following closely behind had caught up, preparing to deploy a net to ensnare Long Chen and his companions. Ku Xian joined the fray, immediately restraining Long Hong. The other 2 elders approached Long Chen from opposite directions, launching their binding nets like serpents. The situation had reached a critical juncture. Long Lai, Long Ao, and Long Yu formed a protective circle around Long Chen, confronting the disciples of the beast-taming sect. Little Dragon King, relinquish your pride and submit obediently. To stand against the tide is futile. Qin Shou's eyes glimmered with determination as he maneuvered the binding nets, eager to ensnare Long Chen. Alas, they were thwarted by Long Lai and Long Ao. Is that so? Long Chen scoffed. Then allow me to unleash 2 colossal beasts upon you. As he opened his beast storage pouch, 2 thunderous roars echoed, heralding the descent of 2 savage primal apes. The ground trembled as the massive creatures landed, their colossal feet trampling several disciples of the beast-taming sect. Savage primal apes? Qin Shou laughed with increasing arrogance. Little Dragon King, you have truly surprised me. It seems today I shall not only capture 5 mighty dragons, but also seize 2 savage primal apes. Excellent. Qin Shou intensified his assault. 1 primal ape collided with him, sending him hurtling away with a single blow. Wiping the blood from his mouth, he exclaimed, so wild, so ferocious. First, I shall deal with this giant, and then I will take my time with you, Little Dragon King. The binding nets frantically spiraled towards the primal ape as the 2 engaged in a fierce battle. Simultaneously, another elder clashed with a different primal ape. The remaining inner disciples of the beast-taming sect relentlessly surged towards Long Chen, Long Lai, and the others. Spiderweb-like nets descended from above. Long Yu unleashed water orbs to knock down the capturing nets, while Long Lai and Long Ao wielded their spears, striking, sweeping, and piercing, ruthlessly reaping the lives of the disciples of the beast-taming sect. Long Ao and Long Lai may still fall short when confronting the elder-level powerhouses like Qin Shou, yet they can effortlessly crush the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. One by one, the disciples of the Beastmaster sect fell, unable to approach Long Chen at all. Just then, the 10 directions of the Phoenix array stirred simultaneously, and the sound of phoenix cries resonated through the sky. 10 ethereal phoenixes at the first level of the Tao merged dove down to join the fray. 2 assisted Qin Xian, 2 attacked the savage demon ape, while the remaining 6 charged directly at Long Chen. In disbelief, Long Chen's eyes widened as he faced the onslaught of 6 Tao-level phoenixes. Was this a mistake? A tremendous pressure bore down upon him, causing his very soul to tremble slightly, perhaps sensing the imminent danger. The dragon patterns on the eternal dragon robe began to shimmer once more, coalescing into small dragons that swirled around Long Chen. Still not yielding? The 6 phoenixes spoke in unison, their voices echoing Qin Xian's. A strange smile crept across Long Chen's lips as he commanded Long Lai, Long Ao, and Long Yu. Leave these 6 phoenixes to me. Go and eliminate all the disciples of the Beastmaster sect. Not a single one must remain. However, Long Lai and the others exchanged worried glances with Long Chen. Rest assured, Long Chen replied. With the eternal dragon robe, they cannot harm me. Although his cultivation was merely at the divine transformation realm, the robe could withstand the damage from the tribulation realm. Come at me. Who's afraid? Long Chen thought mischievously. As the 6 phoenixes attacked simultaneously, each unleashed a fireball, hurtling towards him from 6 directions. Let the storm intensify. Long Chen did not evade, allowing the 6 fireballs to explode upon him. Flames engulfed the sky as he was consumed by fire. Observing this scene, Ku Xian grew anxious. Qin Xian, are you insane? 6 phoenixes attacking at once could kill him. Long Chen was supposed to be a gift for the Holy Sun. What good was a dead gift? I know my limits. Qin Xian replied. I merely wish to aid you in capturing him swiftly. As they spoke, the flames gradually dissipated, revealing Long Chen unscathed, standing in place with not a single scorch mark on his garments. He smiled, defiantly challenging Qin Xian and Ku Xian. Is this all the Phoenix Array has to offer? You sought to obstruct me? Then I shall slay you. Without further ado, Long Chen activated his spatial abilities, appearing before Qin Xian in an instant. You think you can kill me at the Divine Transformation Realm? Qin Xian was taken aback by Long Chen's audacity to approach her, her smile turning sinister. You overestimate yourself. With that, flames erupted from her palm as she unleashed a powerful strike aimed at Long Chen. Bang! The eternal dragon robe rippled with dragon patterns, effortlessly absorbing and neutralizing Qin Xian's Tao-level force. Long Chen remained unscathed. Is that your cotton-padded palm? Long Chen jeered. Put some effort into it. Qin Xian, astonished, retorted. How could you possibly withstand my full force? Undeterred, she prepared to strike again. However, the outcome remains unchanged. Have you truly exerted your utmost effort? Long Chen mockingly observed Qin Xian, deeming her woefully inadequate. With a swift motion, he once again employed his spatial abilities, vanishing abruptly from in front of Qin Xian. When he reappeared, he was already behind her. With a sudden thrust, a longsword gleamed in Long Chen's hand, piercing through Qin Xian's back. Although Long Chen's cultivation was not exceptionally strong, the eternal dragon pattern robe enabled him to disregard attacks from those below the tribulation stage. This meant that in combat, as long as he closed the distance to his opponent, he could act with impunity, for they could not harm him. And if he managed to injure his foe even once, it would be a significant gain, allowing him to outlast them. Long Chen thought. I had no intention of maximizing my defenses. Chapter 19. Your time of death has arrived. Qin Xian gazed in horror at the longsword protruding from her chest, blood quickly staining her garments. You dare to harm me? She exclaimed, incredulous. As a being of the harmonization realm, she was well aware that Long Chen was merely at the 3rd level of the transformation realm. Ordinarily, those in the transformation realm would be unable to approach her. Moreover, she had noticed the eternal dragon pattern robe adorning Long Chen. She had long heard that the Dragon King possessed a divine artifact for protection before his ascent. It seemed the eternal dragon pattern robe was indeed that artifact. Greed and malice flashed in Qin Xian's eyes. If she could seize the eternal dragon pattern robe, it would be a boon for the Phoenix clan. And what if I have? Long Chen retorted with a sly grin. I intend to slay you. He held no fondness for Qin Xian. Even if it required a price in dragon essence today, he was determined to eliminate her. For leaving her alive would only pose future troubles, detrimental to the dragon clan. With a thought, he infused the longsword with the power of time. In an instant, Qin Xian felt her life force waning, as if she were racing towards her demise. Her expression shifted repeatedly. You have awakened all-dimensional abilities? I underestimated you. Yet, in my eyes, a being of the transformation realm is but an ant. Without a visible movement from Qin Xian, a phantom of the celestial phoenix merged with her figure. In a flash of brilliance, Qin Xian vanished from sight, the celestial phoenix phantom absorbing the damage from the power of time. With a series of cracking sounds, the celestial phoenix phantom shattered into fragments, ultimately dispersing into countless motes of light. Humph! Qin Xian scoffed. You could not kill me just now. Now you stand no chance. You cannot harm me again. Overexerting the dragon essence will trigger the curse, won't it? I wonder how long you can endure. The celestial phoenix cackled wickedly, her wings unfurling as a sea of flames surged towards Long Chen. The temperature of the space escalated rapidly, distorting the very fabric of reality. Qing Xian conjured a formidable defensive barrier around herself, then dove towards Long Chen. Do you not enjoy close combat? Allow me to indulge you. Like a comet. Qing Xian hurtled towards Long Chen, unleashing the full might of her harmonization realm power upon him. After utilizing dragon essence twice in succession, he felt the curse's power intensifying, his life force accelerating its decline. The discomfort was overwhelming. Earlier, he had resolutely decided to take drastic measures, aiming to severely wound or even eliminate Qing Xian. However, Qing Xian proved to be far more cunning and responsive than he had anticipated. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable, while his absolute defense shielded him from injury. The prospect of subduing Qing Xian at this stage appeared daunting, particularly now that she had summoned a defensive barrier. Even with his cultivation at the dragon transformation realm, breaking through that barrier seemed nearly impossible. Qing Xuan's attacks were swift as lightning, and as Long Chen intended to evade using spatial power, a sudden, intense pain pierced his chest. The accursed curse had inexplicably intensified at that moment. Long Chen's complexion turned ashen, his body momentarily halted. In that fleeting pause, Qing Xian unleashed her full might upon him. Boom! Under the immense force, Long Chen's body crashed into the ground like a projectile, creating a sizable crater in the earth, in which he was ensconced. Fortunately, due to the protection of the ancient dragon pattern robe, he remained uninjured, though the curse's power inflicted considerable discomfort. Trash! Qing Xian scoffed, delivering another ruthless punch to Long Chen's chest, further embedding him into the rocky layer below. Although he was unharmed, the brutality of her assault left him feeling quite disgruntled. Could the old woman not be a tad gentler? No wonder she was still unmarried. Long Chen suppressed his anger, unable to retaliate effectively. He could only vent his frustration verbally. Qing Xuan's facial muscles twitched in irritation, his words struck a nerve. Such a mouthy brat, she retorted, aiming a punch at his face. Please. Not the face. Long Chen grimaced, channeling his dragon essence to evade her strike. Just as he regained his footing, 10 ethereal phoenix apparitions materialized around him, encircling him completely. The 3 elders of the Beastmaster sect, including Ku Xian, stood alongside Qing Xian by the magnificent phantoms, sealing off all of Long Chen's avenues of escape. His gaze swept the surroundings, and he noticed Long Hong, 2 savage demon apes, Long Lai, Long Ao, and Long Yu, all ensnared by beast-binding ropes. The fire inscriptions on the ropes had been activated, igniting with scorching flames. The moment they moved, the ropes would tighten, digging painfully into their flesh. The searing flames charred Long Chen's scales to a dark hue, sizzling as if branded by a hot iron. Little Dragon King, surrender your struggle. Ku Xian jeered at Long Chen. With your strength, escape is futile. Long Chen's fists clenched tightly, a surge of murderous intent flooding his chest. The word surrender does not exist in my lexicon. His voice was icy and resolute. Oh, that is not for you to decide, Ku Xian replied with a sinister smile. Your subordinates are currently in my grasp. Should you refuse to submit, I shall make them wish for death right before your eyes. Fear not. I would not dare to slay a dragon pet. I merely intend to let them endure some torment. You dare threaten me? Long Chen glared fiercely at Ku Xian. Indeed, I am threatening you. Now how will you choose? As he spoke, Ku Xian extended his long, black serpent-like tongue, which swiftly coiled around Long Yu, drawing her closer to him. He now exists in a state of Beastmaster fusion, endowed with the innate abilities of his pet, the black water shin snake. A dark aura swirls around him, lending an air of malevolence. This young lady possesses a certain ethereal charm and is a water elemental enchantress. Let us commence with her. You have 3 breaths to remove the eternal dragon pattern robe and offer your soul, thus pledging your allegiance to my Beastmaster sect. Otherwise, I shall gradually consume your heart. As the words left his lips, the snake's forked tongue pried open Long Yu's lips and slithered inside, reaching straight for her heart. The instant the pointed tip of the tongue pierced her heart, Long Yu's face contorted in agony. Lord Dragon King, please do not take Long Yu's life for granted. You are the sovereign of the dragon kin, not to become a mere servant or tool of humanity. Long Yu feared that Long Chen might act impulsively and make a grave mistake. If she were to perish, so be it. However, due to her sacrifice of soul to Long Chen, she would never find peace in her lifetime. 3, 2, Ku Xuan began the countdown. Yet, Long Chen's heart burned with anxiety. With the dwindling population of the dragon tribe, profound bonds existed among each member. Long Yu was the most exceptional water elemental dragon master of the younger generation, skilled in healing. Due to a curse, Long Chen was at risk of rapid deterioration of life at any moment. Thus Long Yu had always remained by his side. He would never allow harm to befall her. Yet now, the eternal dragon pattern robe could only shield him from injury. He lacked the strength to rescue Long Yu and the others. What to do? He pondered frantically. At that moment, the sacred monument within the warehouse vibrated with a low hum, and a golden card materialized above it. The card depicted the majestic figure of the undying dragon emperor. Ding! The character card has been successfully created. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the first fusion card. A fusion card? Long Chen was utterly bewildered. What was happening? After the host utilized the sacred monument to complete the legacy for his kin, the system would automatically generate a corresponding character card as a reward within 24 hours. The type of card would be randomly generated, including summon cards, fusion cards, skill cards, and item cards. By using the fusion card, the host could gain the pinnacle abilities of the corresponding character for 5 minutes, with a cooldown period of 30 days. Incredible! Long Chen trembled with excitement throughout his being. This card was the Undying Dragon Emperor character card, meaning that upon fusion, he would possess the unparalleled strength of the Undying Dragon Emperor. Invincible! In the face of the Undying Dragon Emperor's power, what were Kushuan and Qin Xian? Mere trifles. Still undecided? Kushuan observed Long Chen with a mocking gaze, witnessing his body tremble and his expression shift between hope and despair, mistakenly believing him to be in torment. Since you continue to hesitate, Kushuan was preparing to use his snake tongue to extract a portion of Long Yu's heart. But at that moment, Long Chen declared loudly, "Wait, have you come to a conclusion?" Kushuan inquired. Long Chen smiled and replied, "I have found clarity." "Very well, then sacrifice your soul." Long Chen paused, during which he activated the fusion card. "Your time is up." With that, he clicked to use the fusion card. Chapter 20. A man more radiant than the stars, the date of demise. An obsession with futility. The moment joy flickered in the heart of Ku Xian, his expression darkened. And with a chilling tone, he declared, "Since you are oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth, do not blame me for my ruthless nature." However, before he could make a move, Long Chen had already completed the fusion card. An overwhelming power surged into Long Chen's body like an ocean tide, leaving him with the sensation of being on the verge of bursting. His aura ascended with each passing moment, and a tangible energy storm erupted around him, fracturing the space behind him and revealing an abyss of darkness. His eyes sparkled like stars, and everything within his gaze trembled. In that instant, all the beasts of the Beast Master prostrated themselves in submission, quaking in fear. The Phoenix clan bowed their heads, not daring to gaze upon the brilliance radiating from Long Chen. Ku Xian, Qin Xian, and other powerful figures of the harmonization realm felt a sudden constriction in their breaths, their bodies involuntarily trembling under the weight of an oppressive force akin to a mountain, making even breathing a challenge. Long Hong sensed the holy dragon blood within him stirring with excitement, staring incredulously at Long Chen. Could this be the aura of the immortal Dragon Emperor? Had the Dragon King also inherited the legacy of the immortal Dragon Emperor? The power of this inheritance was far beyond his reach, and he felt overwhelmed with joy, tears welling in his eyes, as he beheld Long Chen's invincible form. He was reminded of the glory days of the Dragon Clan when the Dragon King looked down upon the world, and all races revered them. No one dared to challenge the dignity of the Dragon Clan. At last, the time of dark humiliation was about to end. His voice choked with emotion. Long Lai, Long Ao, and Long Yu were completely awed by Long Chen's majesty. Had it not been for their binding restraints, they would have already prostrated themselves before the Dragon King. Ku Xian stared at Long Chen in fear, sensing that the power emanating from him was beyond his capacity to contend with. His voice trembled. How could you possibly possess such power? Long Chen reveled in the sensation of the power coursing through him, perhaps due to the nature of the system's creation. Although he had temporarily acquired the power of the Dragon Emperor, the vitality within him had not accelerated its depletion. It seemed the system had accounted for this. After using the fusion card, I am immune to the effects of the curse. Thus, for these 5 minutes, I can act without restraint. Upon this realization, Long Chen felt a surge of exhilaration. His authoritative gaze turned towards Ku Xian. The power of the Dragon King is beyond the comprehension of mere ants such as you. Long Chen smirked. Did you not just say you would slowly torment my kin? A primal fear emanated from Ku Xian's very soul as he sensed the incomprehensible aura surrounding Long Chen, which seemed to have transcended the confines of the lower realms. In Ku Xian's eyes, Long Chen had become an untouchable demon. Why the hesitation? Are you frightened? Long Chen took a step forward, instantaneously appearing before Ku Xian, his previous air of superiority now palpable. As his words fell, with a swift motion, Long Chen's hand pressed against Ku Xian's chest. At the moment of contact, the flesh of Ku Xian seemed to dissolve instantaneously, allowing Long Chen's hand to penetrate and grasp his still beating heart. The heartbeat is accelerating, Long Chen murmured. his voice in Ku Xian's ears akin to a devil's whisper. What do you intend to do? Ku Xian's eyes widened in terror. To kill you, Long Chen replied succinctly. And no, as long as you spare my life, I am willing to offer my soul as a sacrifice. I can become a slave to the Dragon Clan. The arrogance that once characterized Ku Xian vanished, replaced entirely by a desperate will to survive, a pitiful desire to live. You are unworthy, Long Chen declared. He then clenched his hand forcefully, crushing Ku Xian's heart with a resounding pop. Ku Xian glared at Long Chen with resentment as his body collapsed weakly. Fallen. Witnessing Ku Xian's demise, the other two elders of the Beast Control Sect recoiled in terror. Lord Dragon, spare us. Qin Shou, overwhelmed with fear, knelt and prostrated himself before Long Chen. I do not advocate hunting the Dragon Clan. It was all that womaness doing. Qin Shou pointed at Qin Xian. She incited this. We did not intend to offend the Dragon Clan. At these words, Qin Xian panicked, retorting angrily, Qin Shou. You beast. Are you placing all the blame on me? Was it not your intention to present a Dragon King to the Holy Sun? You were the one who incited this. You seduced Ku Xian, conspiring together, whispering in his ear. Long Chen cast a dispassionate glance at the two betrayers. Such an overwhelming amount of information, he remarked. Enough. Silence. Long Chen snapped impatiently. You shall all perish today. Were it not for the sacred steel, Long Chen surmised he might have truly met his end here. Those who seek to kill me shall always be met with death. Long Chen was not one to show mercy. With a flick of his fingers, a stream of light shot toward Qin Shou. Bang! The light penetrated Qin Shou's body, and he erupted into a shower of blood, utterly defenseless. Long Chen reveled in the exhilaration of crushing all opposition, then turned his glare toward the third elder of the Beast Control Sect, who met his demise with blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Qin Xian felt death rapidly encroaching upon her. Without a moment's hesitation, she turned to flee. You cannot escape. Long Chen blocked her path with a swift motion. Qin Xian, dissatisfied with this, summoned 10 ethereal phoenix apparitions to shield her as she desperately surged toward Lei Zhe. Long Chen merely waved his hand, and the 10 phoenix apparitions vanished into thin air. With a subtle flick of his finger, the space surrounding Qin Xian was abruptly confined. Your pathetic attempt to flee is truly laughable, Long Chen mocked. He then brushed past Qin Xian, and the constricted space shattered like glass, tearing apart both the confinement and Qin Xian herself into fragments. In mere moments, the 3 elders of the Beast Control Sect and Qin Xian were annihilated. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Every onlooker held their breath, fear etched on their faces as they beheld this spectacle. The disciples of the Beast Control Sect were paralyzed with terror, many wetting themselves, their faces devoid of color. The members of the Divine Phoenix clan felt a surge of satisfaction at Qin Xian's demise, while Long Chen's display of power left them utterly astonished. Is this the power of the Dragon King? Compared to the Holy Phoenix Saintess, this generation of Dragon King shines with unparalleled brilliance. There is simply no comparison. Is the Dragon Clan destined to rise once more? The members of the Holy Phoenix clan gazed at Long Chen with reverence, as if he were a divine being. Long Chen surveyed the scene from above, embodying the presence of a king descending. Wherever his gaze fell, disciples of the Beastmaster sect, including Qin Xian's closest confidant, were obliterated, bursting into a rain of crimson. The Thunder Sea instantly transformed into a battlefield of carnage, a gruesome spectacle. With a swift motion, Long Chen wielded a sword, severing all beast-binding ropes that ensnared Long Hong and the others, restoring their freedom. Subsequently, a golden light enveloped the 4 of them, as well as 2 formidable wild demonic apes, healing their wounds in the blink of an eye. Having accomplished this, there remained but 2 minutes before the power of the Undying Dragon Emperor would fuse completely. His gaze fell upon the Kuei Nyo within the Thunder Sea. Kuei Nyo, I shall borrow your Thunder God Pearl. With a deep roar, Kuei Nyo surged forth from the Thunder Sea, prostrating before Long Chen, expressing his desire to follow the Dragon King and hoping for the king's favor. Upon uttering these words, he inhaled the swirling lightning within the Thunder Sea, producing a thumb-sized blue Thunder God Pearl that crackled with electricity, hovering before Long Chen. I present the Thunder God Pearl, Kuei Nyo declared respectfully. Long Chen was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated Kuei Nyo's willingness to follow him. Such a fortunate opportunity must be seized. Affecting an air of authority, he responded, If you wish to follow, then accompany me back to Long Yuan. Thank you, Dragon King. Kuei Nyo bowed thrice in gratitude. Long Hong, let us depart. After basking in his moment of triumph, and while the invincibility effect still lingered, Long Chen gestured, and in an instant, he and Long Hong vanished from the sacred Phoenix Mountain, reappearing in Long Yuan. The members of the Holy Phoenix clan stood in stunned silence, bowing in respect as they bid farewell to the Dragon King. Meanwhile, the Holy Phoenix Saintess completed her fiery rebirth, a magnificent figure of vibrant red grace landing before her kin. During her rebirth, her consciousness remained alert, and she witnessed all that had transpired. He is the man I have been searching for, more radiant than the stars. Chapter 21. Ascension Platform. Upon returning to Long Yuan, the effect of the fusion card dissipated, and the overwhelming power receded like a tide. This journey to Sacred Phoenix Mountain had nearly ended in disaster, but fortunately, the system had aided him in reversing the situation. Nevertheless, the rewards were significant. Not only had he acquired the Thunder God Pearl, but he also gained the allegiance of Kuei-Nyo. With Kuei-Nyo possessing the strength of the harmonization realm, along with Long Hong, Long Yuan now boasted two formidable harmonization powerhouses. Even with the Orc clan launching a massive assault, the Dragon clan would no longer be forced to cower within Long Yuan. However, this merely provided a means of self-preservation. To conquer the Orc clan seemed nearly impossible. With the fusion card cooling down for 30 days, Long Chen pondered, in 30 days, I shall again possess 5 minutes of invincibility. If I can complete another sacred tablet inheritance, perhaps I might even randomly form a character summoning card. With the fusion card and summoning card, I could single-handedly pave the way through the Orc clan. The future is promising. Long Chen began to envision the future. At that moment, a notification chimed. The main quest was issued. After the host conquers the Longji Mountain Mine, the Orc King, the Serpent Emperor, furious beyond measure, swore to repel the Sand People and, after quelling the turmoil in the west, personally led the Orc army to flatten Long Yuan. Given the circumstances surrounding the Dragon clan, the host is tasked with subduing the Orc tribe within a month. Quest reward: Ascension Platform. The Ascension Platform allows members of the Dragon clan to enhance their lineage and upgrade their bloodlines while providing a rigorous and scientifically structured training environment, assisting the host in cultivating elite dragon warriors. Is it akin to a training ground for special forces? Long Chen was quite delighted. The dragon lineage is categorized into levels: 3-clawed, 4-clawed, and 5-clawed. The 3-clawed variety is the most common, while the 5-clawed bloodline is the most noble. Moreover, each claw type is further divided into red dragon, white dragon, green dragon, black dragon, golden dragon, and golden saint dragon. The red dragon is the most prevalent among the dragon kin, representing the ordinary members of the clan. The green dragon bloodline can be considered a genius compared to humans. As for the black dragon, the most representative example is the candle dragon, known for its terrifying combat prowess. The golden dragon is already quite rare and is typically nurtured into high-ranking members within the dragon clan. The golden saint dragon, however, embodies the bloodline of the Dragon King, ruling over the dragon race. Long Chen himself is a 5-clawed golden saint dragon, the epitome of supremacy. The Ascension Platform differs from the Transformation Pool. The Transformation Pool primarily refines and purifies the physical forms of Dragon clan members, capable of cleansing their bloodlines but not upgrading them. In contrast, the Ascension Platform enables 3-clawed dragons to evolve into 4-clawed dragons and 4-clawed dragons to ascend to 5-clawed status. Simply put, the Ascension Platform is a tool for Long Chen to cultivate his core legion. What a splendid asset! Long Chen wished he could invade the Orc tribe immediately to unlock the rewards. Unfortunately, the Dragon clan currently lacked the strength for such an endeavor. The 1-month timeframe coincides perfectly with the cooldown period for the fusion card. Long Chen pondered to himself, yet for the sake of prudence, it would be more reliable to complete the Sacred Monument inheritance once more, thus securing 2 invincible trump cards. It is impossible to significantly expand the Dragon clan's army within a month. Completing the Sacred Monument inheritance would be the most convenient and straightforward approach. However, the Sacred Monument inheritance requires an immense fortune of 1 million luck, equivalent to 10 million spirit stones. Where could he possibly acquire such a sum? Long Chen found himself in a quandary. Even if the Longji Mountain Mine were fully exploited within a month, it would only yield 500,000 spirit stones, 10 million. An astronomical figure. Long Chen summoned Long Hong and inquired about the total amount of ore in the treasury. There are only 200,000 stones remaining, Long Hong replied. Such a meager sum? Long Chen's lips twitched in frustration. How can I possibly amass funds? I can't rely on mining. Within a month, I need 10 million spirit stones. 10 million? What do you need so many spirit stones for? Long Hong gasped in astonishment. The Sacred Monument can still be inherited next month, and I must ensure fairness for Xinghe, who has been unwaveringly loyal. If you receive the inheritance, you cannot forget him. However, completing the inheritance requires the expenditure of 10 million spirit stones, Long Chen explained. Long Hong pondered for a moment and said, the surrounding tribes, apart from the Orc clan, are merely small factions. Even if we were to conquer them all, we would not amass 1 million spirit stones. Currently, the human race occupies 70% of the Divine Wilderness continent, and almost all high-quality spiritual mountain mines are under their control. The humans are exceedingly affluent. Even a modest family can produce several million spirit stones, while those with a slight degree of influence command tens of millions. The great clans and sacred grounds possess billions of spirit stones in their spiritual mountains. Long Chen, intrigued, asked, "The humans are so wealthy?" "Indeed. Are you suggesting we directly wage war against the humans to seize their minds?" Long Chen furrowed his brow. He understood well the might of the human race. Rashly declaring war against them would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences for the Dragon Clan in the future. Long Hong shook his head, stating, "The Dragon Clan is not yet in a position to engage in battle with the humans. What I propose is to trade with the human merchants. Though our clan has fallen from grace, we still possess numerous treasures within our vault. If we take them to the human merchants for auction, we should be able to exchange them for several tens of millions of spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Long Chen's eyes sparkled with cunning delight. "Select a few of the Dragon Clan's superfluous treasures and take them to the human cities for auction in a couple of days." "Understood," Long Hong replied, promptly departing. Long Chen had not anticipated that a solution to the spirit stone dilemma would present itself so swiftly. Seizing this opportunity, he planned to visit the human cities. The desolation of the valley where Long Yuan resided made him yearn to witness the prosperity of the human realm. The following day, Long Hong faced his tribulation. Dark clouds gathered, and thousands of bolts of lightning descended. Bathed in the tempest, Long Hong absorbed most of the lightning with the Thunder God Pearl. Nevertheless, he was left severely injured, his flesh scorched and barely clinging to life. Fortunately, he emerged successfully from the trial. One can only imagine that without the Thunder God Pearl, Long Hong would have been reduced to ashes. With the assistance of Long Yu and the water elemental spirit dragon mages, Long Chen tended to Long Hong's recovery. After 2 days, Long Hong regained his strength, humorously remarking that he had snatched back a life. Once Long Hong had sufficiently recovered, Long Chen instructed him to take the selected treasures and depart from Long Yuan, heading towards the human cities. To ensure their safety, Long Chen brought along 2 savage demon apes stored in the beast storage bags. Long Yu, who had been attending to Long Chen's needs, accompanied him closely. Bai Ning, having resided in Long Yuan for a while, stated her intention to visit an old friend of her father in the human territories and thus also left with Long Chen. The party of 4, accompanied by 2 lovely ladies, made Long Chen feel that life was indeed delightful. The nearest human city to Long Yuan lay to the east, within the territory of the first-rate sect, Beastmaster Sect. "Which city are we heading to?" Long Chen inquired, as he was not well acquainted with the human realm. The former owner of this body had lived in seclusion within Long Yuan, never setting foot on human soil. Conversely, Long Hong, as an elder dragon, had to engage and trade with the humans and frequently visited them, albeit always concealing his identity. "Qingyan City," Long Hong replied. Qingyan City is one of the 3 major first-rate cities within the Beastmaster Sect's territory, known for its bustling commerce. Additionally, Miss Lingo is currently residing with the Su family in Qingyan City. The Dragon King, having barely uttered a word, was swiftly interrupted by Long Hong, who remarked that it had been a decade since the young master had last seen Miss Linger. This would provide an opportune moment for the young master to reacquaint himself with her. Upon departing from Long Yuan, Long Hong had reached a consensus with Long Chen, henceforth referring to him as the young master, to which Long Chen nodded in agreement. He recalled his sister's beauty from memory, after 10 years apart. He pondered what she might now be like. Chapter 22, Qingyan City, Espionage at the Beastmaster Sect. The sect leader, Jin Fenglu, had been anxiously awaiting news from Shunhuang Mountain. By now, it was expected that Ku Xian would return with the Sacred Maiden of the Phoenix. Yet no word had arrived from him. With the time for his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony drawing near, Jin Fenglu found himself increasingly frustrated by Ku Xian's delays. Suddenly, a disciple rushed in, breathless with urgency. Jin Fenglu shot him a disapproving glance and said, "Why the commotion? What is the matter?" He preferred disciples who exhibited composure in the face of adversity, as it was such steady individuals who were truly worthy of cultivation. The disciple composed himself and reported, "Sect leader, the disciple sent to Shunhuang Mountain to urge them has returned with dire news. Elder Ku Xian and his entire contingent have perished." "What did you say?" Jin Fenliu's body trembled violently at the revelation, disbelief etched on his face. Elder Ku Xian, along with over 3,000 disciples? How could they all have been annihilated? The Shunhuang clan lacks the capability for such devastation. Even if Ku Xian had failed to bring back the Sacred Maiden, he believed it impossible for them to face complete destruction. The details remained unclear, but it was reported that the Shunhuang clan had sealed their mountain and were avoiding any contact with their sect. However, there were indications that powerful members of the Dragon Clan had been sighted at Shunhuang Mountain. "We suspect a possible alliance between the Shunhuang clan and the Dragon Clan." Dragon Clan? Jin Fenliu's eyes narrowed, brimming with murderous intent. "A dwindling race dares to show such disrespect towards my Beastmaster sect? Investigate thoroughly. If there is indeed a connection to the Dragon Clan, Jin Folu will spare no effort to obliterate Long Yuan and lay it to waste. In 20 days, his daughter's coming-of-age ceremony would invite various sects, notable families, and distinguished figures. This gathering served not only to celebrate his daughter's milestone, but also to showcase the prowess of the younger generation of the Beastmaster sect. In 3 months, the quadrennial sect ranking assessment would take place. If the ceremony proceeded successfully, the Beastmaster sect might secure a position as a quasi-holy land. The distinction between a first-rate sect and a quasi-holy land was significantly different in terms of status and privileges. Hence, Jin Folu was determined to ensure everything transpired flawlessly, with no room for error. Yet, to his utmost dismay, a critical issue had arisen regarding the sacred maiden of the Phoenix, inciting his fury to unprecedented levels. Anyone who dared to thwart his ambitions would face annihilation. Qingyan City, one of the 3 major cities within the territory of the Beastmaster sect, boasted towering walls of grandeur and majesty. The bustling streets were filled with practitioners traversing through the city. Within Qingyan City, one could gaze upon the majestic peaks of the Beastmaster Mountain, which lay several miles away, the very home of the sect. The 3 great cities were situated at the base of the mountain, in close proximity to one another. Due to its nearness to the Beastmaster sect, the majority of practitioners residing within the city were Beastmasters. Various exotic pets can be seen everywhere: flame tigers, snow leopards, foxes, and bloodthirsty birds. Along the streets, one can also find caged creatures for sale. Perhaps it is the identity of the Dragon King that evokes a sense of compassion in Long Chen as he gazes into the despairing eyes of the captured beasts. Is this not the fate that befalls his own kin? Confined within cages, they are coerced into signing soul contracts, their freedom curtailed. Long Yu and Bai Ning's expressions grew unnaturally somber upon witnessing such scenes. Long Hong observed everything keenly and remarked, "The captured pets are mere commodities in human transactions. I fully comprehend your sentiments. However, we are in the territory of humanity. We must adhere to their customs. Our identities must remain concealed. We must endeavor to suppress our auras, for beast tamers are particularly perceptive, and a moment of carelessness might reveal us. It is best to avoid conflicts with them to evade unnecessary troubles." Long Yu and Bai Ning nodded in agreement. Long Chen continued to wear his ancient dragon-patterned robe. Though he adjusted its style to be more understated, from a distance, he resembled a wealthy young gentleman. His striking appearance drew the attention of numerous admirers. Long Yu, a beauty of the Dragon Clan, and Bai Ning, a 9-tailed fox, exuded their own unique allure, captivating many gazes. Long Hong donned a gray garment, accompanying Long Chen like a devoted servant. Who is that handsome young man? Which family does he belong to? And those 2 exquisite ladies are simply breathtaking. They rival the 3 great beauties of Qingyan City. Could they possibly be the prodigies from the prominent families of the other 2 major cities? The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding Long Chen's identity. Long Chen felt a sense of exasperation. He wished to remain low-key, yet his striking features betrayed him. However, the imagination of the onlookers was remarkable, as he even overheard someone claiming he was a genius from the sacred land. Under Long Hong's guidance, Long Chen swiftly arrived at the Su residence in the east of Qingyan City. Although the Su family is one of the 3 prominent families in Qingyan City, they lag significantly behind the Shao and Mo families, who are supported by the Beast Tamer sect. The Su family once thrived due to their connection to the Dragon Clan, having been a colossal household in the Central Plains. Yet, they have since fallen into decline, barely ranking 3rd in the small Qingyan City and frequently facing oppression from the Shao and Mo families. Prior to their departure, Long Hong had written a letter to the Su family, so they were aware of Long Chen and his companion's arrival that day. Early on, someone awaited their reception at the entrance of the estate. Upon seeing Long Hong, the head of the Su family, Su Qingyang, hurried to greet him. "Old Hong," he exclaimed, demonstrating discernment, before respectfully bowing to Long Chen. "I, Su Qingyang, have the honor of meeting the young master and the 2 young ladies." The surname Long has been rendered obsolete among humanity, hence Su Qingyang refrained from addressing Long Hong as Old Hong, opting instead for Su Lao. To avoid any suspicion, the Su family publicly declared that Long Chen and his companions were distant relatives. Thus, they temporarily adopted the surname Su to avert unnecessary complications. "There is no need for such formalities," Long Chen replied with a smile. "The human and dragon clans can coexist harmoniously." This sentiment felt quite pleasant. However, there will always be individuals who harbor animosity towards the Dragon Clan. For such people, Long Chen would not extend his courtesy. "If one treats me with a foot of respect, I will reciprocate with a mile. If you offend me by a fraction, I shall return the favor with 7-fold." This is the survival principle of the God Wasteland continent, where myriad races coexist. To endure in silence is to invite oppression. The disciples of Su Qingyang also bowed and greeted Long Chen and his companions. Subsequently, Su Qingyang said, "Young master, Elder Hong, please come inside." He welcomed the group into the hall and invited Long Chen to take the seat of honor. Long Chen waved his hand, saying, "That is not appropriate. Wouldn't that overshadow the host?" Although the Su family had once relied on the Dragon clan, Long Chen preferred to view them as equal partners rather than subordinates. In matters of race, there is no distinction of noble or base, only the dichotomy of friendship and enmity exists. There is no need for you to be humble. Young master, given your status, how could the Su family allow you to sit in the guest seat? Su Chen replied, "If you do not take your seat, we would not dare to sit either. Then I shall not be polite." Long Chen was not one to be overly sentimental, having been warmly invited. Further refusal would seem disingenuous. After some pleasantries, Su Chen stated, "I have made arrangements regarding the matters mentioned in Elder Hong's letter. The invitations for the auction have been sent out, and it will proceed as scheduled in 3 days. However, I must boldly inquire why Elder Hong has suddenly decided to auction rare treasures. If it is a matter of finances, the Su family would be more than willing to assist you." Hearing this, Long Chen felt a warmth in his heart and expressed his gratitude. "I am in need of a substantial quantity of spirit stones. It is fortuitous that I can exchange these trivial treasures for some spirit stones. I appreciate the goodwill of the Su family, but as you are also going through a difficult time, we shall handle what we can ourselves. Your efforts in arranging the auction are already quite burdensome. Young master, you are being overly modest. This is my duty," Su Chen replied. Sensing that Long Chen was more amiable than he had anticipated, Long Chen, wishing to change the subject, inquired, "Where is Linger?" "Today is the assessment day at the Qingyun Academy. Linger has gone to participate and will return only in the evening," Su Chen explained. "If you are eager to see Linger, you may visit the Qingyun Academy. The annual assessment is quite splendid. You might find it worth your while." Long Chen pondered briefly. Having nothing pressing to do, he decided to go and see. Su Chen intended to accompany him, but Long Chen declined. After all, being escorted by the head of the Su family to the Qingyun Academy would be rather ostentatious. He merely wished to see his sister without causing a stir. Speculation was already rife that he was the Holy Son, with another family head accompanying him. Who could tell how far those rumors would stretch? Su Chen, understanding the inappropriateness, instructed a disciple named Su Chi to accompany Long Chen. Long Chen instructed Long Hong to remain and catch up with Su Chen, while he took Long Yu and by name to the Qingyun Academy. As a strikingly handsome delegation, Long Chen's group attracted considerable attention. They were making their way to the Qingyun Academy. Follow them. If only I could exchange a word with that young master, I would die without regrets, Long Chen thought. They have gone mad. He finally understood the tribulations of being a celebrity. What should one do when one is excessively handsome? I await your response. The moment Long Chen stepped into the Qingyun Academy, he suddenly sensed a piercing gaze locking onto him. He halted, turned, and looked towards a certain pavilion. Chapter 23. You think you can marry my sister? As Long Chen gazed at the pavilion, that feeling of being observed vanished instantaneously. He unleashed his spiritual energy to investigate, but found no trace of anyone. A slight unease gripped his heart, accompanied by an ominous premonition. Young master, what troubles you? Su Chi inquired, puzzled. Long Chen shook his head, replying, It's nothing. Perhaps it was merely my imagination. The group continued towards the examination grounds of the Qingyun Academy. After Long Chen and his companions had walked away, a wisp of black smoke wafted from the pavilion, coalescing into a shadowy figure, whose haunting eyes fixated on the direction Long Chen had departed. Slowly, it spoke. What do you think? A blood-red scythe emerged from the figure's back, casting a sanguine shadow. Its aura was indistinct, making it difficult to ascertain its lineage. Yet, it was undeniably not human. Its physique was a paragon of perfection, an unparalleled vessel among millions. If we could seize its body, perhaps you might escape your current predicament. Oh, the shadow chuckled enigmatically. I must admit, I find myself rather intrigued. However, I advise against confronting him. The blood shadow pondered briefly. Individuals of his caliber are often accompanied by fortune. He is a chosen one. Opposing him would likely lead to a far graver fate for you. Remaining by his side might alleviate your present condition. The ability to sense your probing indicates he is no ordinary being. Moreover, the two women accompanying him are also formidable. I fear the forces backing him are beyond our reach. The air fell into a heavy silence. The shadow inhaled deeply. I shall heed your counsel. At the Qingyun Academy, in the martial arts arena, on what grounds do you strip my brother Su Han of his qualification to enter the Dian sacred land? Long Linger exclaimed, distraught and furious. Brother Su Han ranked first in both the literary and martial examinations. He has defended the honor of Qingyun Academy by vanquishing the provocateurs from Tianshui Academy and Shaoyang Academy. He is the most deserving candidate of this cohort to enter the Tianyin sacred land. Long Linger clenched her delicate fists. Though some students felt injustice regarding Su Han's treatment, none dared to voice their dissent. Instructor Ruan's expression was one of utmost displeasure. Beside her stood two elders of Qingyan Academy, and before them was a young man clad in extravagant attire, emanating a cold and proud demeanor. The young man smiled and said, "It is not the academy that revokes his qualification, but rather you. Su Linger, should you agree to my terms, I would not mind relinquishing his place in the sacred land for him." "Xiaoyi, you are deluded," Su Han retorted, furious. "Do not cast your covetous eyes upon Linger. Otherwise what?" Xiaoyi mocked, gazing at Su Han. "Will you kill me? I concede you possess such capability. Yet your mentor, Elder Feng, has already passed away. No one is here to protect you. You can no longer act with impunity within Qingyan Academy. Your past actions have already jeopardized the interests of the elders. They will not stand by your side. Therefore, either leave or maintain your distance from Su Linger. For one day, she shall be mine." Long Lingo glared at Xiaoyi. "Do not use me to threaten my brother Su Han." Xiaoyi's smile grew increasingly sinister. "I advise you to yield to me. The Xiao family has connections within the heavenly yin sacred land. With a mere word, we could obliterate the Su family in an instant. Marry me, and you shall indulge in boundless wealth and honor. Su Han could also gain entry into the sacred land, thus benefiting both parties, don't you think? Consider it carefully. There's no need for deliberation." Long Linger was thoroughly enraged, her dragon essence surging violently within her. She had endured for 10 long years. Now, she no longer wished to restrain herself. For a decade, she had suppressed her dragon powers, fearing the revelation of her identity. But now, she could no longer afford such concerns. "Xiaoyi, I declare war on you. Do you dare to face me? You lose. You relinquish your claim to practice within the heavenly yin sacred land." Long Linger's fighting spirit soared. For the first time in a decade, she was determined to defend something precious to her. "You?" Xiaoyi scoffed derisively. "Since the day I entered the Qingyan Academy, I have consistently been at the bottom of the rankings. You declare war on me? You have no chance. You might as well marry me instead, without trying. How can anyone know the outcome?" Long Lingo had made up her mind. Gaining entrance into the heavenly yin sacred land was her brother Su Han's dream, and she was resolved to help him achieve it, even at a cost. "Really?" Xiaoyi scrutinized Long Linger, confident of his inevitable victory. Although consistently overshadowed by Su Han, he felt no pressure against Long Linger. Indeed, Long Lingo affirmed steadfastly. She was a noble golden holy dragon, appearing merely 14 yet possessing 500 years of age. Her cultivation had reached the 9th level of the nascent soul, a half-step into the divine transformation realm. Even among her peers, the prodigies of the sacred land, she would easily dominate. Her low ranking had been a deliberate act, a necessity for concealing her identity. However, the Qingyan Academy had gone too far, openly stripping Long Chen of his qualifications. She must seek justice. "Since you are so certain, I see no reason to refuse." Xiaoyi's lips curled into a slight smile. "If you win, the sacred land qualification shall belong to Su Han, and I shall no longer pursue this matter. However, should you lose, you must marry me. Of course. Such a union would strengthen the ties between our families, and I will also grant Su Han a spot in the sacred land. I ask the esteemed elders to witness this agreement. Should you lose, you cannot renege." Xiaoyi believed he could never lose. With connections in the sacred land, gaining entry was not a challenge. Thus, granting Su Han a position posed no burden to him. "It is settled then." Long Lingo agreed without hesitation. Su Han's expression changed. "Linger, you mustn't. The gap between you two is too vast." He could not allow Long Linger to engage in battle and turned to Xiaoyi. "If you have the courage, let us fight. Bullying Lingo is no true strength." "I have no interest," Xiaoyi replied. Instructor Ruolan also urged, "Linger, you mustn't. This year, the qualification for the sacred land has been lost, but it is not a matter of great concern. We can always await the next year. Yet, can we be certain that Su Han will have his turn again?" "Teacher Rulan, surely you comprehend this better than I do," Long Linger declared. "I have made up my mind. I shall pay any price." A wave of anxiety washed over Su Han as an instinctive feeling warned her that Linger was on the brink of making a reckless decision. Her origins were shrouded in mystery, and her grandfather had commanded the entire clan to protect her at all costs. No mistakes could be tolerated. To prevent Long Linger from having second thoughts, Xiaoyu had already ascended the arena. "Let us proceed." "All right." The dragon essence within Long Linger was already in a fervor. However, just as she was about to step onto the stage, a sudden voice resonated. "Linger, allow your brother to handle this trivial challenge." The voice was not loud, yet it carried an air of supreme authority. The crowd turned to see a remarkably poised young man clad in golden attire, radiating charisma. Accompanying him were two breathtaking beauties, their presence almost overshadowing his. "Do not outshine too much, brother," Long Linger exclaimed, gazing at Long Chen with excitement and disbelief. It had been a decade, an entire 10 years since they last met. Long Chen approached her, gently ruffling her hair. and a wave of pure energy quelled the tumultuous dragon essence within her. You've grown beautiful. His smile was as warm as a spring breeze. Long Ling felt a surge of warmth in her heart, her eyes brimming with tears, rendering her speechless. Long Chen casually lifted his gaze to Xiao Yi. And you presume to marry my sister? Chapter 24. Are you qualified? And you presume to marry my sister? This statement bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, echoing throughout the venue like the detonation of a bomb. It was imbued with a blend of dominance, pride, and disdain. Who are you? Xiao Yi questioned, bewildered, as he had no recollection of Su Ling or possessing such a formidable brother. Judging by the opponent's attire and demeanor, it was evident that he was no ordinary individual. When did the Su family come to possess such a figure? Long Chen offered no reply, merely stating, all you need to know is that I am Su Ling's brother. I grant you an opportunity. Return Su Han's qualification for the sacred land, and within 3 breaths, vanish from my sight. Long Chen would reclaim what belonged to the Su family out of loyalty. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yi chuckled derisively. Do you think you are someone of significance? You believe a mere sentence will compel me to relinquish the sacred land qualification? He thought to himself. Even if you appear extraordinary, what formidable young talents does the Su family possess? With this in mind, he began to doubt Long Chen's capabilities. Long Chen did not respond. Instead, he raised his hand, delivering a swift slap that sent Xiao Yu flying. Slap. Xiao Yu crashed to the ground, his left cheek swollen, teeth scattered, utterly disheveled. Are you qualified now? Long Chen inquired indifferently. Blood trickled from the corner of Xiao Yu's mouth as he struggled to rise. Long Chen's slap had left him dazed, stars still dancing before his eyes, his body swaying. The gazes of everyone in the arena converged upon Long Chen. Who was this individual who had the audacity to strike Xiao Yu upon arrival? The previous slap was so swift that I could hardly perceive the motion behind it. The absence of any discernible control over true energy was utterly terrifying, as the students murmured among themselves. Little did they know that Long Chen had not utilized his dragon essence at all. Instead, he had merely relied on the formidable strength of his dragon physique to subdue Xiao Yu. Shaking his head to regain clarity, Xiao Yu glared at Long Chen with resentment and spat. Do you dare to strike a weakling? His teeth, slightly askew, left him a bit breathless. And what if I did? Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Why not strike back? The audacity of his words was infuriating. Xiao Yu clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking echoing ominously as his true energy erupted within him. He launched himself at Long Chen like a cannonball, his power converging in his fist, delivering a blow that could crush a beast of equal rank. It was fierce and unyielding, yet Long Chen did not flinch, allowing the punch to land squarely upon his chest. With a thunderous crash, the fist collided with Long Chen's torso, the sound of shattering bones resonating throughout the arena, plunging the atmosphere into silence. Why did he not evade? This was catastrophic. His sternum had been obliterated. What a tragedy. Time seemed to freeze, and then a fleeting moment of realization struck. Why did Xiao Yi appear as though he had just consumed something foul? All eyes turned to him, witnessing the convulsions of his facial muscles, his pallor, and the agony etched upon his countenance. Blood streamed from his hand, where bones had pierced through flesh. The earlier sound of shattering bones, was it the sound of Xiao Yi's own hand fracturing? How could this be? Was Long Chen's body so resilient that he could withstand Xiao Yi's full-force strike? Xiao Yi, a cultivator of the core formation realm, left everyone utterly astounded. He was a genius coveted by various factions, second only to Su Han. Yet, after delivering such a powerful punch, he remained unscathed while his own hand was shattered. It was utterly terrifying. Su Han stared at Long Chen in disbelief, marveling at his formidable physique. Was this truly the brother that Ling Er often spoke of? Indeed. A prodigy. In comparison, I feel utterly inferior. My teacher was right. There are realms beyond realms, and people beyond people. I have a long journey ahead of me. Unbeknownst to him, he was oblivious to Long Chen's true identity, but surmised that Ling Er and her brother must hail from an ancient lineage. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind Ling Er's fosterage in the Su family, the power backing her must be formidable. The elders and instructors from Qingyun Academy were equally astonished, their gazes fixed upon Long Chen. Have you not eaten? Put in some effort. Long Chen jested. Xiao Yi retorted. I have given it my all. Though internally seething, Xiao Yi was undeterred, delivering another punch with his left hand against Long Chen. Crack. The sound of bones fracturing rang out once more, and Xiao Yi's left hand shattered, blood pouring forth. How could this be? Xiao Yi was on the brink of madness, for he sensed no fluctuation of true energy emanating from Long Chen, indicating that he had not employed any form of defense. However, he withstood 2 punches, remaining unscathed. This had surpassed the limits of his comprehension. What on earth? The force was still insufficient. Allow me to demonstrate, Long Chen said earnestly. As his words fell, he unleashed a punch. Xiao Yi, being a prodigy himself, reacted swiftly and immediately raised a barrier of true energy. Yet, in the face of Long Chen's strike, that barrier shattered instantaneously, and Long Chen's fist descended upon Xiao Yu's chest like a meteor. His chest caved in an instant. Xiao Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed with a thud. With only a single breath left, the two elders changed color in an instant. Bold. How dare you cause a disturbance at the Qingyun Academy, provoking the dignity of the Qingyun Academy. One elder wasted no time and charged directly at Long Chen. Long Chen cast a glance. Merely in the nascent soul realm. Long Chen was in the divine transformation realm and a noble bloodline of the golden sacred dragon. He regarded that elder with disdain. Until the elder approached, Long Chen seized his arm with a claw. Gathering energy, he directly lifted the elder and slammed him to the ground with a resounding crash. The ground trembled, cracking and riddled with fractures. The elder, struck with immense force, had all his bones shattered and could no longer rise. A single blow was sufficient. Long Chen spoke nonchalantly. The entire arena fell into silence. This is utterly monstrous. A single move incapacitating an elder of the nascent soul realm. How could his cultivation be so? Yet he appeared to be of the same age as them? A prodigy. The other elder was utterly dumbfounded, not daring to take action against Long Chen. May I inquire, esteemed young master, from whom do you take your teachings? He was probing into Long Chen's identity. Various signs indicated that Long Chen must be a genius of some great power. He was not someone to be trifled with lightly. My teachings? Long Chen truly could not respond, having learned from the Dragon Clan's archives since he could remember. Initially guided by his father, after his father's incident, he largely relied on self-study. Over the course of 8 centuries, he thoroughly read the Dragon Clan's literature, encompassing the heavens and the earth, ancient and modern. Besides cultivation, he was well-versed in the arts of music, chess, literature, painting, and tea. He was not merely an all-attribute Dragon King, but also a polymath. Thus, even the prodigies of the human race's sacred court could not compare with him. It would be effortless to overwhelm them in every aspect. You are not worthy to know. Long Chen replied coolly. Indeed, the elder dared not pursue the matter further, merely stating, the Academy's disciples are often ignorant and may have offended you. Before he could finish, Long Chen waved his hand, saying, spare me the pleasantries. As for the qualification to cultivate in Su Han's sacred land, I'll return to Su Han. The elder trembled. Young master, having traveled such a distance, would you care to meet with the Academy's head? Not interested, Long Chen replied casually. The head? I do not know him. What is there to discuss? Long Chen was unaware that his flippant remark of disinterest had led the elder to conjure numerous implications. Indeed, a genius of his caliber would hardly regard the Qingyun Academy with any esteem. It is imperative to promptly report this to the master of the Academy. Negligence is not an option. To defeat a cultivator at the nascent soul stage with a single strike is a feat that only the prodigies of Central Continent can accomplish. Could he possibly hail from Central Continent? If that is the case, the Su family must be increasingly unsettled. Chapter 25. Are you here to seek retribution? Long Chen was blissfully unaware of the elder's true sentiments. He merely declined in a nonchalant manner. Let us depart. Long Chen affectionately ruffled Long Linger's hair. It would be prudent to avoid lingering in such a contentious place, as he was undeniably suspected of causing a disturbance. Although some students were displeased by Long Chen's earlier display, none dared to obstruct his departure. They were wary of his identity, concerned that provoking him could lead to unwarranted complications. Once Long Chen had distanced himself, the elder addressed the students with a solemn tone. What transpired today must not be disclosed to outsiders. Any violators shall face expulsion. The prodigies of the Holy Land presumably wished to avoid attracting undue attention, and the elder aimed to shield Long Chen from trouble as much as possible. Moreover, only the Qingyun Academy was privy to his arrival. It was essential that they first seek to curry favor. He instructed the students to escort the injured to the medical pavilion before hastily making his way to the Master's palace, the Qingyun Hall. A prodigy at the transformation stage, Master Su Chen was taken aback by the news. As the master of Qingyun Academy, he had only recently attained the transformation stage himself. And here was a mere 15 or 16-year-old youth who was already a formidable expert. He was certain that this young man had an extraordinary background. Perhaps a peerless prodigy from a sacred land in Central Continent. Where is he now? Su Chen asked eagerly. He should have returned to the Su family. Elder Mu hesitated before responding. That young gentleman appears quite displeased with our revocation of Su Han's qualification for cultivation in the sacred land. Furthermore, we previously aided the Xiao and Mo families in suppressing the Su family, and I fear. Su Chen's heart raced at these words. He grasped Elder Mu's implication. With this young man as their backing, the Su family could very well seek revenge at any moment. Reflecting on the Academy's previous actions, he became alarmed. Prepare ample gifts. I must personally visit to express my apologies. Su Chen felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. What kind of formidable force could this young man from Central Continent command? The thought was too daunting to contemplate. The Su family possesses such an ally? He regretted not fostering a better relationship with them. I shall attend to it at once, Elder Mu replied. Indeed, in addition to preparing generous gifts for the young gentleman, let us also prepare a token for the Su family to demonstrate our sincerity. Understood. Long Chen and his companions exited the Qingyan Academy. As dusk settled, the golden rays of the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the streets. Brother, what brings you to Qingyan City? Long Linger was taken aback by Long Chen's sudden appearance, especially as he had forcefully secured the qualification for Su Han to cultivate in the sacred land. I missed you, Long Chen replied affectionately. Perhaps it was the lingering attachment of the original owner of this body. But Long Chen felt an overwhelming urge to indulge Long Linger. Oh my, could it be that the original owner is an overindulgent sister? Stealing a glance at Long Linger, one cannot help but notice her statuesque figure and long legs, the pale yellow gown she wears bestowing upon her an ethereal grace. Simultaneously, there exists an irresistible vitality of youth about her. Yet, at times, there is an air of precocity that one cannot ignore. Well, she is over 500 years old. After all, the blend of youthful exuberance and precociousness grants Long Lingo a uniquely captivating charm. Perhaps this is what they refer to as a youthful visage. A notion I find hard to believe. Truly, I remain unconvinced. As time progressed, Long Linger introduced Su Han to Long Chen, teasingly remarking, Brother Su Han has taken such good care of me, unlike you, who hasn't bothered to visit me in a decade. Her tone, however, was not one of reproach towards Long Chen, but rather a playful display of sisterly affection. She was fully aware of Long Chen's circumstances as the Dragon King. He bore the weight of the Dragon Clan's future and could not easily leave Long Yuan for fear of unforeseen dangers. Am I not here now? Long Chen smiled, then turned to Su Han, saying, Thank you for taking care of Linger all these years. It is merely my duty, Su Han replied politely. But I truly feel remorse for your actions against Xiao Yi and the elders earlier. Given the nature of the Xiao family, they are unlikely to let this matter rest. Long Chen discerned Su Han's concerns, which stemmed not from fear, but from a desire to avoid causing Long Chen unnecessary trouble. Consider it a gift for reclaiming your qualification to cultivate in the sacred grounds, Long Chen said nonchalantly. Rest assured, they cannot harm me. His confidence was palpable. As the Dragon King, though he could not yet contend with first-rate sects or sacred grounds, he believed the minor family of Qingyan City posed no threat. Su Han wished to express more, but upon recalling Long Chen's prowess in the arena, he hesitated. He thought that Long Chen's calm demeanor surely indicated he possessed his own hidden strengths. The group soon returned to the Su residence, exchanging laughter and banter along the way. Su Qingyang had prepared a sumptuous feast to welcome Long Chen. Accompanying them were Su Qingyang's 3 sons and 4 elders. Long Chen was seated at the head of the table, a position that made him feel somewhat undeserving. Su Qingyang refrained from disclosing Long Chen's identity, addressing him simply as young master, which conveyed a profound respect. Su Han observed all of this keenly and quietly inquired of his father, Su Zhan, Father, what is the true identity of this young master? Why does grandfather treat him with such deference? As the future head of the Su family, Su Zhan was aware of Long Chen's background, yet he simply replied, Do not pry. His identity is not for you to inquire about. Could he truly be a prodigy from the sacred grounds of Zhongzhou? Su Han could not resist asking once more. Su Zhan shook his head, stating, The prodigies of the sacred grounds of Zhongzhou are not even worthy of comparison to the young master. With no further explanation offered, Su Han's heart raced, and he dared not pursue the matter further, silently contemplating. If even the prodigies of the sacred grounds of Zhongzhou cannot be compared to him, could he possibly be from the holy court? The more he pondered, the more astonished he became. He couldn't help but glance at Long Ling, whose identity was none other than the princess of the holy court. Goodness! Su Han could scarcely believe it. Yet, everything seemed to point toward this faint possibility. He completed the meal in a state of shock, listening to Long Chen conversing with his grandfather and the elders. Their eloquence, refinement, and insight far surpassed his own, further solidifying his inner suspicions. He must strive diligently. Otherwise, how could he ever be worthy of Lingo? Su Han silently vowed that Long Chen had become his new aspiration. The meal lasted a full hour. Afterward, someone suddenly reported, Patriarch Su Fuzhu of Qingyan Academy seeks an audience. A disciple of the Su family relayed the message to Su Qingyang. Su Songlio? What could he want? Su Qingyang's brow furrowed slightly. Today, Long Chen had injured Xiao Yi and an elder at Qingyan Academy. Su Han had just informed him of this. Had it truly stirred Su Songlio? Was he here to demand accountability? Long Chen had anticipated this and said, Su Lao need not worry. I shall handle this matter. If he wishes to confront the young, let him come to the old. Please, do invite him in. Soon, Su Songlio strode into the hall, and Su Qingyang stood to greet him. Su Fuju. My apologies for the lack of proper welcome. Su Songlio was accompanied by Elder Mu and a young lady clad in red. The girl appeared to be around 15 or 16, already blossoming into her form, tall and graceful, exuding a fiery allure. The first impression was that of a wild and headstrong girl. Su Lao is being overly courteous, Su Songlio replied, displaying an unexpected politeness. His gaze swept across the hall before finally resting on Long Chen. Sensing Su Songlio's scrutiny, Long Chen thought, indeed, the visitor bears ill intentions. Su Fuju graces my humble abode. May I inquire the purpose of your visit? Su Qingyang asked directly. Since Su Songlio had come seeking trouble, it would be best to resolve matters swiftly. Lingering would only lead to discomfort. I have come regarding today's events at the martial arts arena, Su Songlio stated. So it begins, Long Chen mused. Today's events were indeed of his own making, thus he would address them personally. Before Su Qingyang could speak, Long Chen interjected, So, you have come to demand accountability? As he rose, his voice was not loud, yet it sent a chill down Su Songlio's spine. Having heard Elder Mu's description, he had felt some doubt, but now, upon seeing Long Chen in person, he was instantly convinced that Long Chen was indeed a prodigy from the holy land of Zhongzhou. The ethereal aura, the nonchalant yet confident demeanor, he was truly incomparable to others from Zhongzhou. Noticing Su Songlio's silence, Long Chen continued. Today's incident has no bearing on the Su family. If you seek trouble, let it be directed at me. Su Songlio trembled once more. Young master, you misunderstand. I am not here to demand accountability, but rather to offer my apologies. Su Songlio hurriedly expressed his intentions. Any further misunderstanding, and he would surely explode. Chapter 26, 5,000 Years of Blood Ginseng. Apologies? Long Chen and the members of the Su family gazed at Su Songlio with an air of incredulity. Had they misheard? He was none other than Su Songlio, the esteemed head of the Qingyun Academy. Typically, he allied with the Shao and Mo families to suppress the Su clan. Su, please. Do not jest. Su Qingyang's heart raced with trepidation. Su Songlio was deviating from the expected script, and the more he pondered, the more he felt that the Su family was on the brink of a monumental clash with Su Songlio. He braced himself for the worst. However, to Su Songlio, these words carried a different connotation. Was Su Qingyang expressing discontent? Indeed, it was understandable. The opportunity for Su Han to cultivate in the sacred land had nearly slipped away, which was bound to breed resentment. Moreover, he now had a formidable ally in the form of the young master. With urgency, he implored, Elder Su, please calm your anger. I have genuinely come to atone for my missteps. He forced a smile and turned to Long Chen, saying, Young master, today, one of the elders under the academy has caused you offense. I beseech you to overlook this slight, as it was my failure in supervision. Here, I offer my sincerest apologies. To Long Chen's surprise, Su Songlio actually bowed in contrition. He continued, the Qingyun Academy adheres to principles of fairness and transparency, treating every student equally. Su Han's impressive performance rightfully warrants his qualification for the sacred land training. I, Su, was blinded by greed and unjustly revoked Su Han's opportunity. This is my dereliction of duty, my fault. Long Chen was utterly perplexed. What was this? Was he truly here to make amends? This was not aligning with the anticipated narrative. Was this the moment when the headmaster would defend his own and threaten to exact severe retribution? As the protagonist, Long Chen was prepared to exhibit his invincibility, making the antagonist question their existence. He had mentally prepared to showcase his prowess. Why was he not being afforded the opportunity? What do you mean by all this? Long Chen queried directly. If you intend to take action, do so decisively. Must we meander through such convoluted discourse? Su Songlio, taken aback, misinterpreted the young master's inquiry. It seemed he was not inclined to forgive. Growing increasingly anxious, Su Songlio insisted, I truly harbor no ulterior motives. To demonstrate my sincerity, I have prepared a modest gift for you. As he spoke, a radiant glow emanated from his hand, revealing a long jade box approximately 20 centimeters in length. He extended the box towards Long Chen. Furrowing his brow deeper, Long Chen wondered what this could be. Young master, please, open it and take a look, Su Songlio urged respectfully. Curiosity piqued, Long Chen accepted the box and with a click, it opened. Instantly, a wave of refreshing chill enveloped him. Nestled within the box was a resplendent crimson ginseng, exuding a translucent quality. Having perused countless texts and medicinal compendiums, Long Chen recognized the ginseng at once. It was known as blood ginseng, rich in spiritual energy and a principal ingredient in many extraordinary elixirs. Judging by its size and quality, it was at least 5,000 years old. To put this in perspective, a 3,000-year-old specimen was considered exceptional, while 5,000-year-old ones were valued at millions of gold coins. However, Having been raised on rare and precious materials, Long Chen's physique and meridians were already exceptionally robust. Even the allure of a 5,000-year-old blood ginseng had diminished significantly for him. When Long Chen opened the box, Su Songlio's heart soared with joy. He feared that Long Chen might not open it. After all, would his heartfelt intention remain unexpressed? This was a rare, 5,000-year-old blood ginseng, a treasured collection of the Qingyun Academy, presented to the young master, Su Songlio remarked. Long Chen pondered for a moment. It seems we are not well acquainted, he observed. Looking at Su Songlio, you should take this blood ginseng back. One must not reap rewards without merit. He was wary of Su Songlio's ulterior motives. Long Chen was reluctant to accept the gift hastily. As the saying goes, where there is an unexpected occurrence, there lies a hidden agenda. It is prudent to be cautious within the realm of the human race, especially considering Su Songlio's rather enigmatic character. Upon hearing this, Su Songlio became visibly agitated. It appears we are indeed not familiar, young master, but have you yet to decide to forgive me? Long Chen's refusal left him in a state of trepidation, and he hastily added, it is merely a token of goodwill. If the young master does not accept it, I shall kneel here indefinitely. With that, he promptly knelt before Long Chen. Goodness! Long Chen was taken aback. Was this fellow truly out of his mind? Do you not understand that a man's knees are worth gold? What folly is this, to kneel at such an age? Oh, but wait. I am 800 years old. What is the meaning of this? Long Chen was further perplexed. Were all individuals in this world prone to such eccentric antics? Songlio sincerely sought to atone for his past transgressions. Please, young master, grant me your forgiveness. Su Songlio implored while still on his knees. Long Chen finally began to piece things together. It appeared that Su Songlio had misconstrued something about him, but what exactly, he could not fathom. A 5,000-year-old blood ginseng for free. One should not refuse such a generous offering. Realizing this, Long Chen stated, rise. Since you are so determined to present it to me, I shall accept it. Upon hearing these words, Su Songlio felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, young master. At last, it is accepted. Truly, you are a young gentleman of the central continent, possessing both grace and magnanimity. Subsequently, Su Songlio produced several contracts and addressed Su Qingyang. These are the mining rights that Qingyun Academy had previously seized from the Su family. They now rightly return to their owner. I hope Elder Su does not bear a grudge. Su Qingyang was momentarily stunned and glanced at Long Chen. Upon seeing Long Chen nod, he accepted the documents, saying, it is all in the past. Though he was uncertain what had caused Su Songlio's sudden change of heart. The return of the Su family's mining rights was certainly a cause for celebration. From now on, Qingyun Academy would stand alongside the Su family. Su Songlio immediately pledged his loyalty. He observed Long Chen, who took a sip of tea, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Su Songlio felt no urgency. It was merely their first encounter. As long as Long Chen no longer harbored resentment towards Qingyun Academy, Su Songlio was confident that he would eventually win the young master's favor. Is this your first visit to Qingyun City, young master? Su Songlio ventured to inquire. Indeed. Long Chen replied nonchalantly. After all, he had just accepted a 5,000-year-old blood ginseng. Although Su Songlio could sense Long Chen's coldness, he remained unfazed and remarked, Qingyun City boasts an abundance of delightful delicacies and amusements. If the young master does not mind, my unworthy granddaughter could accompany you on a stroll. He observed that Long Chen was of a similar age to his granddaughter. Though he was aware that his granddaughter was not a match for Long Chen, he thought that even being near Long Chen as a maid would be a privilege. After all, a maid to a young master of the central continent was incomparable to a saintess from a humble place like Yinzhou. Long Chen glanced at the maiden in red, who was indeed quite lovely, but he could not possibly allow an unknown person to linger by his side. No need, he declined outright. Su Songlio seemed to have anticipated this outcome. Noticing Long Chen's growing impatience, he awkwardly smiled and said, very well. I apologize for the disturbance today. I shall take my leave. Should the young master require anything, I shall be at your service. With that, Su Songlio, along with Elder Mu and his granddaughter, hurriedly exited the Su residence. Upon leaving, Su Songlio was drenched in sweat, exhaling deeply and feeling considerably relieved. Homyath, we must seize the opportunity to engage with this young master, he said, casting a glance at his granddaughter. A talent of such caliber, even if you merely assist him, your future prospects are limitless. I have no desire to assist him, Su Hongya scoffed. What's so remarkable about a young master from the central continent? His arrogant demeanor is infuriating. Why should grandfather humble himself before him? It's maddening. Su Hongya expressed her dissatisfaction. Su Songlio quickly rebuked her. What nonsense are you spouting? Is he not someone we can afford to provoke? You must be more discerning. This is an opportunity, even as a maid. Being by his side could lead to significant advancements with just a bit of guidance and favor. He chided, "Listen to your grandfather. This is indeed a chance." Though Su Hongya felt disgruntled, she could not deny that the young master was undeniably handsome. If she could truly remain by his side, it might not be so bad. After Su Changliu departed, Long Chen glanced at the 5,000-year-old blood ginseng in his hand. He had no use for it himself, nor did Long Hong, Long Yu, or Long Linger. He contemplated gifting it to Bai Ning. However, upon seeing Long Linger's pleading gaze, he understood instantly. He casually handed the ginseng to Su Han, saying, "This is for you." Su Han was taken aback. "This is far too precious. You are giving away a 5,000-year-old ginseng? How extravagant. You are on the verge of entering the Golden Core realm, and this ginseng is precisely what you need," Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Long Lingo smiled at Long Chen, warming his heart. Su Han remained hesitant, prompting Long Chen to add, "This is a gift from Lingo to you. Please treat my sister well." Su Han expressed gratitude with a glance at Long Linger and then at Long Chen, understanding the latter's intentions. With conviction, he declared, "Rest assured. As long as Su Han draws breath, I will ensure that Lingo faces no grievances." Long Chen thought to himself, is it truly necessary to flaunt such affection? Chapter 27. The eve of the auction, Xiao Yi gazed upon his son, Xiao Yi, lying motionless on the bed, consumed by fury. How could the Xiao family be so humiliated? A nameless ruffian dared to inflict such harm upon my son. This is utterly unacceptable. Father, you must avenge me. Xiao Yi's words were slurred, his speech hindered by the pain. After enduring that punch from Long Chen, he had lost consciousness, oblivious to the events that followed. Moreover, Elder Mu's order to suppress the news meant Xiao Yi was unaware of the full truth. All he knew was that his son had been bested by some upstart from the Su family. Had Xiao Yi known that Long Chen had sent an elder flying with a mere slap, he likely would not have sought his father's intervention. "Rest assured, my son. I shall seek justice for you." Xiao Yi's gaze turned menacing. How dare they trample upon the dignity of the Xiao family? As night deepened, the moon ascended into the heavens. Bai Ning sat alone atop the roof, gazing into the distance. The gentle night breeze tousled her hair, yet she remained indifferent. Long Chen suddenly appeared beside her, taking a seat next to her. "What are you pondering?" Bai Ning turned her head slightly to regard Long Chen, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips after a long silence. "I was just thinking how wonderful it would be if my parents had not faced that calamity in Qingxiu Mountain." A shadow of sorrow enveloped her. Long Chen could empathize with the pain that resided within her heart. There are certain individuals and events in this world that are eternally etched in one's memory. To forget? It is an impossible endeavor. The attempt to forget only deepens the imprint of those memories. With loved ones gone, the burden of longing and suffering must be an unbearable torment. Long Chen found himself at a loss for words, merely choosing to sit beside Bai Ning in quiet companionship. An unspoken understanding enveloped them in silence, devoid of awkwardness. Only the solace of shared presence. "I must leave for a while tomorrow," Bai Ning suddenly announced. "Where to?" "Zhongzhou." After a prolonged pause, she continued. "My parents' acquaintance resides in Zhongzhou." "For how long?" "I do not know, perhaps for an extended period. Remember to return home." Bai Ning's body trembled slightly at his words. And their gazes met, a silent agreement passing between them. She nodded firmly. "All right." The following morning, Long Chen discovered a farewell letter slipped beneath the door. The content was simple. "I have left, do not worry." Bai Ning chose to depart in this manner, perhaps wishing to avoid the pain of a proper farewell. Long Chen carefully tucked the letter away. At that moment, Long Yu arrived with breakfast. Due to the curse, Long Chen's morning meal was notably unique. It was a medicinal dish personally prepared by Long Yu, imbued with rich life energy. After breakfast, Long Chen strolled through the Su family estate, eventually arriving at the training grounds, where he observed Su Han practicing swordplay. The rhythm of the sword flowed naturally, revealing Su Han's considerable skill in the martial arts. Noticing Long Chen's presence, Su Han completed his routine and paused. "Good morning, young master." Long Chen nodded, surveying Su Han up and down, perceiving that his aura had significantly intensified since yesterday. "Has he broken through to the Golden Core realm?" "Indeed. It is thanks to the blood ginseng you bestowed upon me yesterday. Having refined merely a tenth of it, my cultivation has ascended to the Golden Core realm." Su Han expressed his gratitude. "Quite so," Long Chen remarked. "What you executed moments ago was the 7-star sword technique, commendable, though there remains a slight flaw. A swordsman embodies intention. Your swordplay is overly deliberate. At times, a more casual approach yields superior results." Upon finishing his words, Long Chen raised his hand and drew in, causing a branch to fall into his grasp. With a series of swift movements, Long Chen stepped into the 7-star formation, wielding the branch, which suddenly illuminated the air with 7-star-like sword lights. "Is this a profound understanding of the 7-star sword technique?" Su Han gazed at Long Chen in astonishment. The intricacy of Long Chen's rendition of the technique was far beyond his reach. Truly, he is a prodigy from the sacred land of Zhongzhou. Su Han admired him greatly, greedily contemplating every movement of Long Chen, and after a lengthy contemplation, he experienced a moment of enlightenment. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, evoking a stunning swan-like arc. One sword stroke released 7 stars, appearing more casual, yet giving rise to greater variations. Thank you for your guidance. I have unexpectedly attained a comprehension of the great perfection realm. Su Han exclaimed, nearly overwhelmed with excitement. Long Chen smiled gently and said, It is your innate understanding that is remarkable. I merely provided a slight notch, though he had cultivated for 600 years. Long Chen's insights into the sword path were unparalleled, far exceeding those of ordinary practitioners. Another day passed, and the day for the auction arranged by Su Chen arrived. The primary purpose of Long Chen's visit to Qingyun City was to acquire wealth from auction treasures. The auction took place at Wanbao Tower, the most prestigious establishment in Qingyun City. 3 items were up for bid: the Heaven-grade Gourd, the Eight-Direction Suppression Technique, and the Qianmen Treasure Pill, all of which had been sent to Wanbao Tower for evaluation 2 days prior. The combined worth of these 3 treasures was estimated at 20 million spirit stones. Wanbao Tower had sent invitations to various sects and clans, and prominent figures from all corners had arrived. On their journey, Su Chen explained the situation to Long Chen. Hearing this, Long Chen felt a hint of surprise. These 3 items were spoils from battles against human cultivators and ranked low among the treasures of the Dragon Clan. Yet they were valued at 20 million spirit stones. Suddenly, Long Chen seemed to have unlocked another avenue for making money: robbery against human cultivators. Which factions are participating? Long Chen inquired, keenly interested. The Beastmaster sect has sent an elder in person, and all the families from the 3 major cities within the sect's territory have been invited. Su Chen replied. Excellent, Long Chen smiled. Furthermore, since I did not personally arrange this auction, Wanbao Tower is unaware that we are the bidders. We merely need to sit back and observe the proceedings. Su Chen had meticulously planned this, not wanting Long Chen to attract trouble due to the auction. Thus, it was the best choice for the Su family to remain uninvolved directly. This is precisely the outcome I desired. Long Chen expressed his satisfaction. Upon arriving at the auction venue, Su Chen, the head of Qingyun Academy, found his granddaughter Su Hongya had been waiting for some time. Noticing Long Chen's arrival, Su Chen hastily approached him, greeting, Young master, is there something I can assist you with? Long Chen furrowed his brow slightly, causing Su Chen to momentarily falter. Nevertheless, he quickly composed himself and said, It is nothing of great importance. Upon learning of your participation in the auction, I have arranged a VIP seat for you. The Su family has also received an invitation from Wanbao Tower, albeit for a standard seating arrangement. The fact that Su Chen managed to secure a VIP seat highlighted the Su family's precarious status in Qingyun City. That is quite considerate of you, Long Chen remarked. But it is unnecessary. A standard seat would suffice. Ah, I see you prefer to remain low-key. I apologize for my presumption, Su Chen replied, his back damp with sweat. Might I accompany you at your side? If you wish, it matters not to me, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. Subsequently, Long Chen, amidst a throng of admirers, entered the auction house and took his place in the pre-arranged standard seating. As time passed, the distinguished guests began to arrive. During this waiting period, Su Hongya continuously sought conversation with Long Chen, eliciting peals of laughter from him with just a few casual remarks. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the talented individuals from various families within Qingyun Academy. Is that the one who caused a ruckus yesterday? Engaging in laughter with one of the 3 most beautiful women, Su Hongya? How infuriating. Does good looks grant one the license to act with impunity? The young talents seethed. Typically, they would struggle to exchange a few words with Su Hongya, who would often ignore them, yet here she was, enjoying amiable banter with that fellow. Just as their frustration mounted, a stunningly beautiful woman, Mo Ran, from the VIP section observed Long Chen with keen interest. His unique aura of cold elegance captivated her. She pondered how a wild woman like Su Hongya could possibly be worthy of such a young gentleman. A twinge of jealousy stirred within her, prompting her to approach Long Chen. I am Mo Ran. It is a pleasure to meet you. Witnessing this interaction, the talented individuals of Qingyun Academy were left in stunned silence. The first beauty, Mo Ran, was actively initiating conversation with him? My goddess, this cannot be. In an instant, Long Chen found himself the target of numerous hostile glances. Chapter 28. Is the sincerity insufficient? Long Chen lifted his gaze to Mo Ran. Her cascading black hair fell gracefully to her waist, and the form-fitting black dress accentuated her nearly flawless silhouette, exuding an almost bewitching charm. Do we know each other? Long Chen inquired, unable to recall having met her before. Yesterday at the martial arts arena of Qingyun Academy, I caught a glimpse of you, Mo Ran replied with poise. Then gestured towards the vacant seat beside Long Chen. May I sit here? Feel free, Long Chen answered indifferently. Mo Ran elegantly settled beside him and initiated a conversation. A group of male disciples from Qingyun Academy observed the scene, their hearts aching with envy. The goddess they could only dream of now gravitated towards Long Chen. It was utterly infuriating. Su Chen clenched his fists tightly. He has long pursued Mo Ran, yet she has always regarded him with indifference. In stark contrast, her demeanor towards Long Chen is markedly different. Is this the fellow who injured his second brother? His animosity towards Long Chen intensifies. However, within the confines of the one-hour auction house, he cannot act against Long Chen. Once outside the auction hall, he sat down in the VIP section alongside his father. After approximately the duration of a stick of incense, all the lights in the auction house suddenly converged upon the auction stage. A woman clad in a flowing purple gown strode gracefully onto the platform. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Wandao auction house for this event. I am your host, Roy. With an alluring demeanor, every gesture she made captivated the attention of everyone present. Following a brief introduction, she declared the auction officially open. A beautiful woman approached the stage, carrying a circular tray upon which rested an exquisite jade box. As the box opened, a pill emanating a faint azure glow lay nestled within. The fragrance of the pill wafted through the air, rich and pervasive, quickly filling the entire auction hall. The first item for bid is the Qianwen Baodan. This pill has been authenticated as a 7th-grade elixir, intricately inscribed with 1,000 complex runes, harboring immense spiritual energy. It can be utilized to forge a treasure body and break through the constraints of bottlenecks, with a starting bid of 3 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, an uproar erupted in the hall. 3 million spirit stones? That is exorbitantly high. Such a price would deter 70% of the smaller families, as securing it would require no less than 5 or 6 million. 5 million. As soon as Roy announced the starting price, Long Chen directly raised the bid by 2 million. Instantly, all eyes turned towards Long Chen. Who is this person, raising the bid by 2 million? Has he lost his mind? Is he from the Su family? Why have I never seen him before? Many began to speculate. Long Chen's reasoning was quite straightforward. His intention to raise the bid by 2 million was merely to ensure that his own auction item fetched a favorable price. In business, one must also promote one's wares, correct? He was merely setting the pace, serving as an example for the affluent attendees. Su Qingyang discerned Long Chen's intentions and smiled silently. However, Su Songlio interpreted Long Chen's actions differently, thinking to himself, young master has raised the bid by 2 million. He must be determined to acquire this item. If I manage to win it for him, surely I will earn his favor. The more Su Songlio contemplated, the more feasible the idea appeared. This is a 7th-grade elixir, which can only be concocted by a 7th-grade alchemist. The highest-grade alchemist in Qingyun City barely reaches 5th grade. Not to mention the 1,000 runes inscribed on the pill. It is a treasure that is rare and sought after by all prominent families. 6 million. Having set the precedent, the Xiao family could not lag behind. Xiao Yi raised the bid by 1 million. Xiao Yi and Su Han had been vying for the qualification to cultivate in the Tianyan sacred land. Xiao Yu had previously secured this qualification through some means, but he learned that it was given to Su Han just yesterday by the Qingyun Academy. Xiao Yi was unwilling to concede. With the acquisition of this precious medicinal pill, it is certain that Xiao Yu will experience a significant breakthrough in his cultivation, potentially leading to a dramatic turn of events. As far as he is aware, the Qingyun Academy has yet to report the quotas. Until then, the Xiao family still has the opportunity to contest. The Mo family, harboring similar intentions, promptly followed suit after Xiao Yi placed his bid. 6,500,000. 7 million. Xiao Yi raised the bid once more. 7,500,000. The Mo family showed no signs of retreating. Following their increase, a hushed silence enveloped the room. The price of 7 million had already reached an exorbitant level, causing even Xiao Yi to waver. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely jumped to 8 million. At this point, the Mo family ceased their bidding. A 7th-grade medicinal pill is worth this price. Any further increase would be ill-advised. 8 million once. 8 million twice. Just as Roy was about to finalize the bidding, Su Songlio suddenly called out, wait, 10 million. I shall take the 1,000-pattern medicinal pill. Su Songlio immediately added another 2 million. Since he aimed to curry favor with Long Chen, he decided to present a grand gift to demonstrate his sincerity. The hall fell into a profound silence. After a considerable time, whispers began to circulate. Has Su Songlio lost his mind? Long Chen, equally astonished, glanced at Su Songlio, feeling an overwhelming joy in his heart. The 1,000-pattern medicinal pill, selling for 8 million spirit stones, had already exceeded his expectations. Yet Su Songlio boldly escalated the bid to 10 million. What a wealthy individual. Long Chen couldn't help but commend the Su family head. If only Su Chen knew that the auctioneer was Long Chen himself, one could only imagine his expression. A simple expression of admiration from Long Chen took on a different connotation in Su Chen's ears. Is the young master expressing dissatisfaction? Su Chen pondered. The fact that Long Chen raised the bid by 2 million clearly indicated his fondness for the 1000-pattern medicinal pill. Was the young master intending to make a final bid? Had he inadvertently angered him by jumping to 10 million? I must clarify this misunderstanding. Su Chen quickly explained that he understood the young master's affection for the pill and had specifically bid to present it as a gift. A gift for me? Long Chen looked at Su Chen in bewilderment. This script is becoming increasingly opaque. Has he lost his mind? Su Qingyang, Long Yu, and others also regarded Su Chen with curious expressions, wondering about his peculiar behavior. Indeed, Su Chen respectfully stated, Sanglio offers this small token of appreciation, hoping the young master will graciously accept. Long Chen's lips twitched. So, I didn't manage to acquire the item and yet received a windfall of 10 million? A stroke of luck indeed. Su Chen's eccentricity, from gifting blood ginseng yesterday to presenting a pie today, left Long Chen with an unsettling feeling that there might be ulterior motives at play. He cast a glance at his granddaughter, Su Hongya, and recalled her excessive enthusiasm upon their first meeting today. Oh no, could this old man have taken a liking to me, the Dragon King? Is he trying to coax me into becoming his granddaughter's son-in-law? Absolutely not. That must not happen. 10 million to secure it? You might as well keep it for yourself. Long Chen firmly declined, adhering to the principle of not receiving rewards without effort. Although Su Hongya had a pleasing appearance, she did not align with his preferences. Upon hearing Long Chen's rejection, Su Chen grew somewhat flustered and hastily exclaimed, Young master, please do not misunderstand. This token of the 1000-pattern treasure Dan is not intended for any ulterior motive. I merely wish to provide my granddaughter with an opportunity. Indeed, Long Chen mused internally. This old fellow undoubtedly harbors an agenda. Opportunity? Why not simply refer to it as a matrimonial prospect? For the first time, Long Chen found himself troubled by his own attractiveness. I shall not accept it, he asserted, unwilling to involve himself further. Long Chen's refusal left Su Chen in a state of agitation. What had gone awry? It must be that my sincerity is insufficient. Perhaps if I were to acquire the other 2 auction items as well, it would sufficiently demonstrate my intent. Su Chen's spirits lifted as he felt he had identified the crux of the issue. Chapter 29. Long Chen's daring maneuvers. After Long Chen's rejection, Su Chen fell silent. If Long Chen would not accept the first item, he would obtain all 3 and present them collectively. He was determined to showcase his sincerity. He aspired to cultivate a relationship with Long Chen, hoping for a brighter future for the Qingyun Academy and wishing to secure a promising path for his granddaughter. Should she manage to reach the central continent, her future achievements would undoubtedly surpass those attainable in Qingyun City. Unbeknownst to Long Chen, Su Chen's thoughts were racing. The sudden quietude allowed him to relish the peace, yet he believed it imperative to clarify his stance to Su Chen. Otherwise, this old man might persist in his desire to wed his granddaughter to him, a rather troublesome situation. The auction resumed. The 1000-pattern treasure Dan was merely the least valuable of the 3 items, and Long Chen had never anticipated it would fetch a price of 10 million. Truly, humanity possesses wealth beyond measure. The various tribes of the 4 wastelands might struggle to gather 1,000,000 spirit stones. For instance, the Dragon Clan was currently destitute, despite possessing a mine with only a reserve of 500,000 spirit stones. The disparity was glaring. With 10 million spirit stones in hand, he merely awaited the opening of the sacred steel to proceed with the second round of clan inheritance. The second auction item, the 8 Directions Town Prison Technique. The host, Roy, announced in a melodious voice that once again stirred the crowd. As soon as Roy concluded, the audience erupted in excitement. The 8 Directions Town Prison Technique. The long-lost 8th-grade battle skill. Once, the Emperor of Tyrants wielded it to achieve legendary status in the Divine Wasteland. How could it possibly appear here? This auction was indeed a series of delightful surprises. Various factions stirred with anticipation, while Long Chen maintained his composure. Although the 8 Directions Town Prison Technique was an 8th-grade battle skill, it was specifically tailored for human physiques. Thus, it was of little use to the Dragon Clan and would be better exchanged for some currency. The starting bid was set at 5 million spirit stones. Although the opening price was 2 million higher than that of the 1000-pattern treasure Dan, no one in attendance felt it was excessive. It was worth every bit of that price. I bid 8 million. Immediately, someone raised the bid by 3 million, propelling the auction into an exhilarating crescendo right from the outset. There was no need for Long Chen to orchestrate the excitement. 10 million. The Xiao family was visibly envious. They refrained from further bidding on the Qianwen Baodan, knowing that superior items awaited them later, necessitating the preservation of their funds for the ensuing treasures. However, this time, The Xiao family could no longer restrain themselves. Securing the Bafang Jinyu Gong would undoubtedly elevate their standing in Qingyan City to a new echelon. 11 million. The Mo family also entered the fray. 12 million. Feng Xiaodian, the scion of the Feng family from Fengyan City, made his move. 12,500,000. 13 million. 15 million. Various factions were in a frenzy, incessantly raising their bids. Long Chen was bemused. The ease with which these factions scrambled for a few mediocre treasures was both amusing and somewhat tragic. It was no wonder that various clans were eyeing the Dragon Clan's assets. A significant portion of their interest was likely directed towards the Dragon Clan's treasury, Long Chen pondered. However, once the bid reached 15 million, silence enveloped the room. The atmosphere became still. Feng Xiaodian's lips curled slightly upwards. He was certain that the Bafang Jinyu Gong would be his. Su Chen regarded Long Chen with a puzzled expression. Why had the young master not placed a bid? Did he deem the Bafang Jinyu Gong unworthy? Unable to decipher Long Chen's thoughts, he hesitated on whether to secure the item for himself. Gift-giving must be precise, otherwise it could backfire. Long Chen scanned the surroundings, questioning why the bidding had ceased. It should not stop. After a pause with no new bids, Long Chen felt it was time to make his move. 15 million and 1 spirit stone. Long Chen raised the bid. Just 1 spirit stone. Swish. All eyes turned to Long Chen. What an audacious maneuver, raising the bid by merely a single spirit stone. Was this a slight against young Master Feng's inability to produce 1 more spirit stone? A clever strategist. Yet, I can't help but feel it's rather frugal. Once again, Long Chen captured the spotlight. In the previous round, he had actively stirred the excitement. Now, he aimed to crush Feng Xiaodian's spirit with a solitary spirit stone. It would be difficult for anyone to forget him now. Feng Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly regard him with disdain? He stared at Long Chen for a while before ultimately adding another 100,000, bringing his bid to 15,110,001. How utterly convoluted. At this juncture, no one else dared to raise their bid. All gazes were fixed on Long Chen. Long Chen felt a surge of amusement. His addition of a single spirit stone was, in fact, a test. At 15 million. If he raised too much and no one followed, it would be awkward. By adding 1, he ensured the other party would feel reluctant to concede, as well as a sense of being looked down upon. Thus, from the very beginning, Long Chen was confident that Feng Xiaodian would bid again. Yet, he had not anticipated a sudden increase of 100,000. This fellow is quite affluent. Every little increment counts. Long Chen then casually declared, I shall add another one. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched in response. Once again, another bid has emerged. Is this a deliberate challenge to young Master Feng? How audacious. Feng Xiaoyan's gaze turned icy. Another bid. Is this amusing? Feng Xiaodian has already secured the qualification to train in the Heavenly Yin Sacred Land. Well aware that it is a place where prodigies abound, he must possess formidable means to stand out. The 8 Directions town prison technique undoubtedly serves as his trump card. He is determined to obtain it. 16 million. This time he directly bids 16 million. This is the utmost he can offer. Although his family possesses considerable wealth, internal strife persists, and as one of the prospective heirs, he is under constant scrutiny. He cannot afford to be reckless. Should Long Chen raise the bid again, he would have no choice but to concede. Failing to win at the auction does not imply that he lacks other avenues to acquire it. Long Chen has been observing the subtle changes in Feng Xiaoyan's expression, noting a slight wince of pain. Surely, he has reached his limit. Continuing further may lead to self-detriment. Everyone awaits Long Chen's response, curious if this flamboyant individual will bid again. Long Chen took a deep breath. Feng Xiaodian's tension escalated. Long Chen's lips moved. It's yours. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaodian instantly relaxed, nearly having a heart attack. Could you not be more straightforward? Why the dramatic pause? Nevertheless, the 8 Directions town prison technique is now in his grasp. Yet, before he could fully revel in his victory, Su Chen voice erupted. 17 million. The room fell into an eerie silence. Time seemed to stretch on. What the hell? That wretched fellow again. Su Chen, has he come to monopolize the auction? How audacious to even snatch something coveted by young Master Feng. A wealthy individual indeed. Long Chen regarded Su Chen with intrigue. What trickery is this old man up to? However, an unexpected gain of 1 million is quite delightful. Noticing Long Chen's gaze upon him, Su Chen mused. The young master smiles. He appears satisfied with my performance. Elation surged within him. Yet, this time, he refrained from hastily declaring it a gift to Long Chen. Waiting until the auction concludes would yield a more delightful surprise. Feng Xiaoyan's countenance darkened to an extreme. How could this happen? The prize was almost within his grasp. This is beyond infuriating. Su Chen actions sparked considerable criticism. Some speculated he was bidding for his granddaughter. while others suggested he might be on the verge of a breakthrough, needing the 1,000-pattern elixir for assistance. Only he truly understands that all his actions are aimed at currying favor with Long Chen. The series of twists and turns surrounding the auction of the Eight Directions town prison technique has escalated the event to its zenith, casting Long Chen into the spotlight. It was at this moment that various factions began to notice Long Chen, sitting alongside Su Chen. Is he a member of the Su family? Su Han sat in a position behind the young man, and it was evident that his standing within the Su family was significantly superior to that of Su Han. Could he possibly be a member of the main branch of the Su family? That seemed rather unlikely, as the branches had always been at odds. Su Chen would never exhibit such courtesy towards a member of the main branch. It remained a mystery. Upon your mention, I realized that Su Songlio appeared to hold this young man in high esteem. Only now did I notice that even Mo Ran had taken a seat beside him. My curiosity about his identity has grown. Everyone was speculating about Long Chen's background. Mo Ran turned her gaze towards Long Chen, increasingly convinced of his enigmatic nature. Throughout their interaction, she had not sensed even the slightest fluctuation of true energy from him. His composure and every subtle movement captivated her heart. Before meeting Long Chen, she had never been swayed by any man, but after a mere glance, she found herself utterly entranced. This man possessed an astonishing allure. Roy, an experienced host, swiftly redirected everyone's attention back to the auction. The third item, the piece de resistance of the event, was introduced, the primordial gourd. Indeed, it was the very artifact wielded by the gourd immortal before his ascension. A profound silence enveloped the crowd as they fixated on the primordial gourd. An artifact once utilized by the gourd immortal. It was said that the primordial gourd could encompass an ocean and create a world of its own. A ninth-grade artifact. How could such a treasure appear in Qingyan City? Who was audacious enough to auction a ninth-grade artifact? Surely, it must be some formidable figure in need of funds. Long Chen felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing this. A formidable figure? Was the Dragon King considered one? If they were to discover my true identity, they would likely unite against me. The primordial gourd was indeed a ninth-grade artifact, yet due to a small hole at its base, its potency had diminished. Given the gourd's unique material, repairing the small hole was nearly impossible. For the perfectionist Dragon Clan, a damaged primordial gourd held little allure. Moreover, the Dragon Clan's metal element spirit Dragon Master was a prodigious craftsman, adept at forging. Creating a brand new primordial gourd would be a simple task for him. Long Hong had already crafted several esteemed works, reaching the threshold of semi-immortal artifacts. Thus, the primordial gourd was merely suitable for exchanging for some pocket change. Despite its flaws, the primordial gourd, though diminished in power, remained superior to an 8th-grade artifact. Its imperfections aside, a 9th-grade artifact was still a 9th-grade artifact. The starting bid was set at 8 million. Following a brief silence, an elder from the Beastmaster sect made the first bid, 15 million. The crowd erupted in astonishment. This was outrageous. The bid had doubled instantly. Who could afford such a sum? Furthermore, this was within the territory of the Beastmaster sect, the undisputed leader. With such a decisive offer, who would dare to bid against them? Perhaps out of respect for the Beastmaster sect's authority, no one else ventured to place a bid. To bid against them would be to oppose the Beastmaster sect. The sects and families present dared not take risks, while Long Chen felt somewhat vexed. How could the bidding for the 8 Directions town prison technique reach 17 million, yet the primordial gourd only fetch a mere 15 million? What a loss. It seems he must take the lead himself. 1,500,001. Long Chen remained determined not to falter. The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. This infinite provocation against the Beastmaster sect? This fellow certainly had audacity. To offend the Beastmaster sect? Madness. Feng Xiaotian watched Long Chen with malicious glee, thinking he was courting disaster by provoking the Beastmaster sect. Mo Ran cast a peculiar glance at Long Chen and remarked after a moment, "Young Master Su, perhaps it would be wise not to oppose the Beastmaster sect." Long Chen had introduced himself as Su Chen. He remained non-committal. It was merely an auction. The highest bidder wins. Where is the notion of opposition? The Beastmaster sect had committed numerous transgressions against the Dragon Clan. What harm was there in making them bleed a little? Long Chen's calm and indifferent demeanor only deepened Mo Ran's admiration. Unafraid of authority, confident, courageous, composed, and wise. What man could resist such qualities? Mo Ran chose not to elaborate further. The elder of the Beastmaster sect narrowed his eyes at Long Chen, astonished that anyone would dare to confront them. Adding one spirit stone, this was clearly an act of provocation and mockery, though anger simmered within him. He could not express it publicly, for he represented the image of the Beastmaster sect. "I shall add one as well," the elder of the Beastmaster sect declared. "I shall add another." Long Chen was more than capable of playing this game. He had patience and time aplenty. Another one. At 1. The elder of the Beastmaster sect's face darkened. At 1. Long Chen raised his index finger skyward. The crowd gasped. How audacious. Li Song, the elder of the Beastmaster sect, could no longer endure it. Be a man and be decisive. Enough with the dilly-dallying. Long Chen retorted. A man shouldn't be too hasty. Li Song longed to give this fellow a beating. Gritting his teeth, he declared 30 million. You enjoy adding one, don't you? Add again. And I'll withdraw. Aiming to ensnare him. Long Chen was taken aback by Li Song's audacious doubling. Trying to trick me? Long Chen immediately grasped Li Song's intention and smiled enigmatically. The crowd assumed he would continue with his playful antics of adding one. Li Song couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Thinking, kid, you wish to challenge me? Prepare to return home weeping. Just then, Long Chen's voice rang out. It's yours. Li Song froze in place. You're not adding more? He exclaimed. Internally, Li Song crumbled. He felt like crying. 30 million. He could at most muster 20 million. He had only intended to outsmart Long Chen, but unexpectedly, this rascal was playing by his own rules. 30 million for one, 30 million for two, and sold. Congratulations to Elder Li Song for acquiring the primordial gourd. The crowd erupted in excitement. Yet, Li Song felt a profound sense of despair. Joy was the last thing on his mind, for he could hardly summon tears. Everyone was aware that Li Song had been outmaneuvered by Long Chen, but none dared to mock him openly, choosing instead to revel in their private amusement. Su Songlio had intended to display his prowess, but the staggering 30 million had dissuaded him, leading to the current predicament. Su Songlio mused. Surely, the young master must feel quite helpless for not securing the primordial gourd. Unbeknownst to him, Long Chen was tallying his gains, the 1,000-pattern elixir for 10 million, the 8 directions prison technique for 17 million, and the primordial gourd for 30 million, totaling 57 million. After deducting certain auction fees, at least 40 million would be his. How many troops could this yield? It would be enough to decisively vanquish the orc race. Chapter 31. The Su family shall reclaim its glory as the auction concluded. Long Chen undoubtedly emerged as the greatest victor. Although the Beastmaster sect acquired the 9th-grade treasure, the primordial gourd, the expenditure of 30 million spirit stones left no one in the sect feeling particularly jubilant. Li Song glared fiercely at Long Chen, thinking, that brat has dared to play me. His fists clenched, cracking ominously. Within the territory of the Beastmaster sect, everyone had treated him with utmost respect. But Long Chen not only contended with him, but also tricked him. It was a humiliation. Wang Ming, find out this brat's background. Li Song commanded. Yes. The disciple, named Wang Ming, fixed his gaze upon Long Chen. With his keen spiritual perception, Long Chen sensed the hostility emanating from him. Mo Ran cautioned. Young master has offended the Beastmaster sect. They will not let this slide. No matter, Long Chen replied nonchalantly. After annihilating the Beastmaster sect's members at Phoenix Mountain, he was bound to be on opposing sides henceforth. Thus, he did not mind deepening the conflict a little more. Long Chen held no trust in Phoenix Mountain, as it was entirely possible that the Beastmaster sect would shift the blame onto the Dragon Clan for their own preservation. Hence, he had no faith in Phoenix Mountain's discretion, considering the two races were hardly on amicable terms. Upon hearing Long Chen's indifferent response, Mo Ran seemed to admire his composure, reflecting, truly, young Master Su possesses a mindset and spirit that surpasses ordinary men. Although her understanding of Long Chen was limited, it did not hinder her growing affection for him. Let us depart. Long Chen stood and brushed off his garments, feeling rather pleased. As they prepared to part ways, Mo Ran invited. Tonight, the talented tea gathering will be held at Wangjiangku, where all the prominent youths from various families will convene. I cordially invite you to attend. Young master, the talented tea gathering? If Long Chen's suspicions were correct, it would merely be a gathering of pretentiousness. He found little allure in it. As the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan, he was on an entirely different echelon than the so-called talented youths of humanity. It is akin to a contest of strength between an emperor and a commoner. Would the emperor be inclined to participate? Uninterested, Long Chen outright declined. Mo Ran, though rebuffed, did not surrender. She understood that, given Long Chen's stature, he might not hold the gathered prodigies in high regard, thus she needed an enticing proposition to capture his attention. After a brief pause, she remarked, this evening, the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Beastmaster sect will also be present, discussing the expedition to Dragon Abyss for the purpose of hunting dragons. With a colossal dragon as your steed, it would surely be a splendid addition. Long Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Hunting dragons? These younglings possess quite the audacity. Believing she had piqued Long Chen's interest, Mo Ran continued. This hunting event is unprecedented in its grandeur. Not only will the Beastmaster sect partake, but prodigies from various sects and illustrious families will also attend. This marks the first occasion the Beastmaster sect has invited those outside their ranks to participate. Long Chen pondered for a moment. The Beastmaster sect merely seeks to use you as cannon fodder. Do they harbor some secret knowledge? He mused. The autumn hunt was still several months away. Why advance it now? What scheme was the Beastmaster sect concocting? Realizing something, Long Chen glanced at Mo Ran and declared, I shall be there on time. He was eager to observe the arrangements made by the Beastmaster sect. Knowledge of both oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in 100 battles. Thus, he would not let this opportunity to gather intelligence slip by. Elated by his words, Mo Ran exclaimed, Then I shall await your esteemed presence. She understood that to forge a connection with someone, one must first establish a relationship. Inviting Long Chen was merely the initial step. She would gradually win him over. Long Chen merely grunted in acknowledgement and departed the auction house with Su Chen and the others, while Su Songlio did not accompany them. Having gone to settle the auction items. Since this auction was organized by Su Chen, Long Chen need not present himself post-event, and thus made his way directly to the Su residence. On the way, Long Hong remarked, The Beastmaster sect has advanced the hunt. This may not be a simple matter. Long Chen pondered aloud. If they dare to act, then we shall present them with a grand gift. Su Han, unaware of Long Chen's true identity, was left bewildered. Yet he understood the boundaries and refrained from further inquiries. Shortly after returning to the Su residence, Su Songlio arrived, bearing the 1,000-pattern treasure pill and the 8 directions prison suppression technique. These 2 items were procured for you, esteemed sir. Please, accept them, he urged. Presenting the items with a somewhat brazen demeanor, Long Chen furrowed his brow. What is the meaning of this? Your granddaughter is no less impressive. Why the urgency to part with these? What is it that you wish to convey? Long Chen asked, though he had his suspicions about the old man's intentions. Sensing a rather dubious undertone, Su Songlio had not anticipated such a direct inquiry from Long Chen. He had no pressing matters to discuss and could not reveal his motives outright. I merely wish to forge a friendship with you, esteemed sir. Oh, is it truly that simple? Long Chen scrutinized Su Songlio. Indeed, it is that simple. I do not lack friends, Long Chen remarked. Su Songlio found himself in a quandary, the atmosphere turning awkward as he struggled to find the right words. After a prolonged silence, Su Songlio finally spoke. I am aware that I am not yet qualified, but I shall strive to improve. Long Chen thought to himself, why is this fellow so bothersome? It seems endless. Striving to improve? Please, spare me your incessant chatter. Sighing, he added, very well, I shall accept you, but let me make it clear from the outset that I do not promise you anything. Rest assured, sir. Su would never presume to ask for any commitments from you, Su Songlio replied, visibly pleased at the prospect of being accepted by this young gentleman. Long Chen then stored away the Qianwen Baodan and the 8 directions town prison technique. You may return for now. I have matters to attend to, and it is inconvenient to speak with an outsider present. Then I shall take my leave, Su Songlio said respectfully as he exited. Once Su Songlio was a distance away, Long Chen lamented, after all the to ing and fro ing, it has returned to me. What a fortunate acquisition of 27 million spirit stones. Upon hearing this, Su Han looked at Long Chen in astonishment. Sir, are these 2 auction items yours? He stammered, utterly shocked. Strictly speaking, all 3 items belong to me. Long Chen replied candidly, aware that as a prodigy of the Su family, Su Han would eventually uncover his true identity. Long Chen's revelation was even more astonishing. All 3 are yours. The casual display of such remarkable items left Su Han in utter disbelief. He suddenly realized that Long Chen's every bid had been to elevate the worth of his own possessions. What a performance! Noticing Su Han's astonished expression, Long Chen chuckled. Since these 2 items have returned to me, I have no use for them. I shall gift you the 8 directions town prison technique. This is far too precious. Su Han protested. I am already immensely grateful for the 5,000-year-old blood ginseng you bestowed upon me. We are all comrades here. There is no need for formality. Long Chen insisted as he pressed the technique into Su Han's hands. Before Su Han could utter more words of gratitude, Long Chen turned to Su Chen. You have been stagnant at the 9th level of the nascent soul for quite some time, haven't you? This Qianwen Baodan is for you. He directly placed the Qianwen Baodan into Su Qingyang's trembling hands. You need not, Su Qingyang began, but Long Chen interrupted. After all these years of caring for Linger, this is what you deserve. In the near future, I shall restore the glory that rightfully belongs to the Su family. Thank you, sir. Su Qingyang bowed deeply in gratitude. The latter promise of restoring the Su family's honor outweighed the value of the Qianwen Baodan 1,000-fold. Thank you, sir. Su Han echoed, also bowing deeply. Although he was unaware of Long Chen's true identity, he would forever remember this immense favor. Long Chen waved his hand, signaling Su Qingyang and the others to refrain from such gestures. Shortly thereafter, the person in charge of the auction affairs returned to the Su family. Master of the house, Everything has been executed as per your instructions. Here are the proceeds from the auction. The individual handed a black gold card to Su Chen. This black gold card signified the highest level of VIP status at the Wanbao Tower, indicating the esteem in which they were held during this auction. The total auction amount was 57 million spirit stones, with Wanbao Tower taking 5 million as commission, leaving a sum of 52 million in the black gold card. I understand. Su Chen replied. Were there any tales on the way back? All has been dealt with, the individual responded. The Beastmaster Sect, Wanbao Tower, and the Black Iron Mercenary Group have all set their sights on us. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Indeed, those individuals are not to be underestimated. You may leave now. Yes. After the individual departed, Su Chen handed the black gold card to Long Chen, who smiled faintly. You've worked hard. I hope those individuals won't bring trouble to the Su family. Long Chen expressed a hint of concern. Su Chen shook his head. Their focus is solely on this secret team. We will handle it efficiently. That's good to hear, Long Chen said, choosing not to elaborate further. He then bid farewell to Su Chen and returned to the small courtyard arranged for him by the Su family. Long, you prepared an apple for Long Chen, young master. Are you truly going to attend the talented tea gathering? Long Chen nodded. Of course, you shall accompany me this evening. All right. I'm feeling a bit hungry. Could you prepare some pastries for me? I'll take care of it. After Long Yu left, Long Chen's consciousness delved into the system. As the moment he received the black gold card, the lottery system had been activated. Ding. Detected that the host is handsome and wealthy. Granting the host an unlimited scratch card. Please commence your spending spree now. Long Chen thought, this system is truly audacious. A scratch card-like item appeared in the warehouse. The unlimited scratch card, as its name suggests, allows for infinite scratching, but there's a catch. It requires expenditure. The first scratch costs 100,000 fortune points. The second, 1 million. The third, 10 million, and so forth. The scratch card resets its usage count at the beginning of each month. 100,000 fortune points equate to 1 million spirit stones, while 1 million fortune points correspond to 10 million spirit stones. This is rather steep for a lottery. He mused. Currently, he could only afford to scratch twice a month. Wait, that sounds strange. It seemed that the impoverished even lacked the freedom to indulge in lotteries. Long Chen set a modest goal for himself, 3 scratches a month, and thus, the freedom to partake in the lottery. I scratch. Long Chen used his nail to scratch off the coating. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully indulging, consuming 1 million spirit stones. The spirit stones were deducted. But to his astonishment, the coating revealed a message. Thank you for your patronage. Is this a joke? Am I not a player? The system revels in the misfortune of its host, attributing it to his ill fortune. Undeterred, Long Chen declares, let us go again. After all, I've already spent 1 million. I might as well exhaust this month's quota. Ding. Congratulations, host, on your extravagance. You have consumed 10 million spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the transformative demon blade. This divine artifact is capable of endless metamorphosis, able to assume any form. With a single stroke, it can shatter the sun and moon. And with another, cleave mountains and rivers. Infused with overwhelming demonic energy, it devours blood and consumes souls. A true artifact. This is a worthwhile venture. With a mere thought, Long Chen manifests the transformative demon blade in his grasp. His mind races, and the blade swiftly alters its shape. Swords, halberds, axes, hooks. Even when he envisions formidable hidden weapons such as the Buddha's Wrath Lotus or the King of Hell's Tablet, the transformative demon blade transforms accordingly. Remarkable. Long Chen cannot bear to part with it. With another thought, the blade morphs into a black ring adorning his right thumb, noble and ancient, that complements him splendidly. Its ability to take on any form ensures it delivers a lethal strike when least expected. Quite intriguing indeed. Alas, he must wait until next month for another draw. This insidious system demands payment for everything, compelling him to amass wealth. Long Chen dedicates a day to cultivation within his chamber. Though his clan's training would elevate his status, he refuses to become complacent. In this world, the most reliable ally is oneself. The only certainty lies in one's own capabilities. Therefore, he remains resolute against any semblance of idleness. Night soon descends, and the bright moon ascends. Long Chen manipulates the eternal dragon pattern robe, transforming its design to appear as if he has donned a new attire, leisurely and elegant. He gazes into the mirror, admiring his own striking visage. At his side, Long Yu chuckles softly, remarking, "My lord is becoming increasingly amusing. Let us depart." Long Chen calls to Long Yu. Su Han also receives an invitation. Although Long Linger may not be regarded as a prodigy in the eyes of many talented individuals, her association with Su Han grants her a place at the gathering. Wangjiang Tower stands in the northern part of Qingyun City, with a surging river dividing Qingyun City from Jiang City, allowing the two grand cities to gaze at one another across the water. Wangjiang Tower serves as a splendid venue for enjoying the river view and is renowned as the finest restaurant in Qingyun City, offering a plethora of delectable dishes at exorbitant prices beyond the reach of ordinary patrons. Today, Wangjiang Tower has been reserved at a premium by the talented elite, solely for the purpose of hosting a tea party. Imo Ran anxiously awaits at the entrance of Wangjiang Tower, observing as the tea party is about to commence. Yet Master Su Chen has yet to arrive. What if he does not come? A sense of disappointment washes over her. She has adorned herself magnificently, hoping to captivate Master Su Chen's attention. A woman beautifies herself for the one she wishes to impress. However, young Master Su Chen, you look exceptionally beautiful today. Are you waiting for young Master Feng? Only he is worthy of you. Imo Ran could hardly be bothered to respond. Just then, Feng Xiaodian and Long Chen arrived one after the other, with Feng Xiaodian in the lead and Long Chen following closely behind. Imo Ran quickly waved to signal Long Chen to come over. Upon seeing Imo Ran's gesture, Feng Xiaodian felt a surge of joy. He had not expected Imo Ran to wait for him, especially looking so stunning. After such a long pursuit, he was finally receiving a reward. Feng Xiaodian approached eagerly, thinking that if he could win over Imo Ran today, it would be perfect. At that moment, Imo Ran also hurried towards them. Imo Ran. Feng Xiaodian's heart raced with excitement. Why was Imo Ran so warm towards him today? Just as he was reveling in the moment, Imo Ran brushed past him. Young Master Su Chen? Imo Ran, are you waiting for me? Long Chen asked, somewhat surprised. Imo Ran nodded, explaining that she had forgotten to give him the invitation letter and was concerned he might not be able to enter, hence her wait. My apologies, Long Chen replied indifferently. He did not harbor much animosity towards Imo Ran. Long Chen had always hoped for peaceful coexistence among races, thus, he reciprocated kindness with kindness. People can be good or bad, just like dragons. There was no need to view others through a lens tainted by racial conflicts. Let us enter, Imo Ran said, leading Long Chen into Wangjiang Tower, leaving Feng Xiaodian in a state of confusion. That scoundrel again. What qualifies him to attend the young talent's tea party? Just wait and see. Feng Xiaodian, brimming with frustration, stepped into Wangjiang Tower. Chapter 33. You must reassess the Su family. Wangjiang Tower was bustling with various young talents, gathered in groups, engaged in lively conversation. As Imo Ran led Long Chen and the others inside, many eyes turned towards them. It is the goddess Imo Ran. Who is that individual accompanying her? He looks somewhat familiar. He is the one who raised the bid by one spirit stone at the auction. Apparently from the Su family, named Su Chen. How audacious to offend the Beastmaster sect. He truly does not understand the limits of his own capabilities. The Young Talents Tea Party is organized by the Beastmaster sect, and he still has the audacity to show his face here? Long Chen sensed numerous unfriendly gazes upon him. Casting a casual glance around the assembly, he found none of the self-proclaimed geniuses worthy of his regard. Imo Ran, why are you associating with someone from the Su family? Su Chen remarked, casting a scrutinizing look at Long Chen. His younger brother, Xiao Yi, had been grievously injured by this individual, failing to vent his frustrations at the auction. He now had the chance to give him a taste of his own medicine at the Young Talents Tea Party. Imo Ran shot a cold glance at Xiao Chen. Why should it concern you with whom I associate? I may not have the right to dictate. Xiao Chen retorted with sarcasm, but bringing along some dubious characters to the Young Talents Tea Party seems inappropriate, does it not? As one of the founders of the Young Talents Tea Party, do I not possess this much authority? Imo Ran's voice grew even colder. Although the Imo family and the Xiao family both enjoy the support of the Beastmaster sect, beneath the surface lies a web of conflicting interests. Their harmony is but an illusion. Are you aware that you are one of the founders? Xiao Chen ridiculed further, stating that membership in the Talented Tea Society comes with stringent qualifications. Apart from Su Han, it seems that no one from the Su family possesses such credentials, does it? If you insist on their participation in this esteemed gathering, they must demonstrate the requisite prowess. If my memory serves me well, Su Linger has consistently been at the bottom of the martial arts examination, has she not? Allowing such an individual to attend the Talented Tea Society would merely squander resources. Xiao Chen's pointed remarks were aimed squarely at Long Linger. As for Long Chen, he chose to remain inscrutable and refrain from provoking the matter further. Yet he was confident in his ability to handle Su Linger, whom he deemed an easy target. Long Chen could discern Xiao Chen's intentions. He was instigating trouble. However, Long Chen was not one to shy away from confrontation. The last place in the martial arts trial? If Linger were to reveal her true strength, you would likely find yourself unable to withstand even a single blow. Such a person was hardly worthy of his attention. Yet Su Han could not remain silent, demanding to know Xiao Chen's meaning. What do you mean? Xiao Chen taunted, stating that those without an invitation should either leave or defeat him to gain entry. Su Han's fist clenched in anger, recognizing that Su Chen's provocations were directed at Linger, an affront too great to bear. Before he could speak further, Su Chen interrupted, asking if he was afraid and commanding him to leave. Su Chen's voice turned icy and resolute. Enough. Ran glared at Su Chen, warning him not to overstep. They are my guests. Overstep? Su Chen scoffed, showing no fear. I fail to see how that is the case. The talented tea society, as the name implies, is for the truly gifted. It is best to sweep away the rubbish. Besides, what of your guests? Although you are one of the founders, this is still a matter dictated by Senior Sister Jin and Senior Brotherling. As dark energy surged from Ran, inky liquid seeped from beneath his feet. Are you dissatisfied with me? He asked, his eyes cold with disdain. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. Su Chen, undeterred, unsheathed a frost-covered sword with a resounding clang. Long Chen observed the unfolding scene with indifference. He held little interest in the talented tea society. With Su Han present, he could glean all that he wished to know. Since we are not welcome, we shall take our leave, Long Chen declared, turning to depart, followed closely by Long Linger and Long Yu. Yet at that moment, Feng Xiaotian blocked their path, remarking, now that you are here, why rush to leave? Are the Su family truly all cowards? His words elicited laughter throughout the room. With others chiming in, Master Feng speaks truth. Are not the Su family merely turtles withdrawing into their shells? Have you seen any strong resistance from them in recent years? This was the survival tactic of the weak. The Su family's decline, coupled with their desire to ensure Long Linger's safety, had compelled them to endure in silence over the years. However, the forbearance yielded nothing but the relentless encroachment from the Shao and Mo families. The Mo family was marginally better, but the Shao family was particularly oppressive. Long Chen initially had no intention of engaging with these matters. Yet upon hearing these ruffians insult the Su family, he felt a surge of indignation. The Su family had endured humiliation for the sake of the Dragon Clan. Thus, it was imperative for Long Chen to stand up for them. Since everyone was reluctant to see him depart, he resolved to remain. Long Chen halted, his gaze fixed on those who had labeled the Su family as timid turtles. You claim the Su family is cowardly? Is that truly the case? The so-called talented individual spoke with brazen confidence. Long Chen smiled faintly. It appears necessary to recalibrate your understanding of the Su family. With that, he raised his hand, and the dark ring on his thumb transformed into a steel whip, sinuous like a serpent. The whip lashed out, ensnaring the neck of the arrogant youth and tightening its grip. With a subtle tug of his wrist, the youth was propelled toward Long Chen by an irresistible force. As he drew near, Long Chen delivered a swift slap, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The youth expelled a mouthful of blood, his cheeks swollen and his demeanor utterly disheveled. Now, does the Su family still appear cowardly? Long Chen regarded the fallen youth with a calm demeanor while the steel whip reverted to its original form. The atmosphere in the Wangzhong Tower turned eerily silent. Long Chen's movement had been so swift that none had witnessed how he executed it, nor had they sensed even the slightest fluctuation of energy. After a brief pause, many present drew their swords, encircling Long Chen and his companions. What is the meaning of this? Long Chen inquired coldly. You attacked us at the Tianjiao tea gathering. What do you intend? Su Chen, leading the charge, prepared to strike. Tension crackled in the air. Just as both sides seemed poised for combat, Ran bellowed, Stop! Su Chen, did you not claim that young Master Su Chen was unworthy of attending this gathering? He has now proven himself through his strength. What more do you desire? Su Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Long Chen's display of power instilled a sense of caution in him, and he dared not speak further. He merely replied, He may stay. But for Su Linger and her companion, he gestured toward Long Yu. They must defeat me to remain. Su Chen sought to avenge himself through Su Linger. Su Chen, do you have no shame? Su Han exclaimed in fury. This fellow knew that Linger was no match for him, yet still provoked her. What? Are you afraid? Su Chen taunted. If you are afraid, then leave. Everyone anticipated Su Linger to retreat in disgrace, which would certainly humiliate the Su family. However, at that moment, Su Linger stepped forward. So if I defeat you, I may stay? Indeed, Su Chen replied, eyeing her intently. Su Linger's lips curled into a slight smile. Then let us battle. Upon hearing this, Su Han quickly said, Ling, you are not his match. Long Linger gave Su Han a reassuring glance and replied, Brother Su Han, there is no need for concern. I must fight for my dignity today. This dignity belongs to me, to the Su family, and to the Dragon Clan. I have endured for far too long. And now I shall no longer remain in silence. Chapter 34. The Holy Sun and the Holy Maiden. Haha. Did I hear correctly? The one who has ranked last for a millennium is challenging Su Chen. This is going to be entertaining. I bet Su Chen won't show any mercy. One slap will settle it. Fighting for dignity? She must not realize that the weak have no dignity. The young talents present erupted into loud laughter. Who is Su Chen? He is the most gifted young genius of the Xiao family, with talents that even surpass Su Han's. He had opportunities to join the heavenly transformation sacred land, but chose instead to become a beast master with the unique skill of beast control. After a year in the Beastmaster sect, he rose to an inner disciple, ranking prominently and reportedly drawing attention from the core areas. He was doing exceptionally well. In comparison, Su Lingo was like a star in the sky while Su Chen was grounded. How could she possibly be his opponent? Have you thought this through? Su Chen mocked. I won't go easy on you. I do not require your mercy, Long Linger stated as she stepped to the center. Show me everything you have, or you will face a crushing defeat. Su Chen smiled slightly. That should be my line. If you can withstand 3 of my strikes, I shall consider it a victory for you. Come on. He provocatively beckoned her with a finger. Long Linger ceased her words, her aura shifting dramatically. Here I come. She called out, lightly tapping her foot on the ground. Bang. The ground erupted with a thunderous boom, cracking beneath her. Long Lingo shot forward like a cannonball, reaching Su Chen in an instant. He felt a sharp rush of air explode beside his ear, the terrifying force sweeping toward him, causing his skin to sting. So fast. Su Chen thought in astonishment. Yet, he found it strange that there was not a hint of true energy emanating from Long Linger. Instinctively, he attempted to evade her. However, her long legs had already ensnared his neck, and with a powerful twist of her waist, she propelled herself backward, executing a flawless somersault in midair. Su Chen, ensnared by her legs, was lifted by an overwhelming force. Boom. Before he could react, he crashed violently to the ground, causing countless fine cracks to spiderweb across the surface. He felt excruciating pain throughout his body, unsure how many ribs had broken. Long Linger stood up, dusting off her hands. Is that all the first genius of the Xiao family can do? The years of pent-up frustration within her were finally released in that moment. What a thrill. However, the battle concluded far too swiftly. Long Lingo was still yearning for more. In stark contrast to Long Lingo's ease, the entire audience wore expressions of shock, astonishment, and disbelief. The atmosphere had reached an unprecedented silence. Su Chen had been defeated, with but a single move. How could this be? Was she ranked last in the martial arts trial? Surely, I must have misjudged the situation. No one dared to accept the reality unfolding before their eyes. Su Chen had not even been afforded the chance to react before his downfall. Was the figure before them truly Su Lingo? Mo Ran gazed at Long Linger with a complex expression, then glanced at Long Chen. She was aware that the two were siblings. To be frank, she held a low opinion of Long Linger, yet the latter had profoundly shocked her. There had not even been a ripple of true energy. Such a terrifying burst of power and speed. It was so reminiscent of Su Chen. Had Su Lingo been concealing her strength all along? But why would she choose to do so? Mo Ran was beset with confusion. The speed at which Su Linger had acted was such that even she would struggle to match it in the next round, should she find herself in that position. So swift. So formidable. Su Han's expression shifted repeatedly between surprise, joy, and bewilderment. He had never anticipated that the seemingly weak and protected Lingo could possess such formidable strength. Linger, how many secrets do you harbor? Before Long Chen's arrival, he had considered himself well acquainted with Linger, yet now he realized that he had only scratched the surface of her true self. It must be tied to her identity. He mused. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Linger's prowess filled him with genuine delight. Do I possess the right to remain? Long Linger's melodious voice rang out. For reasons unknown, at that moment, they felt an undeniable, inviolable authority emanating from her. No one responded. With Su Chen's humiliating defeat, who would dare step forward to challenge Long Linger? Moreover, there had been prior agreements in place. Even those who were dissatisfied dared not voice their grievances. After a prolonged silence, Long Yu spoke. Must I also secure my right to stay through such means? The crowd hesitated. Long Yu, being in close proximity to Long Chen, surely had her own complexities. Yet, there were still dissenters, of course. Rules are rules. No one is exempt. I shall engage you in battle. It was Lin Feng, a close friend of Su Chen, who spoke. With Su Chen suffering such a dire defeat, he felt compelled to avenge his friend. Very well. Long Yu strode forward, her long legs carrying her with grace. Let us commence. She approached Lin Feng, who, with a flash of brilliance in his hand, wielded a longsword that struck toward Long Yu like a bolt of lightning. However, Long Yu made no attempt to evade. With a piercing sound, the longsword pierced through Long Yu's chest. Filth. Lin Feng, having landed a successful strike, was filled with pride. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, the pierced Long Yu transformed into a puddle of water. It was merely a clone. Disaster. Lin Feng gasped in shock. You are a mage? In the divine wilderness continent, practitioners were broadly categorized into 2 types, warriors and mages. The warrior emphasizes physicality, defense, and strength, possessing exceptional close-quarters combat skills. Various branches exist beneath this class, such as sword cultivators, body cultivators, and assassins. In individual battles, warriors hold a significant advantage. Conversely, mages, akin to spiritual dragon mages, are categorized by attributes and excel in group combat. Professions such as artifact smiths, healers, tattooists, and forgers all fall within the mage domain. Both warriors and mages possess their respective strengths and weaknesses. However, mages tend to develop more slowly in the early stages and exhibit inferior survival capabilities compared to warriors. Consequently, without a robust background, most individuals opt to become warriors, which explains the disparity in their numbers. At that moment, Long Yu did not respond to Lin Feng, but instead abruptly appeared behind him. To be precise, I am a water-based healer, Long Yu remarked coolly. Young man, your vitality is lacking, that won't do. With that, Long Yu pointed at Lin Feng's kidneys. In an instant, Lin Feng's body convulsed with pain, collapsing to the ground in spasms. The onlookers were left in stunned silence, their expressions twitching in disbelief. What kind of bizarre maneuver was that? One strike, another strike. How could these members of the Su family be so formidable? No one dared to underestimate Long Chen and his companions any longer. Lin Feng's face turned pale. As a man, he indeed felt inadequate. This was his deep-seated insecurity. He never anticipated that Long Yu would see right through him. How embarrassing. How could he hold his head high in the future? Infuriating. The qualification turmoil concluded with a complete victory for Long Chen and his group. Just then, a pair of golden youths entered the Wangjiang Tower amidst a throng of admirers. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden have arrived, someone exclaimed. Subsequently, the prominent figures from various factions approached, greeting the young man and woman with respect. The Holy Sun and Holy Maiden advanced swiftly. Upon seeing the injured Xiao Chun and Lin Feng, the Holy Sun, Leng Wujian, inquired, "What transpired?" Mo Ran promptly replied, "A minor misunderstanding occurred." Leng Wujian did not delve deeper. However, as he passed by Long Chen, he paused. "Su Chen?" he queried. "That would be me," Long Chen replied with confidence. Leng Wujian exuded an ethereal demeanor, leaving an impression of inscrutability. Finally, a worthy individual had arrived. Long Chen scrutinized Leng Wujian. The latter was taken aback by Long Chen's directness and lack of fear, a composure he greatly admired. "You are the only one in many years brave enough to offend elderly Song," Lang Wujian remarked succinctly before striding past Long Chen. What did that mean? Was this a declaration of war? Long Chen pondered the implications of Leng Wujian's words. Chapter 35. Seeking guidance from Brother Su. Leng Wujian's emotions were inscrutable, to the extent that even Long Chen could not decipher the intent behind his earlier statement. The arrival of the Holy Sun, Lang Wujian, and the Holy Maiden, Jin Yao, cast a slightly oppressive atmosphere. The elite figures from various factions gathered around, showing utmost reverence toward the two. In the presence of the illustrious Long Wujian and the enigmatic Jin Yao, Long Chen sensed an extraordinary aura emanating from them, suggesting they were far from ordinary prodigies. Leng Wujian and Jin Yao took their seats at the head of the gathering, after which Leng Wujian gestured for the distinguished guests to be seated. Those with whom he shared a closer rapport positioned themselves nearer to him, such as Feng Xiaodian, who sat closely beside him. Imo Ren occupied a seat to the left of the Saintess Jin Yao, indicating a profound connection between the two. Conversely, Long Chen and the members of the Su family found themselves relegated to the farthest end, clearly indicating their lowly status in the hierarchy. Despite Su Han possessing talent rivaling that of Feng Xiaodian, his lineage from the Su family forever barred him from entering the inner circle. After a few remarks that bore no relevance to the matter at hand, Lang Wujian addressed the assembly. The Prodigy Tea Gathering has been established for over a year, aimed at providing an opportunity for mutual exchange and fostering camaraderie among all present. Our previous gathering centered on the theme of Tao, from which all benefited significantly. What shall be our theme today? Feng Xiaodian replied. A few days ago, I solicited opinions from everyone, and there was unanimous agreement that the theme should be swordsmanship. Excellent. Let us dedicate today to the theme of swords, Leng Wujian affirmed. Should anyone have questions or insights, feel free to present them. No sooner had he finished speaking than Feng Xiaodian interjected. To be candid, I have encountered numerous perplexities in my sword practice of late. Despite daily training, my progress is painfully slow. Would Senior Brother Leng be willing to offer guidance? Do share your concerns with me, Lang Wujian encouraged. Perhaps I should demonstrate my technique for you to pinpoint any shortcomings, Feng Xiaodian suggested eagerly. He had been diligently practicing the Feng family's superior sword technique, the Wind Return sword, yet he felt devoid of the desired finesse. He had consulted his father and the clan elders, who assured him that his grasp of the technique was sound. Yet he remained at a loss regarding the source of his struggles. Very well, Lang Wujian nodded. I shall require a sparring partner, Would you be willing to assist? Brother Su? Feng Xiaotian glanced at Long Chen with a smile. Long Chen was not surprised. The fellow seemed infatuated with Mo Ran, only to be met with indifference. Now, he sought to embarrass Long Chen in front of everyone. His inquiry was likely a fade, while his true intent was to provoke. Long Chen offered a faint smile in response. I am honored by your regard. I shall comply. For what reason would I decline? He agreed readily. Do you wish to see me falter? I fear you may be disappointed. Long Chen rose and walked with measured steps to the center of the arena, positioning himself less than 5 meters from Feng Xiaotian. Please, Brother Feng, will you not draw your sword? Feng Xiaotian asked, astonished. He had not anticipated Long Chen's swift acquiescence. Merely cooperating with you, Brother Feng. I shall refrain from drawing my sword so as not to disrupt the harmony, Long Chen replied, concealing his true thoughts that he deemed Feng Xiaotian unworthy of his blade. Such a statement would be too hurtful, too pretentious, too ostentatious. Hence he chose a more palatable expression. It would be prudent for Brother Su to draw his sword. After all, swords are blind. And it would be unfortunate to inadvertently harm you, Feng Xiaotian remarked deliberately. Even if he truly injured Long Chen, he could easily claim it was an accident. It mattered not. Long Chen remained unperturbed. With the protection of the ancient dragon pattern robe, not even Feng Xiaotian, nor the ancestors of the Beastmaster sect, could inflict even the slightest harm upon him. How audacious. Feng Xiaotian scoffed inwardly, yet spoke with faint concern. Be cautious, Brother Su. As he uttered these words, a flash of brilliance emanated from his hand, revealing a long sword enveloped in azure light. The air filled with a whistling sound, as swirling winds were seen tearing through the space around the blade. The sword was named Flowing Wind, with a crackling sound accompanying Feng Xiaotian's voice. He executed a peculiar step, leaving a phantom in his wake, the long sword rushing towards Long Chen with the swiftness of the wind. Before the blade even arrived, the sharp wind blades had already swept towards him. Long Chen responded with calm composure, slightly shifting his body to evade the assault. Feng Xiaotian pressed on relentlessly. The returning wind sword emphasized elegance, speed, and continuity. With each strike, the wind blades spiraled, delivering a barrage of attacks upon the enemy. Swift or slow, utterly unpredictable. In Long Chen's eyes, although Feng Xiaotian had grasped the fundamentals, he had yet to truly master the essence of the returning wind sword, resulting in a significant reduction in its power. Despite the unending onslaught from Feng Xiaotian, Long Chen handled it with ease. 9th style, Wind Reversal. The returning wind sword comprises a total of 9 styles. When the 9th style was unleashed, the sword's trajectory abruptly changed. Feng Xiaotian, like a tempest, darted behind Long Chen, thrusting his sword fiercely towards Long Chen's back. It was a vicious and sharp attack, catching one completely off guard. Young master, be careful, Su Han exclaimed in alarm. Yet Long Chen remained unfazed, extending 2 fingers to pinch the blade at his back. Clang! The flowing wind sword's deadly assault came to an abrupt halt, firmly trapped between Long Chen's fingers, unable to break free. In that instant, the arena fell silent, all eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Long Chen. Did he truly receive the final strike with bare hands? He hadn't even drawn his sword. How terrifying was that? Good heavens, what am I witnessing? Feng Xiaotian had already reached the 9th level of the Golden Course stage, the foremost genius of Wind Cloud City, and the heir to the Feng family's swift sword lineage. Apart from the saints present, no one dared to engage him in a sword duel. Yet Long Chen had managed to counter all of Feng Xiaotian's sword techniques with merely 2 fingers. This was quite extraordinary. Feng Xiaotian himself was taken aback. He had intended to suppress Long Chen with his swordsmanship and compel him to keep his distance from Mo Ran. However, the outcome was entirely contrary to his expectations. Cold Wujian and Jin Yao couldn't help but cast more than a glance at Long Chen, astonished by his performance. When did the Su family produce such a genius? Cold Wujian mused, his admiration for Long Chen growing deeper. Feng, you were quite invested, Long Chen remarked lightly as he flicked his fingers, sending Feng Xiaotian's sword flying. Nevertheless, the swordsmanship still lacked a touch of refinement. In their recent duel, Feng Xiaotian had genuinely sought to injure him. How despicable. Regrettably, there remains a vast chasm between him and Long Chen. His objective today is to gather intelligence on the hunt, and it would be unwise to escalate matters. Otherwise, he could have easily eliminated Feng Xiaotian just moments ago, revealing his murderous intent. Long Chen would not have shown mercy. Oh, Cold Wujian observed Long Chen with interest, admiring how effortlessly Su Xiong handled the situation. It seems he possesses considerable insights regarding Feng Wujian. Why not share them to broaden everyone's understanding? Cold Wujian's tone remained inscrutable, devoid of hostility or friendliness. This individual certainly harbors deep cunning, Long Chen mused. With a smile, he replied, I wouldn't call it insight. I'd rather not show off in front of the experts. As for exchanging ideas, Long Chen had little interest. Over the past 6 centuries, he had delved deeply into the classic swordsmanship texts of various races, attaining a profound comprehension of the sword. However, he had no desire to instruct those unrelated to him. Su Chen is too modest, Cold Wujin remarked. It is evident that Su Chen has achieved remarkable mastery in swordsmanship. Since this is an exchange, it would be beneficial to share your perspectives. Please, Su Gongzi, do share, Jin Yao chimed in, her curiosity towards Long Chen piqued. Following her lead, the other prodigies urged him as well. Observing that both the Holy Sun and Holy Maiden praised Long Chen, Feng Xiaotian thought that perhaps his insights could indeed be of assistance. Thus, he said, I apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier, and I hope Su Chen will not take it to heart. With your profound cultivation, I humbly seek your guidance. Feng Xiaotian was, in fact, requesting Long Chen's counsel. In an instant, Long Chen became the center of attention once more. Chapter 36. Would you be willing to follow me, Su Chen? All eyes turned to Long Chen. With so many requesting his insights, it seemed inappropriate not to say something at this moment. Moreover, the tea gathering had yet to commence discussions regarding the hunting of the Dragon Clan. Before that, Long Chen needed to earn Cold Wujin's trust. Only then could he acquire the most detailed intelligence possible. The Dragon Clan was not yet prepared for a large-scale conflict with the human race. So the more detailed the intelligence, the more advantageous it would be for them. In recent years, the Dragon Clan had to contend with the covetous gazes of the foreign tribes from the Four Wastelands. Each year, they faced hunters from the Beast Tamer Sect, mercenaries, and more. This year, the Beast Tamer Sect's hunt was particularly grand, gathering various forces, and it appeared that their intentions went beyond merely hunting dragons. They aimed to eradicate them. Since everyone had extended their invitations, it would be more respectful to comply. I hope you will not ridicule my humble attempts at insight. Long Chen conceded. Merely discussing a few thoughts would suffice to navigate through this. If he were genuinely inclined to share, the prodigies present would undoubtedly benefit immensely. However, nurturing adversaries was not something Long Chen wished to pursue at this time. Brother Feng's comprehension of swordsmanship is indeed profound, placing him among the elite of the younger generation. Long Chen began, offering praise to Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian listened with great satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride. Subsequently, Long Chen continued, as for the wind-returning sword, Brother Feng has mastered its techniques to a level of perfection, flowing and natural, devoid of any flaws. However, the essence of the wind-returning sword lies in its rhythm and variations. These two aspects are perhaps what you have overlooked, Brother Feng. Feng Xiaotian nodded repeatedly, feeling a sense of enlightenment from Long Chen's analysis. During the practice of the wind-returning sword, he indeed neglected the rhythm and variations. However, Long Chen's explanation was somewhat esoteric, leaving him uncertain about how to improve. He sincerely inquired, May I ask, Brother Su, what do you mean by rhythm and variations? Long Chen pondered briefly and replied, Rhythm refers to the nuances of pace, the balance of slow and fast. Variations, my friend, are a matter of the heart. The sword techniques may have set forms, yet even the same technique will exhibit subtle differences each time it is executed. For novices, the differences often stem from a lack of familiarity and depth of understanding. However, for a master of the sword, each variation is intentional. The sword adapts to the world. Different environments and states of mind should evoke diverse changes, and this is the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Long Chen elaborated on rhythm and variations. The rhythm was comprehensible to all the talented individuals present, but the concept of variations left many perplexed. To adapt according to one's environment and state of mind sounded impressive. Yet they remained unsure of how to apply it practically. It was akin to a distinguished literary master explaining the intricacies of narrative structure and emotional ebb and flow. The theory was clear, yet when one attempted to write, the result was often a dismal failure. The holy sons and daughters appeared contemplative. Imo Ran discreetly nodded, acknowledging, indeed. Young Master Su possesses profound insight into the way of the sword. I wonder if he understands the way of literature as well? Imo Ran, having studied literature since childhood, had ventured into the artistic realm through painting, becoming one of the few practitioners of the literary path. Lacking esteemed mentors to guide her, she had navigated her journey alone and still faced numerous confusions. For some reason, whenever she observed the refined Long Chen, she felt he must have delved into the literary arts. If this were true, it would be an excellent opportunity to strengthen their connection. Feng Xiaotian seemed to grasp something, yet also appeared somewhat bewildered. Brother Su, could you elaborate further? My talent is rather limited, and I cannot comprehend it all at once. Feng Xiaotian recognized Long Chen's genuine knowledge, and, despite his innate talent, humbly referred to himself as lacking in understanding. He was genuinely impressed by Long Chen. Long Chen had intentionally spoken in such a manner. After all, What if everyone suddenly comprehended the way of the sword? He initially thought that after speaking, he could retreat to enjoy tea, but Feng Xiaotian continued to press for more information. Long Chen felt a tinge of impatience but maintained his calm demeanor, stating, "The way of the sword is vast and profound. It cannot be succinctly explained in just a few words. Very well, just now you executed the wind-returning sword technique. And I have grasped the essence of your swordplay. Allow me to demonstrate, and how much you comprehend will depend on your innate understanding. May I borrow your sword?" Long Chen turned his gaze towards Feng Xiaotian. Feng Xiaotian handed the Lu Feng sword to Long Chen. Upon grasping the Lu Feng sword, Long Chen's demeanor transformed dramatically. Clang! The sword vibrated, and a resounding sword cry echoed through Wangjiang Tower, as though the Lu Feng sword, upon entering Long Chen's hands, had awakened with excitement. In that moment, Long Chen seemed to enter an enigmatic state, as if he were completely isolated from the external world, within the entire expanse. There existed only him and the long sword in his grasp. Lung Wu's eyes suddenly brightened. The sword's aura was formidable. The Lu Feng sword resonated with him. Typically, magical artifacts resonate solely with their owners, yet the flowing sword now harmonized with Long Chen. This could only signify that the Lu Feng sword acknowledged Long Chen, hinting at a potential betrayal of Feng Xiaotian. Long Chen tightened his grip on the long sword, and instantly, countless wind blades began to swirl and dance around him. First move, wind rising. Second move, wind traveling. Long Chen moved with the grace of flowing clouds and rushing waters, surrounded by whirling wind blades. Compared to Feng Xiaotian, Long Chen's every move was more fluid, seamlessly transitioning in rhythm, fluctuating between rapid and slow. At one moment, it resembled a bamboo grove swaying in the breeze. At another, it evoked the tempest of the ocean. The cadence was perfected, devoid of any chaos, akin to the winds of nature, elusive and unpredictable. Yet, the sensation of that wind was undeniably pleasant. The simple sword techniques in his hands transformed the mundane into the extraordinary, displaying an array of variations. In that moment, the sword became the wind, and the man, too, embodied the wind. The trifecta of man, wind, and sword fused into a harmonious whole, evoking awe and admiration. Clang! Suddenly, the long sword slipped from his grasp and soared into the air, with a flick of his finger. The Lu Feng sword joyfully spun before plunging into the scabbard on Feng Xiaotian's back. The demonstration concluded, and Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back. At that instant, the entire audience fell into silence. Some were astonished, others lost in contemplation, while a few experienced a joyful epiphany. Feng Xiaotian trembled with excitement. As the sword returned to its sheath, he realized that was the final move, the wind-returning spiral, which Su had transformed and utilized, retaining only its essence and profound meaning. Marvelous. I understand now. The so-called swordsmanship is merely the framework of each move. The variations embody its essence and soul. Once one comprehends the soul, the individual moves become insignificant. Thank you, Brother Su, for your guidance. Feng Xiaotian had always prided himself on being a genius in swordsmanship. However, upon encountering Long Chen, he recognized the existence of greater talents beyond his own, rendering him insignificant, a frog at the bottom of a well. He held Long Chen in the highest esteem. Long Chen merely smiled faintly. Feng Xiaotian could grasp the crux after a single viewing, clearly demonstrating considerable talent in swordsmanship. With humility, Long Chen remarked and returned to his seat. It was only at this moment that the assembled prodigies erupted into applause and exclamations of admiration. Su Chen was truly extraordinary. His profound comprehension of the swordsmanship is truly astonishing. What I witnessed earlier was nothing short of a visual feast. I can hardly believe that I have reached the 4th level of swordsmanship. I must seek further guidance from Brother Su. Su Han gazed at Long Chen in amazement. He recognized Long Chen's extraordinary talent, having previously received instruction from him in swordsmanship. Observing Long Chen's mastery anew, he realized that his understanding of the sword had ascended to yet another level. This is the mark of a true genius, Su Han mused silently. Mo Ran's eyes burned with fervor, while the saintess, Zhen Yao, cast a benevolent glance towards Long Chen. In contrast, Lung Wu Jian felt a tinge of jealousy arise within him. At the previous genius tea gathering, these prodigies had typically shown him such admiration. Yet today, he felt like a mere bystander, overshadowed entirely. Most troubling was the look in Zhen Yao's eyes when she regarded Long Chen, instilling within him a profound sense of crisis. Though jealousy brewed within, he maintained a facade of composure and remarked, "Brother Su is indeed extraordinary." Wu Jian expressed his admiration candidly. "I have great respect for you." He then turned to Long Chen with sincerity. "Might Brother Su be willing to join the Beast Master sect and follow in my footsteps?" Follow? Long Chen regarded Lung Wu Jian with indifference, thinking that the latter was perhaps overstepping. Chapter 37. The Grand Hunt. Would you be willing to join the Beast Master sect and follow me? Upon hearing this, all present cast envious glances at Long Chen. Although the Beastmaster sect does not rival the Holy Land, it is undoubtedly the optimal choice for the scions of noble families within its domain. Long Wujian not only extended an invitation to Long Chen to join the Beastmaster sect, but also offered him the opportunity to be by his side, an opportunity that is exceedingly rare. The Saint's son is destined to oversee the Beastmaster sect. Working alongside him could pave the way for a prosperous future. Who knows? One might inadvertently rise to a position of great power. How fortunate is Su Chen? Many felt a pang of envy. Long Chen, however, appeared utterly unfazed. Follow you? To be frank, you do not possess the qualifications. Thank you for the kind offer, Saint's son, Long Chen replied with a slight smile. But I am accustomed to a carefree existence, I dislike constraints, and I fear I may disappoint you. At these words, both Long Wujian and Zhen Yao noticeably furrowed their brows. The surrounding geniuses stared at Long Chen in disbelief. He actually turned it down? He rejected such an excellent opportunity. They were incredulous. The Saint's son of the Beastmaster sect extended an olive branch, and yet someone dared to refuse it. Such incredibility. Rejecting this opportunity not only jeopardized his future, but likely offended the Saint's son as well. What on earth is this fellow thinking? Only Imo seemed to have anticipated this outcome, reflecting inwardly, what kind of individual is young Master Su? The one who once sent a nascent soul elder flying with a mere slap at the Qingyan Academy would never follow another. If he reveals his true identity, even the Saint's son would tremble. Mo Ran pondered this in her heart, having long suspected that Long Chen hails from the Central State. Though she had yet to find definitive proof, Long Chen's refusal only solidified her suspicions. What ordinary person possesses the audacity to reject Long Wujian? Being turned down by Long Chen in front of such a crowd left Lang Wujian feeling somewhat humiliated. How would the talented individuals present perceive him if he could not even attract a mere disciple from the Su family? He gazed at Long Chen and pondered for a moment before stating, Brother Su's allegiance to me would greatly benefit the Su family. With this remark, Long Wujian invoked the Su family, confident that any astute individual would recognize the implications of such a choice. With his connection, the Su family would be spared the oppression from the Shao and Mo clans, ensuring a smoother path for future development. He believed Long Chen had no reason to disregard these advantages. However, to his surprise, Long Chen still opted to decline. Give me a reason, he demanded. The displeasure evident on his face after 2 rejections, his tone growing colder. Long Chen merely smiled at Long Wujian without offering a response. The atmosphere in the Wangjiang Tower grew tense. After a moment, Long Wujian calmly sipped his tea and remarked, I trust you will reconsider. He then shifted the subject to the upcoming dragon hunt, instantly piquing Long Chen's interest. He detected the underlying thread in Lang Wujian's placid words, which seemed to hint at a potential disadvantage for the Su family. Yet, Long Chen dismissed it from his mind. If Long Wujian truly intended to act against him, he would not hesitate to thwart the saint's ambitions. You must have heard the news about the dragon hunt. The sect leader will personally lead the expedition, accompanied by 2 elders. During this time, various sects and families will also dispatch experts to ensure your safety, Lang Wujian stated before pausing. Someone inquired. But the dragon clan is entrenched within the Long Yuan. How can we hunt them? We cannot breach Long Yuan's defenses. Long Wujian chuckled and replied, the Long Yuan is material poor, and the dragon clan expends vast amounts of food and resources daily. They venture out for procurement every 6 months, typically in autumn. This is why we conduct our hunts each year during that season. However, this year's procurement period has been moved up. The first batch of buyers will leave the dragon clan in 7 days, and this year's procurement team will be unprecedentedly large. Long Chen furrowed his brow slightly as he listened to Long Wujian's words. Indeed, the dragon clan procures supplies every 6 months, and each procurement must suffice for half a year. Human cities are abundant in resources, and the dragon clan usually acquires their supplies from various cities. Due to the substantial quantities involved, which could easily raise human suspicions, the dragon clan sends dozens of individuals disguised as human merchants to procure their needs in multiple cities and markets in staggered batches. Even so, every year during the procurement season, several clan members are often exposed and either slaughtered for their dragon scales, bones, tendons, and other materials, or forcibly contracted by beast tamers, becoming mere pets. Recently, due to the circumstances surrounding the ancestral dragon's nest, the population of the dragon clan has surged dramatically, leading to an anticipated strain on supplies well before autumn. Long Xingha has reported the situation to Long Chen, and procurement efforts will soon commence. However, how did the Beastmaster sect acquire this intelligence? The dragon clan will still divide into batches to venture towards the 8 nearby cities, and we shall dispatch a small team to lie in wait near Long Yuan, ever vigilant to monitor the movements of the dragon clan. The moment a member of the dragon clan ventures out, we shall promptly initiate our hunt, striving to capture as many dragons as possible. In addition, we have secretly sent the 10,000 Beast Legion to Long Chen, ready to deliver a lethal strike when necessary. We aim to eradicate the Dragon Clan entirely. Cold Wu Jian's expression was fierce, as if he could already envision the bountiful harvest awaiting them in 7 days. Thus, is the primary objective of this hunt not merely the acquisition of spoils, but rather to deliver a heavy blow to the Dragon Clan, perhaps even to annihilate them? Feng Xiaodian inquired with excitement. I have heard that the Dragon Clan possesses numerous treasures. If we can breach Long Yuan, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous windfall. To exterminate the Dragon Clan requires the right opportunity, Cold Wu Jian replied. This large-scale hunt is also intended to provoke the Dragon Clan. Once they mobilize to rescue their kin, we will have the chance to ensnare them all at once. Cold Wu Jian brimmed with confidence. Should they succeed in capturing a golden giant dragon as a dragon pet, his cultivation would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. At that point, the Beastmaster sect would rise to the status of a quasi-holy land, and his position among the prodigies of Yunxiu would be significantly elevated. The anticipation for the hunt in 7 days ignited excitement among the talented individuals present. This hunt represents both a trial and an opportunity for them. In the ensuing time, Cold Wu Jian elaborated on further details, such as how to set ambushes and coordinate effectively. Long Chen listened attentively, his gaze gradually turning cold. This hunt would mobilize nearly all the formidable forces within the Beastmaster sect, resembling a grand-scale war. The magnitude of this operation was no less than the threat posed by the Orc tribe. Facing the current strength of the Dragon Clan would indeed be quite taxing. The cooldown period for the Undying Dragon Emperor character card had not yet elapsed, and the unlocking of the Sacred Steel was still pending. The Dragon Clan's predicament was rather precarious. As Long Chen pondered this, Feng Xiaodian suddenly asked, will the Su family also participate in this hunt? Long Chen was momentarily taken aback. The relationship between the Su family and the Dragon Clan precluded them from hunting dragons. However, given the current circumstances, it was inappropriate to express any stance on participation. After a brief contemplation, Long Chen replied, what I say carries little weight. It ultimately rests upon the decisions of the Su family as higher-ups. After discussing the Dragon Clan hunt, the gathering gradually shifted towards revelry and merriment, concluding late into the night. Upon departing from Wangjiang Tower, Long Yu inquired, young master, what shall we do now? Her voice was laced with urgency. Long Chen responded, we will discuss it upon our return. Subsequently, the group hurried back to the Su family. Chapter 38. Long Chen's response. Su Han noticed the unusual demeanor of Long Chen and his companions. Young master, has something happened? Su Han was unaware of why Long Chen and the others appeared so tense. Long Chen replied gravely, have you not always been curious about my true identity? Su Han nodded, gazing at Long Chen with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Long Chen, no longer concealing the truth, revealed, neither Linger nor I bear the surname Su. My name is Long Chen, and her true name is Long Linger. Upon hearing the surname Long, Su Han's body trembled violently, his mouth agape in astonishment. You belong to the Dragon Clan? The shock was overwhelming. Reflecting on the numerous details from before, the reverence his grandfather held for Long Chen, the enigmatic prowess displayed by Long Chen, and Ling's reticence regarding her origins, everything began to coalesce into clarity. No wonder his grandfather spoke of the Su family being distinct from other clans, possessing its own mission. No wonder he was urged to protect Linger at all costs, even at the expense of his own life. It was clear now why Linger, despite her extraordinary talent, consistently ranked last in martial trials. And it was equally understandable why Long Chen had declined the olive branch offered by Lang Wujian. Noticing Su Han's astonishment, Long Lingo interjected, Brother Su Han, I did not intend to keep this from you. My brother is the current Dragon King, and I am a princess of the Dragon Clan, one of the last 2 remaining golden 5-clawed dragons. The revelation left Su Han even more astounded. The Dragon King, Long Chen, this young gentleman before me, who appears to be of similar age, is indeed the esteemed Dragon King. He felt parched and overwhelmed. Struggling to compose himself, he managed to ask, so, this hunting expedition represents a grave crisis for the Dragon Clan? Long Chen nodded, affirming the gravity of the situation. The resources of the Dragon Clan had been nearly depleted, necessitating an expedition for procurement. Otherwise, the clan would face starvation. Yet, this procurement would expose them to the predatory forces of various factions, a truly precarious predicament. In truth, Long Chen was reluctant to engage in conflict with the human race at this juncture. However, it appeared that confrontation was unavoidable. Even more concerning was the possibility that, should war break out with the humans, the lurking beast men might also intervene. In such a scenario, the Dragon Clan would find itself in dire straits, particularly if the supply of resources dwindled further. Long Chen silently wished that their provisions could last another month. If the Dragon Clan could endure until the sacred steel was refreshed, all would be resolved. What can our Su family do to assist you, young master? Su Han inquired earnestly. He recalled his grandfather mentioning that the Su family had once received favors from the powers behind Linger. Otherwise, they would have faced annihilation long ago. Now that the Dragon Clan was in crisis, Su Han felt compelled to step forward. Having witnessed the decline of the Su family, Su Han had become acutely aware of the fickleness of human relationships. There exists both benevolence and malevolence among people, just as there exists virtue and vice among dragons. When humanity engages in wrongdoing, it deserves to be vanquished. All beings, regardless of their race, should not be subjected to merciless slaughter. Yet, the human race's hunting of the Dragon Clan had become excessively frenzied in recent years. For now, there is no need. When the time comes, I shall speak. Long Chen said, regarding Su Han. The Su family was already ensnared in turmoil. Involving them further would pose a catastrophic risk if the Beast Tamer sect discovered their connection with the Dragon Clan. Not long after, Long Chen and his companions returned to the Su family. Long Chen promptly summoned Long Hong to explain the situation. Long Hong's expression shifted dramatically. How could the Beastmaster sect be aware of our advanced procurement plans? Long Chen shook his head. The Long family's procurement schedule has always been kept confidential to prevent such large-scale hunts from occurring. Yet, this time, the information had inexplicably leaked. Immediately, he ordered. Investigate the list of purchasers. Long Chen decisively suspected an insider. The Long family has always been united. Such a situation should not arise. If there truly is a traitor, they must be a clan member who has been hunted and whose soul is under manipulation. Long Chen had been oblivious for so long. The thought of how much information about the Long clan might have been compromised sent chills down his spine. I will dispatch people to conduct a thorough investigation. Long Hong stated. By the way, how long can the clan's supplies last? Long Chen was particularly concerned about this. If they could last a month, it would be wise to cancel this procurement altogether and wait for the sacred steel to refresh before making further plans. Long Hong furrowed his brow, responding gravely, it will not exceed 15 days. If another conflict arises, the consumption of supplies will accelerate even more. After all, we initially prepared resources for 200 clan members, but the number has suddenly expanded to over 1,600, leading to a far quicker depletion of supplies. 15 days? That poses quite a challenge. Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, palms sweating. Is there any way to swiftly acquire a batch of supplies? Long Chen's mind raced. This procurement is imperative. He currently had two options. First, to send the procurement team out early, avoiding the hunting time of the Beastmaster sect. Second, to leverage his presence among the human race to procure a batch of supplies that might sustain them for a month. However, the amount of supplies available for quick procurement is limited, and large-scale purchases would inevitably attract the attention of various trading guilds, Long Hong analyzed. Both Long Chen and Long Hong found themselves in a dilemma. Was early procurement their only option? Yet, if they departed early, the risk of being hunted on their return journey loomed large. At that moment, Su Chen interjected, our Su family has stored a batch of emergency supplies, which we can fully allocate to assist young master in this crisis. Additionally, I will take charge of procuring the necessary supplies. I will find a way. However, I must ask, how much do you require? Long Chen was quite moved upon hearing this. Su Chen was willing to offer the Su family's resources to support the Long clan. Emergency supplies are the Su family's safeguard. They must not be touched. Long Chen replied solemnly. Su Lao, your goodwill is appreciated by the Long clan. But can you truly assist in procuring supplies? Although our Su family has fallen, we still have several former partners. It is not difficult to contact them for some supplies. However, the procurement volume may be limited. At this point, we cannot be too choosy. Whatever we can procure will suffice. Long Chen looked at Su Chen, entrusting this task to him. Young master, there is no need for such formality. It is our duty to assist. Initially, the Su family faced severe oppression from the Holy Court, nearly leading to their annihilation. And it was only the Dragon Clan that stood up to speak on our behalf. What we are currently doing for the Dragon Clan is merely a trifling matter. Long Chen refrained from excessive words. To ensure absolute certainty, he instructed Long Hong to relay a message to Star River, requesting the immediate dispatch of a procurement team. Sparing no expense to acquire as many resources as possible, they must return to the clan within 7 days. Furthermore, this team must consist of kin nurtured by the ancestral dragon nest, departing in secrecy so that the remaining clansmen remain oblivious. The originally planned procurement activities should proceed as scheduled, but the outward procurement on the 7th day must not be executed. There are spies within the clan, and the previous procurement team cannot be reused. The procurement plan must not be abruptly halted to avoid alarming the enemy. This time, Long Chen not only aims to navigate through the crisis but also intends to deliver a severe lesson to the humans involved in the hunt. Do you have any further instructions? Long Hong inquired. To him, Long Chen's series of measures seemed perfectly prudent. Truly, the esteemed Dragon King is wise. They wish to hunt the Dragon Clan, do they not? We shall prepare some surprises for them. What do you mean? Long Hong could not fathom Long Chen's intentions. Secretly convey the news of the human clan's hunting expedition to the various clans, stating that the human clan will launch a massive invasion to seize the territories of the southern wilderness clans. I believe all clans will take this matter seriously. Long Chen smiled cryptically. Long Hong clasped his hands. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Chapter 39, Shadow Clan's Light That Night. Long Xinghao received a message from Long Hong and swiftly began investigating the potential spies within the Dragon Clan. Simultaneously, he assembled a brand new procurement team, setting off under the cover of night to secretly procure supplies from nearby human settlements. Su Chen commenced packing the emergency supplies of the Su family while also reaching out to their closest partners for substantial purchases. In no time, both the Dragon Clan and the Su family were bustling with activity. In the ensuing days, Long Chen remained occupied, utilizing various channels to gather information on the forces participating in the upcoming hunt, including detailed profiles of the leaders of each faction and the number of disciples preparing to mobilize. In this regard, Su Han was of great assistance. On a particular day, after meeting with Mo Ran, Long Chen was preparing to return to the Su family. However, at that moment, the unsettling sensation of being watched, which he had encountered previously during his visit to Qingyun Academy, resurfaced. Long Chen quickly entered a secluded alleyway. The watcher followed closely behind. Step forward, Long Chen commanded, halting in the alley and turning to face the presence behind him. The alley was desolate, devoid of any human figure. Yet, the feeling of being scrutinized lingered. And Long Chen knew that the individual was nearby. Expanding his spiritual awareness, he nonetheless failed to catch even a trace of the other party. After an extended silence following Long Chen's words, a wisp of black mist suddenly emerged. The mist quickly expanded, and from within it, a figure gradually took shape. The figure, clad in a black robe, bearing a pair of crimson scythes upon his back, stood with his arms crossed before his chest, calmly locking eyes with Long Chen. He appeared to be merely in his 20s, with a strand of black hair cascading down to obscure his left eye. His complexion bore an unhealthy pallor, rendering his otherwise handsome visage somewhat sinister. Who are you? Long Chen's expression grew cold. This individual had lurked unseen twice, raising questions about his intentions. Judging by his appearance, he seemed far from benevolent, resembling the malevolent sect of the human race known as the Shadow Cult. The man in black introduced himself without hesitation. I am the child of night, a specter of darkness, born from shadows yet harboring light within my heart, a member of the Shadow Clan. Shadow Clan. Long Chen scrutinized Huaiguang, finally recalling this ancient race. At the dawn of chaos, the heavens and earth birthed light and darkness. From the light emerged the luminous races, such as the Celestials, the ancient behemoths, and myriad beings, while darkness gave rise to its own denizens, including demons, asuras, witches, and souls. The Shadow Clan was among the earliest of dark beings, predating even the dragons. During the era of gods and demons, the Shadow Clan once flourished, standing as one of the three most formidable races of darkness. However, they suffered a brutal extinction during the war between gods and demons, disappearing from the annals of history for millions of years, presumed extinct. Is it possible that members of the Shadow Clan still exist? Long Chen was taken aback, suddenly intrigued by Huaiguang. Merely clinging to existence, Huaiguang replied, maintaining a stoic expression. If I were to claim I am the last of the Shadow Clan, would you believe me? There is no reason not to, Long Chen responded, fixing his gaze upon Huaiguang. Yet it seems unnecessary for you to divulge such information to me. What is your purpose in following me? Collaboration. Huaiguang stated succinctly. This is not the place for discourse, follow me. With that, Huaiguang's figure blurred, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he swiftly made his way outside the city. Long Chen summoned his dragon essence, employing spatial powers to abruptly vanish from the alley. When the two reappeared, they stood upon the summit of a great mountain overlooking Qingyun City. Side by side, they gazed down at the sprawling expanse of the city beneath them. What collaboration? Long Chen queried, curiosity piqued. This was their first encounter. What could Huaiguang desire from him? Why had he chosen Long Chen? Huaiguang's actions seemed perplexing, as he had been unusually candid from the outset, openly revealing his identity. Seemingly attuned to Long Chen's thoughts, Huaiguang remarked, You find it strange that I seek your collaboration? Indeed, Long Chen replied. In truth, from the moment you set foot in Qingyun City, I took notice of you. Though you employed clever means to mask your aura, the unique essence of your dragon blood could not elude my senses. Long Chen's heart jolted at this revelation. This individual had already discerned his true identity. Not to be outdone by Long Chen's words, Huaiguang continued, "Moreover, this is the Golden Saint Dragon, endowed with primordial power. To be honest, I never anticipated that the new generation of Dragon Kings would be so youthful. However, I greatly admire your decisiveness in handling matters." Although Huaiguang did not state it explicitly, Long Chen understood that his movements over the past days had likely been under Huaiguang's surveillance, and he had remained entirely oblivious to it. This individual poses a certain danger. Long Chen grew more vigilant and remarked, "It seems you have thoroughly investigated me. Yet, I have concealed the draconic aura around me with 3 layers of obfuscation. How did you perceive it?" Long Chen fixed his gaze upon Huaiguang. Huaiguang raised his hand to grasp the crimson dual scythes on his back, removing them. The scythes surged with blood energy, revealing what appeared to be blood vessels flowing with dark red fluid. "Strictly speaking, it has targeted you. This is an ancient demonic artifact, the Phantom Scythe. It feeds on blood and is highly sensitive to the blood essence of all races. Discovering your identity was not a challenge." Long Chen couldn't help but take a closer look at the Phantom Scythe. Its thick blood energy intermingled with a ferocious aura of slaughter, alongside faint spiritual fluctuations. Indeed, it was an ancient demonic artifact that rivaled divine tools, and it had already birthed a spirit. "So, what exactly do you mean by cooperation?" Long Chen pressed further. Having gleaned Huaiguang's origins, there was no need to delve deeper into other matters for now. The dragon race has been in decline since the War of Gods and Demons. Their fortune has been usurped, and the Golden Saint Dragon has been cursed. The fate of the Golden Saint Dragon mirrors that of our Shadow clan, both teetering on the brink of extinction. Thus, we might be considered as brothers in adversity. You bear a curse, while my own body has been tampered with. I must continually change bodies to sustain my life. To be candid, upon first laying eyes on you, I was drawn to your physique, for it is the most exquisite vessel I can find at present." Long Chen's lips twitched at those words. "Well, while I may be handsome, it feels rather peculiar to have a man covet my body. Why then did you abandon this perfect vessel?" Long Chen inquired calmly. "Although the dragon race's fortune has been seized, yours is still remarkably abundant. Fortune is an enigmatic entity. To act against someone overflowing with it would only lead to my own disastrous fate. This is the terrifying law of the children of fate, favored by the heavens." Huaiguang expressed his genuine thoughts without a hint of concealment. Long Chen sensed Huaiguang's sincerity and said, "So you wish for my assistance in breaking free from this cycle of changing vessels? That is part of it, but more importantly, I hope that the Shadow Clan and the Dragon Clan can unite and reclaim their former glory." Huaiguang met Long Chen's gaze. "But why should I cooperate with you? And how can I trust you?" Long Chen was not a hasty individual. He would not blindly believe Huaiguang's words simply because of his candor. Humans are inherently duplicitous beings. Caution and prudence will never lead one astray. I possess another layer of identity, the clandestine leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Corps. Currently, the Black Iron Mercenary Corps boasts no fewer than 5,000 members, and our collaboration with the Dragon Clan will effortlessly navigate this hunting ordeal. Moreover, in the future, the Black Iron Mercenary Corps shall serve as a bridge for trade between the Dragon Clan and humanity, alleviating the necessity for the Dragon Clan to venture out and risk being hunted for procurement. At this juncture, Huaiguang paused, then continued, "Besides, I hold clues to the ancestral dragon bone, which I shall wholeheartedly provide to you. Does this demonstrate sincerity?" Huaiguang gazed earnestly at Long Chen, awaiting his response. Chapter 40. The hunt commences early. Gathering of the mighty, the leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Corps. Clues to the ancestral dragon bone. The information Huaiguang presented left Long Chen astonished. In recent days, Long Chen had familiarized himself with the powers within the domain of the Beastmaster sect. The Black Iron Mercenary Corps is the largest mercenary group within this territory. Not only is it vast in membership, but the influence of its members is also formidable. The Black Iron Mercenary Corps not only accepts commissions but also oversees 3 renowned trading groups, wielding considerable commercial power. If this collaboration materializes, it would spare the Dragon Clan from numerous future complications. Most crucially, the clues regarding the ancestral dragon bone captivated Long Chen. It is indeed sincere. Yet words alone bear no weight. "You must present me with reasons to believe in you," Long Chen asserted. Huaiguang appeared to have anticipated Long Chen's response, promptly producing a token, a fragment of a map. This is the Black Iron token, symbolizing the leader of the Black Iron Mercenary Corps, capable of mobilizing all members of the group. This fragment marks the location of the Death Canyon, where, to my knowledge, a segment of the ancestral dragon bone lies. However, the Death Canyon was erased from existence after the War of Gods and Demons. It was originally a divine creation, unrecorded on the continental map, leaving the Dragon Clan utterly clueless over the years. Coincidentally, I stumbled upon this fragment in a relic, Huaiguang explained. Long Chen examined the two items, confirming their authenticity. Since you have demonstrated sincerity, what reason do I have to refuse? Long Chen acquiesced, but I must consider the safety of the Dragon Clan. Thus, let us establish a blood pact regarding this matter. A blood pact serves as a binding agreement for both parties. Should either party violate the terms, they shall face the retribution of the pact's power. No problem, Hua Guang readily agreed. The blood pact is both a commitment and a safeguard. After its establishment, it shall be beneficial for both parties. With a wave of his hand, Long Chen summoned radiant light, and two scrolls materialized in the air, unfurling before them. Subsequently, the two men each sliced their palms, allowing their blood to flow onto the scrolls. Their blood mingled upon the scrolls. I, Long Chen, pledge with my blood that today I form a blood pact with Hua Guang of the Shadow Clan, in sincere cooperation. I, Hua Guang, pledge with my blood that today I form a blood pact with Long Chen of the Dragon Clan, in sincere cooperation. As the two men recited their oaths, vivid crimson characters were imprinted upon the scrolls, detailing the agreements and terms therein. It was not until a quarter of an hour later that the blood pact was completed. Each party held a copy in hand, akin to a signed contract. May our collaboration be fruitful, Long Chen declared, from this day forth. The Dragon Clan and the Shadow Clan shall be a community of shared interests. May our future be even more splendid. Long Chen felt elated. The Dragon Clan had finally welcomed its first partner. With Hua Guang, the Dragon Clan essentially established its own intelligence network and stronghold among the human race. Henceforth, both resource acquisition and information gathering would become significantly more convenient, undoubtedly leading to greater glory. A trace of a smile finally broke through Hua Guang's cold visage. If he did not smile soon, Long Chen might genuinely believe he was incapable of it. Shall we have a drink? Hua Guang invited Long Chen. Let us go. Long Chen readily agreed. Such a historic moment warranted celebration. In an instant, the two vanished from the peak of Dayue and reappeared at a tavern in Qingyan City. They ordered a feast of food and drink, indulging in conversation. What strategies do you have regarding the human clan's hunt for the Dragon Clan? Hua Guang inquired. Long Chen pondered briefly. I have arranged for my kin to procure supplies in advance, aiming to return to Long Wuan before the hunt begins. Additionally, the news of the human clan's hunting activities has already spread through the southern wilderness. Gathering our clan's strength should provide them with a considerable challenge. Hua Guang took a sip of his drink. You truly are cunning. The Dragon King deliberately attended the peerless tea gathering to extract information, then devised a scheme to ensnare them. I commend you. However, the recent rush on supplies across various cities should have alerted the Beastmaster sect. Be cautious of their potential preemptive actions. Long Chen chuckled. I had considered that possibility as well, which is why I instructed my kin to procure only once and return promptly to Long Wuan. All those involved in the procurement have already begun their journey back. Is the supply sufficient? Hua Guang queried. Long Chen shook his head. Far from it. The dragon veins of Long Yuan have long been damaged, rendering it impossible to cultivate grain. We must rely on external procurement. Recently, our kin have increased in number, and the hastily gathered supplies will not last long. Leave the matter of supplies to me, Hua Guang assured. Additionally, I will send people to participate in the hunt, covertly assisting you in reaping a harvest. We shall work in concert, catching them off guard. That would be excellent, Long Chen replied with a sly smile. With Hua Guang's support, it would be challenging for the Beastmaster sect to retreat unscathed. However, a thought crossed Long Chen's mind. Let us keep our cooperative relationship as discreet as possible, so as not to arouse the suspicion of the Beastmaster sect. Therefore, your actions must remain as concealed as feasible. Moreover, the Su family is also an ally of the Dragon Clan. In recent years, they have faced oppression from the Shao and Mo families. I need you to keep an eye on them. No problem, Hua Guang affirmed. The two drank merrily together. It was not until deep into the night that Long Chen returned to the Su family. After Long Chen departed, a blood shadow emerged from the spectral scythe behind Hua Guang. This lad is quite astute. He is destined for greatness. I seem to see the spirit of the dragon ancestor in him. Thus, signing the blood pact should not be a disadvantage. Hua Guang gazed out at the moonlit night. I am grateful for that fragment of the Death Canyon map you provided, but how can you be so certain that the ancestral dragon bones lie within the Death Canyon? Once upon a time, I too traversed the treacherous Death Valley, where I witnessed the fierce battle between the dragon ancestor and the ancient divine monarch. That confrontation was indeed a brutal spectacle. Although the ancient divine monarch emerged defeated, the dragon clan suffered a grievous loss, with one of their arms severed, which continues to suppress the remnants of the divine monarch's spirit to this day. How enlightening, Hua Guang mused. Speaking of which, the remains of my previous master also lie within the Death Valley. Should you accompany me, I shall ensure you encounter boundless opportunities. It is wise to align yourself with the Dragon Clan. Upon Dragon Shen's return to the Su family, he found Long Hong waiting expectantly. Has the procurement team returned? Dragon Chen inquired. They have all returned, Long Hong replied, but the Beastmaster sect has grown suspicious. As you anticipated, they have advanced the hunting expedition once more. We shall depart tomorrow. Such impatience. Dragon Chen's gaze turned icy. What of the individuals I tasked you to investigate? What progress have you made? He asked. Long Hong produced an intelligence dossier. All the details regarding the team leaders participating in the hunt are contained within this. Dragon Chen opened the document. The information was meticulously recorded, encompassing details of their affiliations, professions, cultivation levels, and backgrounds. It even specified the number of romantic interests each individual possessed. Long Hong had categorized these individuals by their cultivation levels and compiled a comprehensive count. This hunting expedition boasts an impressive turnout of 15,000 participants. Among them, there is 1 at the half-step transcendence level, 8 at the harmonization level, and 21 at the void refinement level. Such formidable adversaries render our situation exceedingly perilous. Dragon Chen thought, his breath hitching in his throat. Within the Dragon Clan, only Long Hong has reached harmonization, while they possess 8. Furthermore, there is a half-step transcendence powerhouse among them. This is clearly an assault aimed at annihilating the Dragon Clan. What is the reaction of the southern wilderness tribes? Dragon Chen steadied his mind. He could not afford to panic. He needed a comprehensive understanding of the situation to devise a meticulous and actionable battle plan. Chapter 41. Perform for me? The Sand People and the Skeleton Tribe have ceased their hostilities against the Beastmen, and the 3 factions have dispatched portions of their forces to monitor the movements of humanity, albeit currently in a state of observation. The Phoenix Clan has fully arrived at Long Yuan, joining us in the defense against formidable foes. The Giant Clan's chieftain leads 100 of his kin as reinforcements. Other tribes are also mobilizing for battle preparedness, Long Hong reported to Dragon Chen. Dragon Chen pondered briefly, approaching the window to gaze at the rather dim full moon. Excellent. A slight smile graced Dragon Chen's lips. What progress has been made with the undercover investigation within our clan? The Star River has identified the target. Following your directive, we have refrained from taking action for the time being, Long Hong stated, handing Dragon Chen a dossier. The document contained detailed records of the undercover operative, Long Yun. Dragon Chen scrutinized the information about Long Yun, a young dragon of 1,300 years. He had participated in an external procurement a year ago. This implies that our clan's information has been compromised for a year now. Dragon Chen's brow furrowed, revealing his concern. Seemingly sensing Dragon Chen's unease, Long Hong remarked, "This is our failing. We have not detected any signs for an entire year. It is no fault of yours." Long Chen turned to Long Hong. Reflecting on how the Dragon Clan had become completely transparent to the Beast Control Sect over the past year, they were aware of the number of Dragon Clan members, the existence of the Ancestor Dragon Nest and the Transformation Pool, and even knew of our journey to the Divine Phoenix Mountain. As such, they were also cognizant of our visit to the Su family and our relationship with them. Long Chen's voice gradually diminished, as the realization of being so thoroughly observed without awareness sent a chill down his spine, akin to being surveilled by a voyeuristic intruder devoid of any privacy. Long Hong understood Long Chen's implication, confirming that the Beast Control Sect had known his identity from the very beginning. Indeed, Long Chen's expression turned increasingly cold. These individuals are playing me. He began to reminisce about the details since arriving at the Su family. His first stop had been the Qingyan Academy, where he exhibited remarkable prowess. Subsequently, Su Chen, the head of the academy, speculated that he was a genius from the sacred land of Central Continent, showering him with gifts and flattery. Although Su Chen appeared to have motives for his overtures, there was an element of excess in his sycophancy. Did he know Long Chen's identity from the outset? Was his purpose merely to lull himself into complacency, or was it a form of testing? Then came the auction. At the auction, Mo Ran approached him of her own volition, inviting him to the talented tea gathering, revealing that it was connected to the hunting of the Dragon Clan. Aware of Long Chen's true identity, she was certain he would attend. Subsequently, she deliberately disclosed details about the hunt at the gathering, indicating that everything was part of their meticulous plan, scripted in advance and executed to propel the narrative forward. Long Chen pondered their motivations. They had long known about Ling Er and his identity, possessing ample opportunities to hunt the 2 golden holy dragons, yet they refrained from doing so. Instead, they orchestrated events to advance the timeline of the hunt, revealing information about the Dragon Clan, fully aware that he would take countermeasures, or perhaps even engage in reverse hunting. With layers of reasoning unfolding, Long Chen's eyes suddenly sparkled. Their targets were not merely him and Ling Er, but the entirety of the Dragon Clan. While the defenses of Long Yuan were formidable and not easily breached, if he and Ling Er were used as bait, the Dragon Clan would be compelled to leave the sanctuary of Long Yuan for a bloody battle. At that moment, their objectives would be realized. As this realization washed over him, a chill ran down his spine. To conquer the Dragon Clan. The Beast Control Sect had indeed dug an enormous pit for him to fall into. If his assumptions were correct, prior to their departure, the Beast Control Sect would undoubtedly send someone to invite Long Chen to join them. When the time was right, they would swiftly seize control of him and threaten the Dragon Clan. How crafty, Long Chen thought. Young master, what troubles you? Long Hong inquired, noticing Long Chen's fluctuating expression. Long Chen briefly recounted his suspicions, leaving Long Hong astounded. How despicable! Lord Dragon King. You and Ling Er must evacuate swiftly tonight while I remain behind to ensure the Su family's arrangements. Even Long Hong felt a twinge of panic. Considering the stakes involved with the last two golden holy dragons of the Dragon Clan, there must be no room for error. Long Chen shook his head, surmising that the Su family had long been infiltrated by spies from the Beastmaster sect. The moment we depart, they will undoubtedly receive word of our exit. They will not permit us to escape easily. What shall we do then? Long Hong asked, his anxiety palpable. Given their intricate machinations, why not turn their own schemes against them? A strange smile crept across Long Chen's face. You want me to act? I assure you, I will make you weep. Long Chen gestured for Long Hong to lean closer, and then he outlined his plan. That's unacceptable. It's far too perilous. You cannot afford any missteps. Long Hong's expression turned grave. It is decided then, Long Chen asserted with unwavering resolve. Rest assured, with the eternal dragon pattern robe to protect me, they cannot harm me. As for Ling Er, you must ensure her safety. Though hesitant, Long Hong eventually gritted his teeth and declared, Lord Dragon King, even if it costs me my life, I will safeguard Ling Er. Depart now. After arranging everything, Long Chen waved him off. The soft moonlight streamed through the window, accompanied by the faint chirping of insects outside. As the night settled into tranquility, Long Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming weight upon him. It was through this ordeal that he truly recognized the treachery of this world and the unpredictability of human nature. When venturing out, one must diligently protect oneself. He exhaled deeply, his consciousness sinking into the system. After the auction, he accrued 57 million spirit stones, expending 11 million on a lottery, and allocated 10 million to procure assets for his clan. He now retained 36 million, with the Dragon Clan facing dire straits. Long Chen was once again compelled to spend extravagantly to produce troops. The entire 36 million spirit stones could be transformed into fortune, reaching a staggering 360,000. Should he produce dragon blood warriors en masse, he could summon an army of 36,000 in one fell swoop. Deploying these 36,000 dragon blood warriors, utilizing a strategy of sheer numbers, could force the Beastmaster sect into retreat. However, the sect had dispatched powerful figures at the half-step transcendence and harmonization realms. A single half-step transcendence warrior could stand against an army. Thus, it was impractical for Long Chen to produce solely dragon blood warriors. The consumption of resources for such a vast army would be exorbitant. While production was feasible, sustaining them was another matter entirely. Long Chen pulled up the list of troop types. Dragon blood warriors, the primary force, possessing robust physiques and immense strength. They are the backbone of the military. Cost, 100 units. Earth element dragon mages, support troops, adept builders within the Dragon Clan, skilled in constructing palaces and military fortifications. Cost, 500 units. With spirit dragon mages, support troops, known as the Earth Dragons, proficient in agriculture, continuously providing essential food supplies for frontline forces. Cost, 1,000 units. Fire mages, area attack troops, physically weak yet wielding formidable fire-based powers, specializing in long-range, large-scale fire assaults with devastating impact. Cost, 2,000 units. Ice spirit dragon mages, crowd control troops, physically frail but masters of powerful ice magic, adept at long-range crowd management, capable of dictating the tempo of battle. Cost, 4,000 units. The list extended over several pages, sequentially cataloging the consumption of fortune. Long Chen flipped directly to the last page, eager to discover the true prowess of the most expensive units. The ancient Candle Dragon of the Yin-Yang system, possessing the ancient lineage of the Candle Dragon. It wields the powers of the Yin-Yang system. Its gaze can transform into the sun and moon, and its combat prowess is formidable. This unit is supplied in limited numbers, with only one produced every century. Upon creation, it directly possesses the cultivation of the Tribulation Realm, forming an overwhelming combat force. It consumes 2 million units of fortune. The Golden Sacred Dragon, the most precious bloodline of the dragon race, mastering all elemental powers. Only one is produced every millennium, at the cost of 10 million units of fortune. Chapter 42. From today on, you are my maid. The Candle Dragon? The Golden Sacred Dragon? Long Chen was left utterly astounded. Previously, due to his poverty, he had refrained from turning further pages. only to discover that he could indeed produce such noble bloodline dragons as the Candle Dragon and the Golden Sacred Dragon. In addition, various combinations of white dragons, Azure dragons, and dragons of the Yang, space, and time systems could also be produced, albeit at varying prices. Moreover, the rarer the dragon bloodline, the more restricted its production quantity. Perhaps this serves as a reminder from the system for the dragon race to manage their reproductive planning wisely. Long Chen recalled that the reward for annihilating the orc race was the Ascension Dragon platform, which could enhance dragon bloodlines. Utilizing the Ascension Dragon platform to cultivate high-tier bloodline members should prove more cost-effective than direct production. Without hesitation, Long Chen opted to produce a Yin-Yang Candle Dragon. With a Tribulation Realm Candle Dragon stationed, he would feel far more secure. Considering that the strongest among the beast-taming sect hunters was merely at the half-step of the Tribulation Realm, a single Tribulation Candle Dragon should suffice. Ding. 2 million units of fortune consumed, and the production of the Yin-Yang Candle Dragon is underway. Long Chen glanced at his balance, which still held 160,000 units of fortune. His gaze then fell upon the units above the Candle Dragon. The space, time, and Yin-Yang systems are relatively rare units. After all, dragons possessing these three types of power are exceedingly formidable, and thus, their prices are naturally steep. Let's produce another space system Spirit Dragon Mage. Instantly, 100,000 units were deducted. With the remaining 60,000 units, Long Chen produced 10 Dragon Pattern Mages, consuming 50,000 points. He created 10 Water System Healing Spirit Dragon Mages, consuming another 50,000 points. He also produced 10 Ice System Spirit Dragon Mages, consuming 40,000 points. After all, in warfare, Ice System Spirit Dragon Mages, adept in control, are pivotal in dictating the rhythm of battle. Additionally, he summoned 20 Fire Attack System Spirit Dragon Mages, consuming 40,000 points, and 20 Wood System Spirit Dragon Mages for logistical support, consuming 20,000 points. Finally, he produced 1,000 Dragon Blood Warriors, consuming 100,000 points. In total, 30,000 points were expended. With 30,000 remaining, he allocated 5,000 units of fortune for the absorption of the fortune seed within his Dantian, instantaneously sprouting a verdant leaf. The green hue, glistening like jade, securely locked the fortune within. Long Chen refrained from utilizing the remaining 25,000 units as he deemed it prudent to retain some reserves for unforeseen circumstances. In times of war, when a kin is injured, requiring medicinal herbs for treatment or the restorative immersion in the dragon transformation pool, such necessities inevitably incur certain expenses. After attending to these matters, Long Chen settled onto his bed, entering a state of meditation. He must adjust himself to peak condition to confront the human race, particularly the Shao family and the Beastmaster sect. The influential figures gathered included Jin Fenglu, the sect master of the Beastmaster sect, Shao He, the head of the Shao family, Mo Yi, the leader of the Mo family, Su Songlio from the Qingyan Academy, and Feng Jianqiu from the Feng family of Fengyan City. Now, all preparations were complete. Only the east wind was lacking. Jin Fenglu appeared confident in his victory. Upon learning of the dragon ancestor's divine bestowal of the ancestral dragon nest and the dragon transformation pool, he was immediately intrigued, devising plans to seize Longyuan and claim these two miraculous sites as his own. Ultimately, the Beastmaster sect, being a force that nurtures pet beasts, would ascend to a sacred ground with the possession of the ancestral dragon nest and the dragon transformation pool. He harbored ambitions to elevate the Beastmaster sect to the status of the second Holy Land in Yunshou, on par with the Tianyan Holy Land. Haha, that young lad is completely oblivious to how we are toying with him. It is truly amusing. Mo Yi chuckled heartily, stroking his pale beard. Alas, my son Xiao Yi and Xiao Chen have suffered greatly at the hands of that boy. Xiao He lamented. What does that even matter? Su Songlio interjected. To earn that boy's trust, I have invested significantly, 5,000 years of blood ginseng and 27 million spirit stones. Just thinking about it pains my heart. Old Su, I recognize your considerable investment. Once we achieve our goal, I assure you, 2 giant dragons shall be yours. Jin Fenglu cautioned, until the final moment. Everyone involved must remain vigilant and ensure that our subordinates play their roles well. That lad is no fool, we must not let him catch on. As long as we can keep him under control, can the Dragon Clan remain at ease? Rest assured, Sect Master Jun, we shall coordinate seamlessly, came the assurance. The following day, the Su family went about their affairs as usual. The Beastmaster sect and various clans prepared for action. Long Chen had just finished his breakfast when, as anticipated, Mo Ran hurriedly arrived, inviting Long Chen to accompany him. The grand performance was about to commence. Long Chen mused inwardly, with a faint smile. He looked at Mo Ran and remarked, to be candid, I hold no interest in the so-called Dragon Clan hunt. As he spoke, Long Chen amused himself by teasing a parrot in a cage. This parrot, raised by Su Qingyang, had a penchant for playful banter, and displayed a remarkable sensitivity. Mo Ran felt a slight tightening in his chest upon hearing this. Was this a rejection? This simply could not stand. Today was a pivotal moment. If Long Chen chose not to participate, the subsequent schemes against the Dragon Clan would be rendered impossible. How could the young master, who wishes to attend the talented tea gathering, show disinterest in hunting the Dragon Clan? Mo Ran inquired with a smile. Is it because you were offended at the talented tea gathering? Mo Ran had initially expected Long Chen to readily agree. After all, as the Dragon King, Long Chen had already taken a series of countermeasures upon learning of the hunt against the Dragon Clan. He had no reason to decline, especially since he had indeed been offended. Long Chen cast a calm glance at Mo Ran, stating, "Given my stature, I find the notion of attending the so-called talented tea gathering beneath me." Mo Ran acknowledged this point but countered, "Yet, did you not attend to gather intelligence?" The noble scion, though of esteemed lineage, is often misunderstood by those around him. However, this hunting expedition presents a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Might you reconsider? Mo Ran implored with a hint of humility. Long Chen chuckled playfully and replied, "Why are you so insistent that I attend? Do you harbor some affection for me?" At this, Mo Ran's breath caught. Her heart raced as she gazed at Long Chen, contemplating whether she had misstepped. Was he perceptive to her intentions? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Long Chen interjected, "Could it be that you have feelings for me?" Mo Ran thought, "This man is exceedingly self-absorbed. While it is true that I find him handsome and am indeed drawn to his physique, it is not out of affection." Though her mind was a whirlwind of peculiar thoughts, she responded, "Your grace is unparalleled, and I admit I have ulterior motives in inviting you to join me." Before she could finish, Long Chen continued, "Many women adore me. Why should I acquiesce to you?" Mo Ran was momentarily at a loss for words. "Since you wish to accompany me, you must demonstrate some sincerity," Long Chen said with a mischievous smile. Mo Ran felt his gaze traverse her form, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. What could he mean by sincerity? Before she could articulate her thoughts, Long Chen added, "If you cannot offer sincerity, then please take your leave." With that, he turned away, disregarding her presence. Mo Ran's heart raced as she began to grasp the implication of Long Chen's notion of sincerity. That Dragon King. Scoundrel. Yet, if she refused, her mission would remain unfulfilled, rendering all her prior efforts futile. But to sacrifice herself. Mo Ran was torn with inner conflict. Ultimately, she steeled herself, biting her lip, loosening her belt, and shedding her fitted black attire. An immature fruit was unveiled before Long Chen. "I can offer you everything," Mo Ran declared as she embraced him. Long Chen remarked, "This girl is quite agreeable. However, the price I referred to is not this." He appraised her with a discerning eye, unable to deny her impressive figure. Mo Ran willingly presented herself, anticipating Long Chen's favor. Yet, in that fleeting moment, he infused his mental energy deep into her soul, imprinting a slave mark within her essence. Mo Ran's pupils dilated in shock. But by the time she comprehended the situation, the mark was irrevocably inscribed. "From this day forth, you shall be my maid," Long Chen declared. "Yes, master." Mo Ran replied with a respectful bow. Chapter 43. The performance that moves you to tears imprinted with the mark of servitude. Mo Ran was unwaveringly loyal to Long Chen. He had become her sole belief, a figure she could only look up to, daring not to offend him in the slightest. After adjusting her attire, she patiently awaited his command. "You may return for now," Long Chen instructed while feeding a parrot. "Inform them at the Tianjiao tea gathering that I was offended and must return to the holy land of Zhongzhou. Remember to act convincingly. The servant understands." Mo Ran replied respectfully before taking her leave. Outside Qingyun City, various factions gathered, with Shen Fenglu, the leader of the beast-taming sect, and others anxiously awaiting Mo Ran's return. Mo Ran has been gone for half an hour. Why has he returned yet? Could something have gone awry? Just then, Mo Ran darted in swiftly. "Where's that fellow?" The head of the Mo family, Mo Yi, sensed something amiss upon seeing only Mo Ran. Something unexpected happened, and Mo Ran's brow furrowed as he recounted the words of Long Chen. He stated that he would return to the Central State's sacred land and would not participate in the hunt. Furthermore, he seemed somewhat dissatisfied with the Holy Sun. Zhen Fengliu's expression turned peculiar as he remarked, "Returning to the Central State sacred land? Ha! He is quite immersed in his role, truly using the sacred land as a shield. I believe he wishes to return to Longyuan, harboring grievances against the Holy Sun." "Wu Jian, what blunder did you commit during the talented tea gathering?" Zhen Fenglu's gaze fell upon the cold and unyielding Wu Jian, exuding authority. A slight tremor coursed through Wu Jian's heart. "Why is this my concern? I merely followed your instructions, master, and extended an olive branch to him. Beyond that, I took no further action." Wu Jian, feeling frustrated, thought he had performed admirably, believing that Mo Ran should be convinced we were unaware of his true identity. What then does he mean? Zhen Fenglu fell into contemplation, Could he be frightened and preparing to escape? In my view, he is not a coward. Su Chen mused. He is currently playing the role of a young master from the Central State's sacred land. If we consider this identity, he merely wishes to portray it more convincingly. With the esteemed identity of a young master from the sacred land, how could he easily agree to associate with us? Are you implying that Ran lacks sufficient standing? You seem to have realized something. Precisely. Su Chen affirmed, thus we must send someone of higher status to extend the invitation. Upon hearing this, the heads of the families nodded in understanding. This young Dragon King is truly immersed in his role. Shall we send the Holy Sun? Yi inquired. Su Chen shook his head. The Holy Sun's status pales in comparison to that of a young master from the Central State. In my opinion, it should be Zhen Zongzhu who condescends to make the visit. Jin Fenglu's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this. Me, go and invite him? Such a demeaning task. I cannot undertake. What nonsense is this? This is the territory of the Beast Master Sect. A mere underage Dragon King does not warrant me lowering myself to invite him. Do I not have any pride? Isn't this for the greater good, Zhen Zongzhu? If you do not go, none of us will be able to extend an invitation either. I have given him so many gifts, yet he remains unappreciative. Apart from you, I fear no one else can persuade him, Su Chen urged. The heads of the other families also expressed their agreement. Jin Fenglu clenched his fists tightly, contemplating the ancestral dragon nest and the dragon transformation pool within Long Yuan. He gritted his teeth. Since everyone unanimously believes I am the most suitable, then I shall go and extend the invitation. A true man can bend and stretch. Today I invite you. Tomorrow you shall be the favored beast of the Beast Master Sect. With this thought, he felt a sense of balance within himself. Having adjusted his mindset, Jin Fenglu proceeded to visit the Su family to seek out Long Chen. Long Chen scrutinized Jin Fenglu from head to toe. He had already conducted thorough investigations on this individual but feigned ignorance, asking, "Who are you? What business do you have with me?" "I am Jin Fenglu, the head of the Beast Master Sect, here specially to invite you to join me and partake in the grand hunting feast." Jin Fenglu lowered his stance, demonstrating the respect that the young lords of Zhongzhou rightly deserve. "Did I not mention my intention to return to Zhongzhou?" Long Chen cast a casual glance at Jin Fenglu, expressing disinterest in the matter of the hunt. "Return to Zhongzhou? Continue your performance." Jin Fenglu internally scoffed, yet maintained an outward demeanor of utmost respect. "Returning to Zhongzhou is not a matter to be rushed, is it? I sincerely invite you. I hope you will not refuse." "Are you trying to curry favor with me?" Long Chen asked deliberately. "Curry favor? Do you understand my methods?" Jin Fenglu replied. "Your esteemed status is undeniable, and I, being occupied with affairs, have been unable to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive my shortcomings. Zhongzhou is a revered sanctuary for all cultivators, and Jin Fenglu could not stray from tradition. To be candid, this invitation also stemmed from his desire to forge a friendship with you." "Friendship?" Long Chen found it laughable. The esteemed leader of the Beast Master Sect actually bowed so low before him. How intriguing. A mere leader of a mediocre sect thinks he can be my friend? In truth, Jin Fenglu was nearly incensed. How dare he endure such humiliation? Did you truly consider yourself a genius of Zhongzhou? Though flames of anger blazed within him, he dared not reveal any dissatisfaction. Capturing the Dragon Clan was paramount. "You speak truthfully. My station is humble," Jin Fenglu said insincerely. Long Chen, intending to toy with him, remarked, "I am in need of a dog. You might just fit the bill." Jin Fenglu's expression darkened instantly. What does that mean? Were it not for the bigger picture, he would have dealt a slap across Long Chen's face. "You jest, my lord." Jin Fenglu had his limits, even in pretense. He could not act the part of a dog. Frustration brewed within him. Long Chen, unfazed, continued, "The Saintess is your daughter, correct?" "Yes." Jin Fenglu felt an unsettling premonition. Why bring up his daughter? "I find her quite appealing," Long Chen remarked with a smile that was neither here nor there. Jin Fenglu felt a wave of confusion wash over him, unable to decipher Long Chen's intentions. "What do you mean? With a beauty accompanying me? I believe I might take an interest in this hunt," Long Chen insinuated. Jin Fenglu cursed inwardly. The implication was unmistakable. Was he to sacrifice his daughter? Before Jin Fenglu could respond, Long Chen added, "If Shin's sect master is unwilling, then you may take your leave." Internally, Jin Fenglu was in turmoil. His original plans had been completely disrupted by Long Chen. If he did not acquiesce, he could not accompany him, and the significant task of subjugating the Dragon Clan would falter. Yet, if he did comply, his daughter would likely be compromised. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally conceded. If his daughter could earn the favor of such a distinguished individual, it would be a blessing for her. "Should you be willing to grace us with your presence?" "Yao will undoubtedly be at your side," he resolved, rationalizing that he would merely advise his daughter to maintain her virtues. Simply accompanying Long Chen could not be a bad thing. Long Chen discerned Zhen Fenglio's intentions and replied, "That would be splendid. This Dragon King is no benevolent soul." The plan was steadily unfolding as envisioned. "You wish to act a part? I am truly moved to tears." Upon hearing Long Chen's agreement, Zhen Fenglio felt a surge of joy within and said, "It is our honor to have your esteemed presence, young master. Please, do come." He gestured invitingly. However, Long Chen did not take a step forward, but rather replied, "You should return and wait. I shall arrive shortly." Zhen Fenglio was utterly perplexed by Long Chen's intentions and reluctantly responded, "Then I shall return and await your arrival." Long Chen waved his hand dismissively, while Zhen Fenglio left, cursing under his breath. He hurried back to communicate with Yaoer, determined not to let this scoundrel take advantage of the situation. With a stern expression, Zhen Fenglio hastened towards the hunting party outside the city. After Zhen Fenglio's departure, Long Chen leisurely sipped tea in the courtyard, showing no signs of urgency. It was not until midday that Long Hong returned, having made all the necessary arrangements. Standing behind Long Chen, he reported, "Everything is in order." A subtle smile graced Long Chen's lips. He had deliberately delayed his departure, granting Long Hong ample time to set everything in motion. The grand performance was about to commence, and Long Chen felt elated. First, he would dine. One must be well fed to ensnare others. Chapter 44. The small grove is quite romantic. Zhen Fenglio returned to the hunting party with a stern face. The absence of Long Chen cast an eerie atmosphere among the group. "He still refuses to join us?" Su Chen inquired cautiously, noting Zhen Fenglio's troubled expression, which hinted at a setback. Zhen Fenglio let out a cold snort and affirmed, "Indeed." The collective sigh of relief from the others indicated their belief that the sect leader's intervention had effectively dealt with Long Chen. Yet, why did Zhen Fenglio's expression resemble that of someone who had tasted something vile? An agreement is an agreement. But my daughter is now entangled in this. The mere thought of Long Chen's disgraceful demeanor ignited Zhen Fenglio's anger. What is the situation? What could it be? He demands Yaoer as his companion to even consider coming. Zhen Fenglio recounted the events succinctly. The group's outrage was palpable. A scoundrel. The nature of the Long clan is lecherous. I knew this rogue was no good. Zhen Yao's expression turned icy, and she retorted, "Father, how could you agree to such a shameless demand? What choice did I have?" Zhen Fenglio replied, equally exasperated, "If there were another way, would I have resorted to sacrificing my daughter? I will not accompany him." "You must," Zhen Yao exclaimed furiously. "What if something goes awry? How will I face anyone afterward?" Saint Sun Lang Wujian clenched his fists in frustration, voicing his discontent. "Indeed, this could very well be a scheme. We cannot allow Yaoer to take such risks." Lang Wujian had long harbored feelings for Zhen Yao, and the thought of her being with Long Chen was unbearable. "No, absolutely not." Zhen Fenglio's expression darkened further. The decision had been made. As for any ulterior motives from that rogue, they could not be pondered at this moment. The greater good must prevail. Zhen Fenglio remained resolute, stating, "Yaoer, maintain your composure in your interactions with him. Do not allow him to gain any advantage. It is imperative that you play your part well. The situation has changed, and we must adjust our previous plans. If Yaoer can handle it alone, it would indeed save us considerable effort." Zhen Fenglio gathered everyone together to discuss the forthcoming course of action. After the deliberation, the crowd quietly awaited Long Chen's arrival under the scorching sun. However, as time passed, there was still no sign of him by noon. "Zhen Sectmaster, are you certain that rascal will come? It's already noon. Is he toying with us?" Many began to grow impatient. With the sun blazing overhead and stomachs growling, they waited solely for Long Chen. Zhen Fenglio felt a sense of unease and reluctantly suggested, "Let us wait a little longer." An hour passed, then two, until the sun began its slow descent towards the western horizon. It was only under the fading light of dusk that Long Chen finally arrived, leisurely accompanied by Long Yu. Seeing Long Chen's figure in the distance, Su Chen spat in exasperation. That scoundrel has finally shown up. He promised to come in the morning, and here we are, waiting until evening. We waited an entire day. Everyone was infuriated with Long Chen, having endured the sun all day for his sake. Mo Yi remarked, as expected, "He has brought only one maid to ensure Long Ling Er's safety. He will likely return her to Long Yuan discreetly tonight." As Long Chen approached, Zhen Fenglio and the others concealed their discontent, replacing it with reverence. "Apologies for the long wait," Long Chen remarked, surveying the crowd with interest. "Haha, I know you all despise me, but you must still treat me with the respect due to an elder." "Not at all," Zhen Fenglio responded. "It is an honor for us that you grace us with your presence. A brief wait is of no consequence. Surely you have pressing matters that delayed you." Long Chen smiled without reply. "Haha, is waiting from sunrise to sunset merely a brief pause? Quite amusing. What could possibly occupy my time? With my status, everything is managed by others, leaving me with little to fret over. I have a habit of enjoying tea in the morning. A few days ago. Didn't Tisu Fuju gift me some Millennium Green? I brewed it this morning and found it delightful, smooth, and not bitter. Before I knew it, I had sipped until noon. Coincidentally, at mealtime, the kitchen prepared a splendid feast, and I could hardly refuse their hospitality, so I indulged a bit. In this sweltering summer heat, it is easy to feel drowsy after a meal. Being sensitive to the heat, I took a nap, only to awaken and find the sun nearly set. Long Chen recounted his tedious day to Zhen Fenglu and the others, who were left itching with irritation. While we suffered under the sun, hungry and waiting for you, you were busy drinking tea, eating, and sleeping. Does your conscience not ache? How shameless. In an instant, Long Chen had garnered the enmity of all present. Yet, they were compelled to greet him with smiles. What a refined disposition you have, young master, Zhen Fenglu complimented insincerely. Enjoy your leisure while you can. Soon enough, I shall make you weep. Such flattery, Long Chen replied. Long Chen smiled. Then his gaze fell upon the saintess Zhen Yao. Upon sensing his attention, Zhen Yao instantly embraced her role, approaching him with a radiant smile, having previously encountered the young master. It was evident to Long Chen that Zhen Yao had dressed with care, exuding a unique fragrance that was quite pleasant. Her tall stature, with a slender waist that could be clasped with a single hand, rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. You look exquisite today, Long Chen casually complimented. Knowing that a fair maiden is accompanying me, I have brought a pair of moonlight cups and a cask of aged fine wine. I sincerely invite Miss Zhen Yao to share in a drink with me tonight. May I have the honor of your company? At his words, a gasp echoed in the hearts of all present. Goodness, is this really happening? His intentions are undoubtedly impure. He even prepared wine. What is he planning? Zhen Fenglio's lips twitched slightly, as he felt as though he had leaped into a blazing inferno. The saint's son, Lang Wujin, clenched his fists tightly, itching to rush forward and deliver a thrashing to Long Chen. Yet reason urged him to endure. Zhen Yao's heart raced as well. It was inevitable that trouble would brew when a man and a woman drank together. However, she maintained her composure on the surface, responding with a knowing smile. It is an honor for Zhen Yao to drink with the young master. Then it is settled, Long Chen affirmed immediately. To be honest, Zhen Fenglu and the others were quite anxious. Yet under the current circumstances, they could only take it one step at a time. This was clearly a trap they had set, yet now it seemed they were being led by Long Chen. The rhythm was all wrong. Shall we embark now? Zhen Fenglu diverted the topic. Long Chen nodded in agreement. We have specially prepared a flying boat for the young master. Please, this way. Zhen Fenglu guided Long Chen toward the nearby docked flying boat. Zhen Fenglu had already made preparations aboard the flying boat. Once Long Chen stepped on, their Dragon King hunt would be half accomplished. However, having learned the general plan of the Beast Tamer sect from Mo Ran, Long Chen resolutely refused to board the boat. He shook his head, saying, I suffer from seasickness. I shall not board the flying boat. A fleeting shadow crossed Zhen Fenglio's face. What in the world? Why is everything going so awry? Is there some cosmic misalignment at play? Zhen Fenglu forced a smile. This is our Beast Tamer sect's luxurious flying boat, quite stable. You won't experience seasickness. He endeavored to ensure the plan proceeded smoothly. Zhen Yao joined in, adding, the young master's status is esteemed. The ground is fraught with danger from insects and beasts. It is much safer aboard the flying boat. Moreover, just imagine drinking and admiring the moon together. How romantic that would be. The image Zhen Yao painted was indeed enchanting. Long Chen smiled lightly. With a fair companion, even a small grove can be quite romantic. Though the flying boat was stable, it would tremble with the slightest disturbance. Perhaps it was best to decline. Are they attempting to lure me aboard a ship of thieves? Not a chance.